Hello, I'm not getting any audio from your end. So I'm not sure if you're trying to test. I'll shut up otherwise. Yep. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. As you can see, we have a really full agenda tonight, and welcome to our August 27th, 2024 regular session City Council meeting. This meeting can be seen at the city's YouTube channel. It can also be seen at the longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. And I am now calling this meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
Absolutely. Mayor Peck?
Present?
Councilmember Christ?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo-Ferring?
Here.
Councilmember Martin?
Here.
Councilmember McCoy?
Present.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Here.
Councilmember Yarbrough?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As a reminder to the public, in accordance with Council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your address on the sign-up sheet before the meeting, or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. But at the special second reading or public hearing items, anyone may speak on those items, and you're asked to add your name to the speaker list for that specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak during the final call, public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly functions of the council. The chair may recess or call to adjourn the meeting after 3 attempts to maintain the orderly function of the council if the orderly function of this council is ignored. May I have a motion to approve the August 13th minutes?
I move we approve the August 13 minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Hidalgo. 13th minutes, let's vote.
I'm not seeing Councilmember Christ
I don't mind us saying waiting. I don't have a circle.
Refresh it?
Would you like to vote verbally, Councilmember?
I would vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now at agenda revisions and submissions of documents and motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agenda. There's one agenda revision and one submission of documents. Dawn, would you please introduce both of those?
Absolutely, Mayor. For item 10E, which is ordinance 2024-58 regarding the Modern West 2 development and the concept plan amendment, an additional document was appended to the agenda, which is a letter from the applicant's attorney. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. Also, regarding 12A, the appeal for the McDonald's at Sandstone Marketplace, an additional resolution has been added to the agenda, which is Resolution 2024-60. And the proposal or request is to place this resolution on consent, and City Attorney May will explain further.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. I know this is a bit of an unusual request, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background about how we got here. On tonight's agenda, item 12A is an appeal regarding denial of McDonald's application for conditional use site plan. Yesterday, I forwarded you a letter from the applicant's counsel requesting to augment the record with a number of documents. In subsequent conversations with counsel for the applicant, I think we came up with a good compromise solution. The proposal is that council remand this matter back to planning and zoning with direction that planning and zoning consider the additional evidence that applicant's counsel was seeking to add to the record, make a decision, and then they would have their full appeal rights depending upon the outcome of that. So those conversations were continuing till today. We came to this agreement to put this proposal in front of council around noon. We drafted a resolution, which is why your packet was supplemented this afternoon around 3:30, I believe. The resolution memorializes this proposal. It would be a final action of City Council on this appeal. It would remand it back to Planning and Zoning Commission to consider the additional evidence put forward by the applicant, and then whatever evidence may come in through another public hearing. Given that this is a jointly supported request by city staff and the applicant, we're requesting this item get moved from general business and get put on the consent agenda. And applicant's counsel's here if you have any questions.
Okay. So tonight, we have to decide as a council to put it on the consent agenda so that it can be remanded back to planning and zoning. That is the request. Councilor McCoy.
All right. Can I speak to item A? Or just specifically to this?
I'm confused.
10E?
On the consent agenda?
No, on the agenda revisions.
No, we're not at that point yet. We're at 9J.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I didn't realize it was out of order. Okay, sorry.
Okay. So what I need then is a motion to put this on the consent agenda for tonight. Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I move to put item 9G, or add item 9J to the consent agenda. And I will also say, as the liaison, their agenda docket is not too full for the remanding.
Great. All right, that's been moved by Councilor Rodriguez, seconded by Councilor Martin, to put the item from our general business to the consent agenda for tonight. Is there any more discussion? Councilor McCoy?
No discussion. I'm just getting in the queue.
Okay. Let's vote then. That passes unanimously, so 9J is added to our consent agenda for tonight. Thank you. So we are at city manager's report.
No.
We have the 10A, she did it out of order.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So that's why I wanted to say something.
Aha. So we are going to,
Point of order.
yes,
You still would need to ask for council members any agenda items they would like to.
thank you for that reminder. Are there any council members that would like to put something on our agenda for a future meeting? See-
No, mine's a different.
Well, it's in the same.
Okay, I can, thank you, Aaron, I'll add to it. Okay, thank you. I'd like to address something at this meeting in regards to 10E.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm.
We are
trying to get
still
this
at,
in.
do you have anything that
I
you
do
would
not.
like to put on a future
do not.
agenda? Seeing none, we're going to move to, okay. I think that we have this under control. So we are not at 10E yet. Thank you. I'm going to the city manager's report.
No report, Mayor, Council.
Thank you. We're now at the special reports and presentations, and we have a brief presentation by Eric Davidson. He's the chair of our RTD, Regional Transportation District Board, on diversifying RTD's financial foundations to guarantee a resilient transit future. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members. Thank you for having me here today. As introduced, my name is Eric Davidson. I am the current chair of the RTD Board of Directors, and I'm also the director for District I, which includes Longmont, Broomfield, Lafayette, Erie, and a very small portion of Thornton. Despite my role, I'm actually here in my personal capacity this evening to advocate on behalf and ask for your consideration of supporting a debrucing measure that the RTD Board of Directors unanimously is voted to place on the ballot for voters this November. I'd like to make a few comments about that and provide the backdrop of our funding structure and why this was a unanimous decision by the board, and then certainly happy to entertain any questions at your pleasure, Mayor. So first and foremost, RTD is funded by a 1% sales and use tax. That's divided into two portions. There is the 0.6% sales and use tax, which is the historical tax or the base tax. Then there is our notorious 0.4% tax that was added by the voters for the fast tracks projects in 2004, making up a total of 1%. In 1999, voters exempted RTD from Tabor on the base portion of its revenues. This is the 0.6% sales and use tax. That was exempted through the repayment of bonds for light rail lines that were constructed in Denver. Those repayments of those bonds are happening this year in November, which means the exemption expires. The RTD Board of Directors is asking the voters to consider extending that exemption in perpetuity. I wanted to make a few comments on a few things here as to why this is. So first of all, RTD is a little bit of an anomaly in that we are a very large intermodal transit agency, 2,400 square miles, and the only one that services this area. That includes fixed route, that includes bus, that includes paratransit or accessible transit options, light rail, and commuter rail. And yet we're a little bit down the list in terms of how our funding structure is created, given that this is all sales and use tax. What's interesting about RTD is that we're 60 to 75% dependent on that sales and use tax. That's a high dependency on one sole source of revenue that's directly tied to consumer spending and volatility in that spending. If our Tabor exemption expires, what happens for RTD is a Tabor cap will be established that actually is set not by sales and use tax levels. It is set by a function of consumer price index or inflation and changes in property value throughout the entire 2,400 square mile district. This ends up being a very hard calculation to run and predict for and introduces some risk. When there's consumer spending volatility, when consumer spending pulls back, what happens in the presence of not being exempted from Tabor is RTD will be subject to the ratchet down effect. So if consumer spending pulls back and then the next year it grows again, RTD doesn't benefit from the full recovery that the economy would take. There are many years where RTD would not end up refunding anything to the taxpayers if we were subject to Tabor. However, there are years, particularly if there is a pullback in consumer spending, where we would be subject to this. If I've run some of my own calculations on this, again, here in personal capacity. A perfect example and more recent example is during the COVID crisis, there was a pullback in consumer spending. If RTD had not been subject, or had been subject to Tabor rather, and didn't have its exemption, in 2022, we would have been looking at refunding between $50 million and $60 million. To translate that into how that gets refunded to taxpayers, that at the top end is somewhere between $20 and $30. But there's a lot of confusion around how to even refund a sales and use tax that's capped based on property values. RTD hasn't had to contemplate that in the past, except for one time when credits were negotiated with Excel. It really didn't work out for either side. We find ourselves in this position where we face a substantial financial risk to the tune of $50 to $60 million in a bad year, at the same time not even knowing how to logistically refund a sales and use tax that's set based on property value. It seemed to our board that this was a lot of risk exposure for the agency to face. And in particular, there's been a heavy focus for the last few years in stabilizing RTD's finances. And one thing that I wanted to highlight is RTD, like many transit agencies, has been struggling with its finances, but that has largely turned around for the agency, and we're rebuilding a strong foundation. We've been able to shore up our pension plan and get to a position where we're fully funded. We have been able to shore up a lot of our debt service and reduce the amount that we're sending to a bank. That's actually allowed us to increase our bond ratings, reaching even a AAA to S&P. because we've been able to stabilize our finances, although we've been dealing with serious workforce shortage, we've been able to use some of those savings to do things like cut fares for the first time in history without raising taxes, for the first time in agency history. We also started a program offering zero fare for youth, all those 19 and under. Again, something we were able to do without raising revenues or taxes. We just voted unanimously to continue that moving in perpetuity. We believe that we've been able to build a stronger financial foundation than has been there, and this is a difficult time for us then to introduce risk. If RTD does not succeed at the ballot and the voters choose not to allow us to have that Tabor exemption, what would materially happen? Again, there are some years we would not refund, and some years we would face substantial risk, just as Jeffco, Jefferson County, and El Paso counties have. What we would likely do is work on rebuilding some reserves by which we could plan for the known unknown, which is eventual consumer pullback, so that we can withstand that ratchet down I was referencing. I think, one thing I'd also want to note as the director for this region, one thing that's always very frustrating is where we have unfinished corridors. And RTD has collected revenue against a plan that had a lot of flaws from 2004. The other thing that this board has been able to do over the past few years is finally initiate a study on our Northwest Peak Service Plan to get a common set of facts of what that would actually cost us. At the same time we're doing that, we've executed a cooperation, and thank you, Mayor Peck, for all of your support in this, with the Front Range Passenger Rail District and with the state to look at opportunities to partner together. Again, as we've built out this stronger financial base, and as we are now finally starting to see a turnaround on our workforce and restore our workforce, we are asking the voters to consider allowing us to retain the revenues that we've been retaining since the exemption in 1999 and offer that to us on an ongoing basis. We would appreciate your consideration of supporting this measure, and I'm happy to answer any questions, Mayor, if you'd like to entertain them. And I just would like to say, personally, before I yield the floor, thank you very much. And these are my final months serving in office for District I. It has been a true honor, and I thank you all for your partnership and for allowing me to serve in this role. So, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Davidson. I do have a question. Basically, what you're asking for is to debruce and not pay back to the residents the money that was held back because of Tabor. Tell us, I am curious, and you did mention it, how much money, you said between $20 and $30 each resident would receive if it wasn't debruced?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In a year where there would be a high refund, and again, there are years where there would be none or very little, but in a year with a high refund, that $50 to $60 million example would translate roughly to $20 to $30 per resident. There's a pretty significant question of the cost even of administering that.
Right.
And that is what the board had faced quite some time ago when it negotiated with Xcel Energy to create these very small credits on energy bills. That did not work out very well for either side, and the administrative cost of that was substantial. So in many years where there's smaller refunds, the administrative aspect of this gets quite bureaucratic, and it's not even clear that we would overcome the costs for refund. And some of this just comes from the fact that it's a sales and use tax with a cap set by property values, not even tax, and CPIU. And it's a very tricky in terms of what the law actually contemplated with Tabor, and we find ourselves in a little bit of an unusual position.
Thank you for that explanation. So here's my request. If this passes, the ballot initiative passes, what's in it for Longmont? To be quite honest. I personally would ask that our LX1 bus be restored. I have been asking for years that be restored, and I'm always told it's going to be restored in January, and it doesn't get restored. So, and I would also like that the FISA dollars that are in question always, that's the Fast Track's internal savings account, be used for the Northwest Corridor. because you're holding back for the use of RTD, the $50 to $60 million, instead of sending out $25 checks to people. So as our love for RTD and fast tracks grows, I want our service restored with some of those dollars. So my question to Counselor, are there any other Counselor questions really fast? Okay, Counselor Christ.
I would add to the mayor's request that we also get service on the east side of town. For some reason, our service always gets cut. We don't have any bus stops that are real and useful. And the bus never crosses 119, where all the new housing is on the east side.
So you see, we know where you can spend that money. I would like to move that we support the ask of the RTD, the regional district, to allow them, we will support their efforts to de-Bruce and keep the sales and use tax, property tax in this upcoming ballot initiative. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Right, it's been moved by myself, seconded by Counselor Susie Hidalgo, that we support RTD's ask to de-Bruce from Tabor. Are there any, is there, Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Peck. I will vote for this because it's completely unsustainable to try to administer and send back paltry checks based on sales and use tax as compared to property taxation. But I do so with a great deal of angst. To just support this, I think, is a little foolhardy, but it's also foolhardy to oppose it. Longmont's the end of the line. You have heard over and over again, not just what we as the council thinks, but what the people think. And so I would just caution that should this be supported, you definitely put those dollars to good use in supporting the communities that are a little bit more far-reaching from the Denver metro. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, let's vote. And that passes 6-1 with Counselor Christ in opposition, opposing. Thank you. And on the tail of that, I would like to move to direct staff to, for a resolution in support of the debrucing of RTD's Tabor. So that's been moved by myself, seconded by Counselor McCoy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And again, that passes 6-1 with Counselor Christ opposing. Thank you very much, and have a nice, safe ride back to Denver.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Council.
So I am going to go back on the agenda once again to 10E. I needed to get Eric the time so that he came in specifically to address us tonight. So we'll go back and on 10E, the letter that,
Mayor, we can hold that if you like.
is that okay? Okay, thank you. That was a bit confusing at the onset. So. We are now at the results of the local minimum wage community engagement and economics analysis. As a reminder to my fellow council members, this is an informational presentation and no decisions need to be made tonight on this. I'd encourage everyone to listen to the presentation and comments during public invited to be heard before considering any action or direction. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck, members of council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager, and I am accompanied by Francie Jaffe from our sustainability group who helped me with the economic analysis portion of this presentation. We also have consultants that are online, particularly Dr. Andrew Dyke from Eco Northwest who their firm conducted the economic analysis that you will see. So as soon as Dallas is feeling ready, all right. I think I'll move to the podium because I don't think we have it. Very good. Okay. Thanks, Dallas. Okay, so just a little bit of reminder and history as to where we've come from on this issue. First of all, in 2019, House Bill 1210 created a path for local communities to be able to establish their own local minimum wage. They were able to do that along with a regional analysis and really working with other communities in their area. And there are some other regulations that go along with House Bill 1210, which includes things like you can only set a new minimum wage that would be in effect January 1 of any year, and you're not allowed to raise the minimum wage more than 15% in any one year. That's what the legislation says. That bill was passed in 2019, and of course, a few years passed where not a lot of stuff was happening. And so in the summer of 2023, elected officials from all over the place started to talk a little bit about what does that look like for Boulder County. Boulder County commissioners were interested in raising the minimum wage themselves. They brought to the consortium of cities, of which Longmont is a member, the concept of raising minimum wage as a county. At the time, the cities weren't really ready to do that. They felt that there needed to be some community engagement, some other work done. Boulder County did continue to go ahead and raise the minimum wage for unincorporated Boulder County at that time. And we're going to show you a little bit of what that looks like money-wise. But folks from the consortium decided that they wanted to examine this issue. The cities of Boulder, Longmont, Lafayette, Louisville, and the town of Erie directed a minimum wage working group, a staff group, that would conduct community engagement efforts as well as a regional economic analysis. So that's what the work consisted of. And we're going to go into the portions kind of one at a time. We're going to talk a little bit about the community engagement results. And then we're going to talk about the economic assessment, and Dr. Dyke's going to help us with that. We had a lot of partners throughout this process. What seemed to be maybe a clear-cut conversation to begin with is clearly way more complicated, as evidenced by just the size of your packet tonight, I would say, if no other reason. And there were a lot of people that helped us to get feedback, that helped us to create surveys, that really helped to be a part of the minimum wage effort. Also, we wanted to just be clear geographically around what we're talking about. Unincorporated Boulder County did go ahead and pass their own minimum wage escalation ordinance, and the communities in blue are the ones that are part of this effort. The tan represents unincorporated Boulder County, and there are other communities that have also opted in on a increased local minimum wage, including Denver and Edgewater. Okay, one thing to keep in mind, and I'll show you this slide again as we talk about budget implications, we were really looking at 4 different scenarios. So what the law says is that you can raise the minimum wage to pretty much any rate as long as it's not higher than 15% of the current. But we decided we needed some touch points to work from. So we talked about 4 different scenarios. 2 of the scenarios are designed to reach unincorporated Boulder County's minimum wage. Pardon me. One as soon as possible under existing law, so the 15% ratchet up each year. And then the other one, sorry, let me say that again. One as soon as possible under the law, and then one that really lays it out at a much slower pace. The remaining 2 scenarios were designed to reach Denver's minimum wage, one as soon as possible, and the other one phased over time. These are not requirements. This is not a recommendation. These are just options that we looked at so that we had some sort of economic touch point to work from. So I was the one that organized the community engagement efforts over the last period of time. I think 6 months is what we did, focus groups. We were very lucky to have so many community members that were interested and polite and ready to talk about this situation and the issues in a very calm way, I think. I've really appreciated all the focus groups because people can get very worried about their own personal businesses and their own personal finances in these kind of situations. And I just want to tell you, the community engagement was wonderful. Very helpful, great information from every group that we talked to. We did 8 different focus groups and had 45 business owners participate and 31 employees and members of the public. We held 2 focus groups in Spanish, one for employers in the public and one for businesses. The one for the public ended up being mostly English also. I mean, we went back and forth. It was an interesting experience for sure. In addition to the focus groups that were really designed more to try to get business orientation, and specifically because that was a request from the City Council, was to make sure we were focusing on small businesses. But we also wanted to make sure that employees had an option to be able to participate, and so we opted in for a survey instead for those. Now, everybody could participate in the survey, but it was really geared particularly towards people who are making minimum wage and probably unable to attend a focus group. So that actually panned out the way we thought it would, with 79 business owners participating in the questionnaire and 136 employees and members of the public. So this is, I know, a little small. I'm just going to highlight a few things. You have all of the feedback from all of the focus groups in your packet, but we really wanted to take it down to some key themes that we heard. In the business focus groups, we heard many key themes around, people felt that when it came to the positive aspects of an increased minimum wage, they felt that there could be more staff retention. Maybe staff would be happier if they were earning more funds. There may be some better debt ratio. I can explain that one in more detail if you'd like. But really, for the most part, the small businesses felt that any of those positive aspects would be short-lived, as any increase in the labor work would just increase the cost of everything. They wanted to make sure that there were a few things pointed out specifically. Most of the folks that we interviewed did not pay minimum wage. Only 30% of those that were part of the focus groups actually paid a minimum wage to any of their staff. And they felt that, for the most part, those were used for entry-level jobs, unskilled people who have retired and are just looking for, something to do kind of on the side. And they felt that, for the most part, when people came into their businesses, even if they started them at a minimum wage, they were raised up as soon as they had some skill levels or some training, usually within 30 to 90 days. That being said, they really felt that the costs of doing business have increased exponentially, particularly since COVID. State requirements around providing sick leave and health care, along with the increased rent, insurance, and goods, have made it more difficult. Some said that they would go out of business if the minimum wage did reach $25 an hour, which is Boulder County's goal over the period of time. And others really felt that there was a general belief that the market has dictated the wages already. Evidenced by fast food industries that are no longer paying minimum wage, paying higher than that. There was an acknowledgement of the high cost of living. They recognize that it's very tough to make a livable wage, and that the costs of rent and everything else are very difficult for people to be able to live and work in this area. But they felt like some of those systems were deeper issues that needed to be addressed, like housing, transportation, et cetera. The employee public feedback themes. So even though there was, I think, an acknowledgement of those pieces, that yes, the prices might increase, but that was worth it for people to be able to maintain a minimum wage that would help them to be able to make a real living in the community. There was an acknowledgement of the importance of making enough money to live where you work, stimulating the economy through increased wages, and a very strong theme around the dignity and reduction of stress that would be afforded when people could work only one job to make their ends meet. They talked a little bit about the cost of living going up, but they also felt like that was a necessary market adjustment. And concerns around increased costs negated the benefits of that they recognized that in some cases there were concerns that increased costs negated the benefits of the minimum wage. But for the most part, overwhelmingly, the public and the employees really felt that this was a good move to be able to provide the dignity of being able to live and work in the same place. Okay, so then we also did the survey, which you have the full survey results, there wasn't just one question, there were lots of questions. But when Francie and I started to look at the graphs, we're like, this one really boils it down. When you take a look at the survey results, overall, 57% of the respondents, and remember, this is everybody, this is business owners as well as employees, 57% of the respondents said that we should increase the minimum wage. 36% said no change, and then a smaller percentage that were other answers, like not sure or had different answers. So this shows you what this looks like for each of the different communities. In Longmont, we were a little bit less than the general overall curve. So we had 52% of folks that said increase it, and 41% that say no change. So obviously this is a very tough issue. This is a very split issue. So we really turned to our partners. We contracted with Eco Northwest to talk a little bit about what the economic analysis is. So the public engagement, I don't think any of that's a surprise to anybody here, but I really do appreciate all the stories and all of the information that people shared with us during those focus groups very openly and very passionately. So it's time for us to turn our efforts towards the economic analysis. You may remember that the 5 cities pulled together and did an intergovernmental agreement to pay different portions of funding based on, I think, population in the end, right? Or did we do budget? We created a fair split that all the different communities agreed to, and council decided to use their contingency funds for that analysis. So with that, I'm going to invite Dr. Andrew Dyke, who is online. Andrew, you want to go ahead and jump on? And I'm going to advance his slides. What we really wanted was an independent third party to take a look regionally, give recommendations if they felt comfortable, and to go through and really take a look at each of the communities. So Eco Northwest not only did a regional comparison, but also specific information for Longmont. So, hello, Dr. Dyke, go right ahead.
Yep, thank you. So again, for the record, I'm Andrew Dyke, an economist and partner at Eco Northwest, an economic consulting firm. We're based in the Pacific Northwest, but do work in a lot of different areas of the country, including increasingly in Colorado. And thank you, Mayor Peck and councilors, for the opportunity to describe our analysis. As I hope I don't reference the size of the packet again, but as evidenced by the size of this packet associated with this agenda item, there's a lot in both the engagement and the economic analysis that we conducted, and just wanted to sort of give a high-level overview of our report and our analysis to help start the conversation. As I understand it, this is an information session, and so hopefully this will lay some of the groundwork. And go to the next slide, please. So just from a very high level, what did we do? The work had 3 main components. One was what we called an existing conditions analysis. And that was a very detailed look at a large number of economic and demographic indicators for municipalities individually, as well as for a broader region. And sometimes the data only supported information at the regional level, but we took a look at that from everything from sort of overall employment, regional output, to very detailed analysis of the characteristics of households in each municipality, the characteristics of low wage earners and of workers who, to the best of our ability, we would say are earning the minimum wage. We also conducted a comparative analysis where we looked at data for a number of counties and cities across the country that have implemented their own minimum wage analysis. And this part of our work was similar in nature to a report published by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, their minimum wage report that looks at Colorado municipalities who have implemented a higher minimum wage. I want to emphasize that neither what we did in the comparative analysis nor the CDLE report proves what's going to happen, but does provide useful context for understanding what might happen as a result of changing the minimum wage. And then finally, I think probably potentially the most important part was the regional impact analysis, which was our attempt and implementation of a model to quantify potential impacts of increasing the minimum wage for the region for specific municipalities. So that's what we did. Also important to keep in mind what we did not do. This work, particularly the impact analysis, provides order of magnitude information about potential effects, but does not provide a sort of full benefit cost analysis, if you will. We're not comparing a loss of an employment to an increase in earnings, but providing the information to the best of our ability, our prediction of what would happen along those lines. The work was obviously limited by the available data and research, and For that reason, we weren't able to answer all of the very interesting questions that were raised as part of the project development, but did the best we could with the available resources. So next slide. And we can go on to the next one as well. So again, very high level, just give you a few high level findings from the existing conditions analysis. We took a very detailed demographic look in some cases. I'm just going to show you one slide here on demographics focused on race and ethnicity. And I do that for a couple of reasons. One is wherever possible, we did our best to disaggregate the data to look at conditions for specific subpopulations most likely to be affected by minimum wage change. And we know from a lot of data and evidence that some BIPOC communities are heavily disproportionately represented in low wage work, in low wage industries, both categories for obvious reasons likely to be affected by a minimum wage change. And Longmont, you can see on the upper left there, the most diverse of the 5 communities, probably no surprise to anybody watching this, but 31% of residents are BIPOC. Also, Longmont has the highest share of residents who are identified as Hispanic, about 23%, almost a quarter. The next slide. Diving into the economics, on the left, we're showing demographics of workers across the region. Again, this is a data point we could not produce for the municipalities individually. You're looking at the share of all workers on the top, of workers in low wage occupations and workers in low wage industries that are either Hispanic or non-Hispanic BIPOC. And what jumps out from the chart is, again, I mentioned it in the prior slide, the disproportionate representation of, in particular, Hispanic workers in those low wage occupations, those low wage industries. That translates, for obvious reasons, again, into economic conditions for household units. On the right, we're showing median household income by race and ethnicity. The 5 municipalities combined is the bottom set of bars. Longmont is on the top. A couple of things to point out here. One, that for both the region and Longmont, we do see some pretty significant disparities in terms of household income. They are smaller in magnitude in Longmont than across the region. But just focusing on that middle bar, the median income of white-headed households, about $90,000 in Longmont compared to $78,000 for Hispanic-headed households. So again, different magnitude of disparities, but still fairly significant. Next slide, please. Then a very deep dive here on the characteristics of minimum wage workers in particular. There's a little footnote. We can come back to this if you want. We can't directly identify who's earning a minimum wage. This is our best estimate of who's earning a minimum wage and their characteristics. Most strikingly, I think, younger workers, those under 18, about 1% of the workforce, so not a huge share, but in those 18 to 24, about 10% of the workforce account for a majority of minimum wage workers. And they are, as you can see from the chart, much more likely to be employed in a minimum wage job than our other workers. Just sort of moving down, same disproportionality by race shown in the prior slide. Hispanics and non-Hispanic BIPOC individuals more likely to have a minimum wage than white workers. Female workers also more likely to be employed in a minimum wage job than male workers. And I think, not unexpected pattern by educational attainment. Next slide. Final piece from the comparison, existing conditions analysis. We did a fairly deep look at commuting patterns as well, and a couple of things stood out from that. One is that most workers who live in one of the 5 municipalities commute somewhere else for their job. I'll talk about specific numbers in a second. That's a little bit less true for low wage workers than all workers together, but it's still true. So for example, Longmont right in the middle there, the apologies, the label's a little bit hard to read, but 32%, almost a third of workers, of low wage workers who live in Longmont also work there, but that means a lot of them do not. And a big point here is that implementing a minimum wage in one community will distribute costs and benefits across the region as people commute, as businesses draw workers from other places, which to me supports one part of our recommendations, which is consistency, but that's sort of jumping the gun there. So next slide. Also mentioned we did a comparative analysis. And that really was two components. One was a review of research on local minimum wage increases specifically, and also looking at data for specific municipalities that varied in their characteristics. Main findings. One, and this emerges from the research literature, localities that institute a higher minimum wage differ in important ways from localities that have not. And I want to refer back to the CDLE minimum wage report, which presents information for Colorado, places that have increased their minimum wage, and attempts to show conditions in those communities relative to other similar communities. But those are other communities that did not increase the minimum wage. So that's contextual evidence, but not causal evidence. What we do find is that localities seem to be able to tailor their policies in a way that large negative economic consequences are not necessarily associated with the minimum wage increase. And that comes out, I think, pretty clearly in our look at 10 cities who had increased their minimum wage in recent years. And if you look at the data, you look at employment and other indicators before the increase and after the increase, we don't see strong evidence that, again, there are necessarily strong negative effects of increasing the minimum wage. That's consistent with the national research on the minimum wage, as well as local research on some of the localities we looked at, where research finds anywhere from relatively small to zero non-existent effects on employment. Next slide. And with that, that's sort of setting the stage. We got conditions. We know that other people have done this, but the most important question is what would happen in Longmont if the minimum wage were increased. And this slide is sort of our modeling framework for that work. It traces a minimum wage increase, that blue box on the left, through potential positive and negative effects on the right. And early research on the minimum wage focused on those red negative consequences. Minimum wages increase, that increases costs for employers. Prices need to go up, that reduces consumer demand, which could depress employment further. And researchers typically expected relatively large declines in employment as a result of the minimum wage. There's another path, that sort of blue box in the middle. Another response of employers is to attempt to increase efficiency, automate certain tasks, and increase worker productivity, which has an effect on employment, but maybe less of an effect on business outcomes. More recent research and attention has focused on the top, the more positive potential effects of minimum wage, because we know if wages go up, individuals are earning more. If they have more income, they will spend more, and that can stimulate economic activity. And so ultimately, it's a question of what is the net effect on any of the given outcomes, and that's what our model sought to do, was take the best available evidence and try to quantify so many of these effects on Longmont and other parts of the consortium. Next slide, please. Okay, so the scenarios we looked at were already described, but basically they were defined around current law in regions that have implemented higher minimum wage. We have a baseline scenario, which is current law in Colorado. Minimum wage increases with inflation year by year. That's the gray line. We have two scenarios related to the Denver minimum wage, which was increased a couple of years ago, but is increasing with inflation now. And then two scenarios related to the unincorporated Boulder current law, which increases the minimum wage to $25 by 2030, and then with inflation thereafter. Also on this chart and the next couple of charts, we're showing the self-sufficiency standard for two selected household types. And for those that are not familiar, the self-sufficiency standard is an attempt by economists and others to quantify the wage that would be required for different households and configurations to earn enough to live without significant external economic support. How much do they need to earn to be self-sufficient? We're not proposing to raise the minimum wage that high, but it's a useful, necessarily, but that's a useful benchmark for thinking about how aggressive or how generous a minimum wage is. Next slide. So this slide shows the scenarios we actually modeled. On the left, we have the unincorporated Boulder scenarios, B1, which is faster, that ramps up as quickly as state law allows, 15% in this case for 1 year. And then once the trajectory of unincorporated Boulder County is met, follows that trajectory into 2035. The slower trajectory in both cases takes a slower approach and increases the minimum wage to reach the target wage level as of 2035. So Boulder County's on the left and Denver scenarios on the right. So that's the context for all of what we're doing, and it's important to recognize in all the results, and I'll say this several times, but all the impacts we're going to show you are relative to the status quo, relative to what we think would happen under the Colorado law as it stands. Next slide. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is a sort of visual qualitative assessment of the impacts across everything we looked at. We looked at a lot of impacts and quantified them, but in many cases the literature did not speak clearly to a potential impact, and so we provided a qualitative assessment. We combined all that information into a visual dashboard, sort of stoplight, red representing negative outcomes, yellow representing negligible or no impacts, green representative positive impacts. The shading indicates the strength of the impact or how big the impact is. Important to recognize what we're going to show you is that the color is relevant only to a given row. So there's some rows and columns. The darker the color, the larger the impact that that scenario or that year has on that outcome. Important to keep that in mind because it's not appropriate to take this as a scoring mechanism where you count up the reds and the greens because, again, income is different from employment, is different from payroll costs, is different from government revenue. And with that, we can go to the next slide. So a lot of information here, and I would hope you will spend some time offline if you haven't already looking at this and thinking through the implications. Again, trying to provide some context for what we're finding. Along the rows, we're again listing off the impacts we looked at. At the top, impacts to workers, employment effects. Most of those we quantified, and I'll show you some of those results in the next few slides. Similarly, impacts to businesses, we looked at overall operating and payroll costs, as well as operating and payroll costs by industry, and a number of other indicators, some of which we assessed qualitatively, some of which we assessed quantitatively. Next, so we quantified impacts on some more regional economic conditions, consumer prices, GDP, et cetera. And then two government impacts, one net impact on government revenue and one on expenses, and that latter was a qualitative assessment. Main message here, I think, again, this allows one to compare different scenarios for a given impact, as well as how impacts unfold over time. You can clearly see that by 2035, the cumulative impact is larger, not surprisingly, than in 2025, but that not all of the trends are necessarily linear. Okay. So next slide. Last few slides here, until we get to the recommendations, are just, again, providing some of the information from some of those impacts. And again, these are all net relative to the status quo, for the most part focusing on 2030 as sort of a mid-course point in these trajectories. The full report presents the same information for 2035 as well. Top panel here shows our projected impact on employment relative to baseline. And you can recall that B1 is the most aggressive of the unincorporated Boulder scenarios. D1 is the most aggressive of the Denver County scenarios. Even for that B1 scenario, by 2030, we're projecting a cumulative effect on employment equal to about 1% of current employment levels. For context, that's about a 0.2% per year annual change, which is a fraction of typical employment growth over the last 10, 20 years. So not something you want to encourage, but also not huge. You would not be able to pick this up necessarily in the context of seasonal variation, the standard business cycle. But it's a real impact. And as you can see from the chart, we would expect the impact to be felt most heavily by teenagers and young adults, accounting for the bulk of the employment loss, because they account for the majority of minimum wage earners, and they typically are in positions that are more sensitive to changes in the wage. On the positive side, we estimated the number of workers that would experience the increased earnings range from about 1% for the less aggressive Denver scenario to about 8% for the more aggressive Boulder scenario. Again, these are relative to baseline and relative to anticipated earning gains. Even for low wage workers, we do expect wages to increase over time with or without changes in the minimum wage. And so that erodes some of what you might think of as the potential benefit of increasing the minimum wage. Next slide. Taking a step back to family income and overall poverty. Two panels here. I'll start with the top one here. We looked for each scenario and projected the change in average family income for families in different income ranges relative to the poverty level. Big takeaway here is that we would expect small, but in some cases up to several percent of average income increases in income for families up to about 300% of the federal poverty level, with proportionately somewhat smaller relative to current income levels declines in income for families above 500% or households above 500% of the federal poverty level. Here also, this is not just the effect of increasing wages, but it's the effects of increasing the wage, accounting for the potential job losses, as well as potential losses of business owners' income as they are paying additional wages and or going out of business. But big picture, small but potentially meaningful redistribution of income across the distribution. That translates into a change in poverty, which is the bottom panel here. Again, numerically relatively small, but that'd be one scenario. The reduction by 2030 would represent a reduction in poverty of about 1.5%. So 1.5% fewer of, if you look at all the families in poverty, 1.5% fewer of them would be in poverty with under the larger scenario, and those impacts get bigger by 2035. Next slide. Stepping back to the more macro level, looking at the region and some regional economic outcomes, we predict relatively small but positive increase in prices relative to baseline, overall about 0.1% by 2030, which is relatively very small compared to pre-existing inflation and what we anticipate for inflation. Similarly, we expect a decline of GDP by 2035 of 0.1%. That is a decline. It's not positive, but it's also very small and only a fraction of typical growth from one year to the next that the region has seen between 2017 and 2022. Finally, we predict negligible changes in local tax revenue. The number is a very small negative amount of total local tax revenue for the whole county. That it's a fraction of $1 per capita, very, very small. We expect a much more important effect associated with the increased in costs to local governments for employing low-wage workers. And we were not able to do the economic analysis of that, but we would expect it to be somewhat higher, well, much larger than the effect on tax revenues going forward. Okay. So just broad conclusions on net, the literature has been evolving. I think most economists would agree that the anticipated negative consequences appear to be much smaller than maybe we would have thought 20, 30 years ago, but there are some. It looks like all the evidence points to the fact that localities can increase their minimum wages without being associated with great economic harm, but there are some trade-offs, particularly for younger workers, for example. And there are differences. The aggregate results that I've talked about do mask some sort of puts and takes. We would expect larger effects in more vulnerable industries, think about childcare, the restaurant industries, and so on, that are in some cases offset, but in some cases minimized because not all industries are affected the same. Next slide. And all that leads us to our recommendations. So we have a three-part recommendation, and this presupposes a minimum wage increase. We're not necessarily going to presuppose the outcome of any decisions made by the Longmont City Council or any other of the regional municipalities, but there is a lot of energy behind raising the minimum wage, and our recommendations are, if you desire to raise the minimum wage, here's how we recommend doing it. First part of the recommendation is we would recommend an approach similar to scenario B2, that's unincorporated Boulder, but the slower ramp up approach, which has some advantages, which I'll mention in a second. But it does a couple of things. One, that there's consistency, which I think is an important aspect of the minimum wage. You have unincorporated Boulder County already raising their minimum wage. Having regional consistency provides certainty for businesses and for employers. As we've already discussed, the wages of low wage earners would likely go up even if the minimum wage wasn't increased, and some of the community engagement suggested as much. But having that floor does provide certainty both for businesses seeking to employ and for potential employees seeking work. Recommendation 2 is the slower ramp up mentioned in recommendation 1 is to conduct a sort of mid-cycle evaluation in 3 to 5 years around 2030. One of the benefits of proceeding with a slower ramp up is that you can wait a few years, see what happens, and make changes as necessary rather than imposing the larger disruption from more rapid increases. The downside, obviously, is that any benefits take longer to accrue, but we think in this case, caution is warranted. Finally, a third part of the recommendation, we would recommend indexing the minimum wage to the regional consumer price index. Indexing is important because, as we all know, the cost of living goes up, prices tend to go up, and keeping that minimum wage floor consistent with that increasing cost of living is important, again, in the interest of consistency. In our review of what other localities have done, almost all do index to inflation. Some use the national level, a handful have safety valves whereby increases are capped under certain conditions. But as a starting point anyway, we recommend something that makes sense and is relatively simple, hence the recommendation to index to the regional price index. And that is my last slide. I'm happy to answer questions or turn it back over.
And Mayor, we do have a couple of additional slides around what other communities are doing as well as budget impacts, but we wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to ask Dr. Dyke any questions that you have about the economic analysis, because it's certainly heavy.
Yes, it is. So there are several people in the queue. Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Dr. Dyke, what tools do we have in the event of localized inflation that we can apply? Are there, you kind of hinted at one, I thought, but I needed to maybe see what you were thinking about. What?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So tools in terms of addressing inflation, or
well, yeah, if we were to implement any of this, would there be any tools that we would have at our disposal as a local municipality that we could implement to address localized inflation due to this, that if it were to somewhat spin out of control?
Yep. Well, I mean, fortunately, we're not predicting that it would spin out of control, but again, specific industries will be different, obviously. In terms of tools to address inflation, I don't have any magic bullets, but I would recommend monitoring. And there is no local price index, but surveys, additional engagement efforts, things of this nature can at least help identify trends and what's actually happening on the ground in the near term.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Dr. Dyke, I just want to clarify some of the language. You, excuse me, you mentioned predicting a small fractional percentage negative impact on the GDP. And I just want to clarify that I think you mean that the contribution to GDP from this particular change would be negative. That doesn't say, it's not a prediction that the overall GDP is going to decrease. So the overall GDP over the same time period could in fact increase or decrease by a different amount, but the contribution from this particular economic change would be a small fraction negative. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that this is really going to cause an overall shrinkage?
Yep. No, thank you, Councillor, for the question. Excellent clarification. Yes, what we're saying is that we do expect GDP to continue growing. Over 10 years, that growth will be quite substantial. Just that by the time we get to 2030 or 2035, that growth will be just slightly less than it would have been without the minimum wages increases described in this scenario.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from Councillor? This is your time, and I know that the residents want to hear from us as far as our discussion.
She has more stuff.
I know, but we were open for Q&A on this one, so I just want to make sure that you get your chance. Seeing no one, I'll hand it over to you.
Thanks, Mayor. Let me start up. Dallas is getting his steps today, for sure. Thanks, Dallas. Okay, so Dr. Dyke spoke of the local impact. So obviously, the city is not only the regulatory body for local government, but is also an employer. And so we consulted with Teresa Malloy in our budget office. Oh, that's a geographic slide, I think, is in case. There we go. So the city as employer, the budget impact. So just as a reminder of the 4 scenarios, 2 of them working towards Boulder counties, minimum wage, 1 quickly and 1 a little more slowly, and then the other 2, D1 and D2, around Denver's minimum wage. So we asked for the budget office to take a look at what those impacts might be for city as an employer. And so this is what this looks like. So depending on which scenario you were to choose, the total 10-year cost for B1 would be just over $10 million. For B2 would be just over $7 million. B2, sorry, D1, $6.5 million, and D2, $3.8 million. And this is what it would cost in the city's budget to be able to increase wages to the new levels that if you decided to go along with one of these different scenarios, what that looks like for your budget discussion. So Teresa is here if you have any questions about that, but we wanted to make sure that you understood what the impact would be to us as an employer. So the next steps, what are other communities doing? I think everybody's kind of asking and waiting to see what happened. Each of the 5 communities can address minimum wage separately or jointly. So what we have said is that each council decides what they would like to do, and if it happens to be something that is a regional decision, that's what we would certainly let the state know when it's time for that January implementation date. Longmont is the second council presentation out of the 5. The Boulder City Council had their presentation on Thursday, and they did decide to go ahead and move forward with drafting an ordinance for a local minimum wage increase. So there's some details on this slide that kind of shows what they were talking about. They decided to do a split. They split on the target wage and some escalation schedule, but of course it was a lot of information. So I think they'll be bringing this back as part of their discussion for the ordinance. But these are good things for you to consider if you are interested in moving forward in an increased minimum wage around what is the target that you're going towards, what would you like the escalation schedule to look like, how would you like to deal with things like unemancipated minors and tipped workers, if there's any difference there, as well as the CPI increases that we talked about. So those are things that they will be now considering as they move on to their next conversations around their ordinance. The other communities, so Lafayette, Louisville, and the town of Erie have not held their presentations yet, then they are scheduled for September. So we don't know what those councils are yet doing. Some council members were interested in finding out what everybody else was doing.
Yes.
I'm sure. Okay. So that's the end of the presentation. As you mentioned before, we have a lot of people that would like to speak about this at public invited to be heard, and just because of the way that the agenda worked, the presentation is first because we had the consultant. So certainly we are not asking for any direction at this time, but if you have any other information that you're interested in or any questions, I'd be happy to answer. And then happy to move on to public invited to be heard.
Okay, Councilor Hidalgo Ferry.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question in regard to the slide that you had on the impact to the city as an employer. And the total, so the 10-year total cost, and then you have the total incremental cost, so I'm assuming that's per year. And is that only for the minimum wage employees, that amount that has increased? Or are we looking at, and this is, I know in looking at our budget and having conversations with police on, negotiations as far as salary, and looking at how these, that's all right. So looking at how when one bracket increases, what it does down the line for higher and paid employees. Are we looking at shifting the whole wage wage spectrum, that's a good word.
I think you're talking about the compression issues.
compression
So if the
issue,
minimum
yes.
wage moves up, then
What happens
are we
to the-
accounting for everybody else that
Yes.
would probably also move up? So I'll let Teresa go ahead and answer that question.
Good evening, Council. Teresa Malloy, Assistant Chief Financial Officer. So these costs that are on that slide do not account for compression.
Okay.
They do not account for compression beyond the final hourly rate in 2035.
Okay.
Nor do they account for compression that may happen in our regular benefited positions. Currently, our regular benefited positions, we do not have any of our benefited positions that pay lower than the Boulder County living wage. So it is above the minimum wage, but in all these scenarios, the minimum wage will catch up to that, assuming that living wage does not also move. So it does not take into account compression.
Okay. And are we, so, you know, and having conversations with different county commissioners and other officials, you know, one of the things that they had pointed out, and I don't, you know, my husband owned a plumbing company, and, you know, of course, it was skilled labor, so he was not hiring minimum wage. But when you move one group up, there's also the impact, that compression piece that moves the other areas up as well. So realistically, to say that, oh, you don't have to move everyone else up, it's just that base pay, is that realistic?
So, no.
Okay, thank you.
But these costs really did not take that into account.
Okay.
That's not to say that we could not run some additional, cost scenarios for you that do take that into account. That just takes more staff resources in terms of we would need HR to evaluate that compression, and at what point we meet that compression throughout all the rest of our pay plan, really. And where do you stop meeting that compression?
Exactly.
That's the type of analysis that we did not do in any of these costs.
I know, when I sifted through our 1,300-page packet, I didn't find anything, so, but thank you.
Counselor Yarbrough.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all of this information. It's a lot, and so I just want to state that I'm a single mom, and so I know the challenges of having, first of all, just one income and lower income at that, living in Colorado and also in Boulder County. So I do believe in increasing minimum wage. At the same time, I also want to make sure that we as a city be considerate of the impacts of that increase. And so that being said, many things we have to take in consideration, like Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Farron just mentioned, that compression, and then how that affects the city as we are in budget season at this time, and also knowing that January the 1st is when that increase would go into effect. I also think about working in the nonprofit industry for quite a long time. I know how nonprofits are already struggling as well with, trying to get funding. And then I also know those people who get services who also think about the cliff effect, right? Understanding that if I get more money, then I lose benefits. I lose Medicare or Medicaid for my kids, and things like that. So, I think about all of that. This is like a lot of information, and I know you all put this together in 6 months, which is also amazing. I myself, I know this has been done in 6 months. Is there any way that we can have, I know you did focus groups and everything, but we have been inundated, I think a lot of us, with in our inbox of different scenarios where people businesses haven't been asked these questions or the surveys or anything like this. Can we have like a fishbowl and have Boulder County and maybe some of the other cities, but of course our number one concern is our city of Longmont, and our businesses, our residents. And so is there any way we can have a fishbowl where we can have people to ask these questions? Our residents can talk about the impacts that the increase of minimum wage will be for them, and also the impacts on our local businesses. And I know I had people say this is a social justice issue, and I understand, but our job as government is to make sure that we hear as many voices as possible. And I know within the, I don't know, maybe 1,000 people responded to that survey, and that's not enough for a whole county. That's not for me. And so is there any way that we could put something together at the museum, or we can have a fishbowl and we can talk about, and people can ask those questions and hear those respondents and responses, and the voices of the people are very important. I mean, I appreciate the group that brought all this information and hiring Dr. Dykes and everything. But I think it's important for us as government to hear our community and what they want, because this will affect our city in more ways than one, and I don't know if we know the full impact of what this will look like by 2030 or 2035. So for me personally, I would love to have something like that so we can get more input, if that's possible.
And Mayor Peck, Councilmember Yarborough, I think what's important to note is just the only time frame here is the January 1st deadline. And so if you did want to increase a minimum wage, we would encourage you to give us that direction by at least the beginning of October, so that ordinances could be prepared for a January 1, 26, or 25. Sorry, what year are we in? But that doesn't mean that you have to even have that conversation this year. It's something that you could continue to have discussions. This is a council policy decision. There's no pressure to make any kind of determination today. If you would like to do additional focus groups or would like more information, any of that's possible. I just want to point out that the timeframes around ordinances and being able to let people know if there is a change by January. Otherwise, if you chose not to, you could do it next year. You could do it the next year. This is completely a council policy decision. And so any kind of input or other information that you need, we would be happy to provide.
You did. Councillor Christ.
Oh, why don't you go to Sean first?
Okay, Councillor McCoy.
Thank you. And Sandy and Teresa, I really do appreciate everything you're doing. The thing is that I'm really, really concerned about, how the impact on our nonprofits would play out in this. And to Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo-Farion's issue and discussion around the compression effect, where that seems to be, in my opinion, probably one of the most important aspects. I think our business owners, if we had that data, they might be able to say, well, that's kind of similar to what my employee base is made up of, or I can use some of that data to kind of make some general comparisons to try to figure out, is this something I can live with because of course they're going to have to implement that compression effect. I was concerned as the liaison to the consortium of cities. I asked the question, what the conversation looked like when the county commissioners had talked to the two large, either of the two largest employers around the school districts, and there was no You okay there? And they hadn't had that, which was concerning because, you know, they do have that, there is an impact on those school districts, and they're probably facing the same sort of budgetary restraints that we're dealing with here in the city of Longmont as we look at some of these budgetary issues. So those are some real serious things that I think we need to address. And I don't know that even if we were to make a decision, I would feel better, you know, having the public make that decision and decide if they want that to be part of our community than to, you know, put it on our shoulders here. I think it's something that's such a big issue. I think that they need to have input. It's important that their voices are heard, and if they support this, then that's a portion of the population that is obviously, you know, business owners and workers, and I think that's important that they have a say, a direct say. So that's kind of where I kind of land on this. So I would like to see those other things kind of researched out and see what we get from that to help guide our community. I like the idea of the fishbowl, where we can answer some of these questions, and maybe we can have some opportunities for people to come together and get some of their concerns answered. Thank you.
Councilor Christ.
Teresa, is there at what point does someone receive benefits such as retirement and pension benefits and health care?
I'm sorry, could you repeat
For
your
the
question,
city
please?
employees, yeah. Is it, if you're a minimum wage employee, do you ever receive benefits from the city?
Yes.
Okay, and at what point is that?
Teresa. So there are some benefits that the state of Colorado requires us to provide. So regardless of how many hours or what other benefits, there are sick leave opportunities. The city also offers bereavement leave and some other things to all employees, regardless of their full-time or part-time status. The American Health Care Act, part of that, does require that we provide any benefits if an employee is working an average of 30 hours per week overall over a period, look-back period of 1 year. So that's kind of what we're looking for on the HR side. But really, we budget for full-time employees, part-time non-benefited employees, and three-quarter time benefited employees. So generally, three-quarter time is when I think the traditional retirement, medical, dental, all of that really kick in.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So another element to this, we talk about payroll costs, but there's also a cost to the employee when they start receiving benefits. I mean, usually, you know, you just have your basic taxes. Out of every dollar you're making, maybe 80 cents out of that dollar. And then as benefits kick in, sometimes that becomes less. And when you start talking about retirement benefits, and gosh, we were just at the retirement board, and one of the things we talked about is that increased salaries actually drove an increase in percentage that people had to put into the retirement. So, you know, those start eating into the actual raise that you get, to where I've seen it happen before, where on every dollar, maybe the employee only gets 50 cents out of that, because there is a heavy burden on that. So then it becomes, well, now we need a little more money because we didn't get that full benefit of a dollar. And so it almost becomes a little cycle of inflation just within the organization. I agree. I think it was a small sampling. I remembered it being in the hundreds rather than 1,000 individuals from just Longmont. I have, we received, I'm sure we all received, email from Representative McCormick, who said to be very cautious about how we approach this topic, because she's concerned as well that people are treated fairly, that we address the bigger issues. And I think by that, she, you know, from my perspective, what I look at that is, it's a question of, do we raise the bridge or do we lower the water? And so also Councilor McCoy asked about inflationary brakes that we can put on the economy. And then Representative McCormick also said we need to come up with more innovative solutions. I agree with that comment. It actually got me thinking, because at the same time that we were having these conversations about retirement, pension, minimum wage, I went to the symposium on aging, the data that they presented about aging in the county. And it struck me that a lot who are aging in our community are continuing to work because their retirements are not keeping up with inflation. This is significant because those who are over age 65 are actually spenders rather than savers, and they provide for a lot of the economy. You know, they hire, do a lot of health care, do a lot of dental care, do a lot with home health care providers. They were saying that that is a segment of society that is actually very underpaid. Also, one of the problems we're having right now with housing is that over 65 are not able to downsize from their big homes and take a smaller home, which would, you know, create some housing for those who are looking for attainable and for family growth. So I'm just going to propose something wild and off the cuff here, kind of innovative maybe. And that if we were going to think about who should be paid more, maybe it would be those who are still working over the age of 65. Now, Colorado's one of those states that does not tax Social Security. However, most pensions are taxed. So a lot of retirees only makes a certain amount, but that could, a higher wage for them could mean that they could work fewer hours and still enjoy their retirement. But for instance, make money to pay for their dental costs, as my 80-year-old mother-in-law had to do. She had to go back to work in her 80s to pay for her dental work. So this is just a wild idea. When we're talking about innovative solutions, I think maybe we're looking at it in a backwards way. When we talk about training rates for kids who are just starting at their first job, I think most people think $14 an hour is a lot to train a teenager. But when I think about hiring a senior, I think they're probably worth $25 an hour. So those are my 2 cents.
So, okay, Councilor Yarbrough.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make it clear that I just want us to find what will work best for our community. So increasing the minimum wage, definitely, I already stated that I'm for that, but I want to see what method will work for us, for our city of Longmont, for our community. So for me, I'm for it. I just want us to figure that out, and that's why I believe that if we do bring those stakeholders to the table, like having St. Vrain, the largest employer in the city, you know, all the school teachers, and, you know, having them at the table to talk about that, well, how would that impact them? We need to have something like that. I want to hear that information. I want to hear that conversation. So I know I can't say, oh, let's have this in October 1st, but I just wanted to make sure if that's something we can have. I don't know. I guess the rest of us will have to decide and talk about when that will be. I know we're in budget season right now, so when will be a good time for us to do that and give enough time so people can know the date and the time and the place and be there. I expect all those people who email me will be there, half the city. All right, thank you.
So I guess I'll weigh in. I'm pretty sure that giving a raise to only part of the population, we'd need a constitutional lawyer to look into that very closely. There's no equity there. But there is one thing that I have heard a lot about. Small businesses will leave our city if we raise the minimum wage. I remember many reports that the Longmont Economic Development Partnership gave to us and would tell us the loss of businesses. And I would ask, why did they leave? Do you have any data? Why are we losing some of these businesses? And they didn't know. And the reason is some people leave their business in the middle of the night. They just leave. It could be for rent or whatever. What I I would like to not assume things like that. Are you leaving because you cannot afford the wages? Are you leaving because the rent's too high? Are you leaving because you're really sick of running this business? Did you move to another area of the country? We don't have any data on any of that. So it's very difficult just listening to assumptions. So it's very hard for me to say that that is true, that businesses will leave if we raise the minimum wage. The one thing that I don't like about the Boulder County proposal is that, number one, there's no off-ramps on that. For example, if an employer is hit really hard with another pandemic, if we have another flood and their business is flooded out and they're waiting for insurance but still open, and it is the next year to raise the minimum wage, there needs to be a way to stop and say, we can't do this. We can keep people employed at what they're making, but we cannot raise them because we have insurance issues. We need to replace these things, or whatever, or our people are going to be working from home, and we need to keep the status quo rather than try to raise the minimum wage. So I like the middle, if we're going to do this, the best, where every 3 years it's looked at and we've collected data in that time frame as to why our business is leaving, how many businesses actually came in, have we employed more people? I've never been through anything like this, so it's just really hard to make a statement and say, yes, let's do this. So I would agree with Councilor Yarbrough's ask. Then we can throw it together really fast. It doesn't have to be so professional if we can just have a Q&A with our residents. And I would also like the businesses to tell us, is it because of the rent you're leaving? Is it, and it would be lovely if we could get the people renting to businesses to say, you know, we believe your residents need to make, your employees need to make more money. We're going to lower the rent for 2 years. We're going to, but I know that's never going to work because they're never going to do that. So, so those are my concerns. I'm glad we don't have to vote on this tonight. Did you get direction? Are we interested in that fishbowl idea? City manager.
So we had a suggestion by the council that said we want more information and we're interested in this. But council hasn't given us direction on this item. Again, you can listen to public invited to be heard and then also come back and give us direction later tonight or now, but that's
Okay.
really council's discretion in terms of what you want us to do. I think the answer is if you want more information and you want us to do these exercises, yes, we can do that.
Okay.
But thus far, council has not given us direction, but you
Correct.
can also do that at a later meeting or as well
Okay.
once you hear public invited to be heard.
Okay. Councilor Rodriguez, you didn't have a chance to time. You're good? Okay. Councilor Martin. Whoops. Go on again, please. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I would just like to suggest that we should listen to public invited to be heard, and then either send in suggestions for what I'm a little confused. The fishbowl. Are we talking about a fishbone analysis? Yeah, I know, but I don't know what that is, and that's why I'm confused about the terminology.
Excuse me.
But anyway, regardless.
Yes, so we will have different people sitting around, kind of like a panel, and people will be able to ask questions, and it will, like in a fishbowl, I guess. We're all sitting there. It's kind of like a panel moderation, and someone will facilitate the conversations and everything.
Okay, we could probably discuss the methodology offline. I was just confused. But anyway, either, what I would like to suggest is at the beginning of the study session coming up, that we should collect suggestions, and maybe Sandy, that you could then solidify the directions, help us solidify the directions at that time, so we can really get this right and not be rushing to try to come up with something at the end of the evening. So that's all. That's just a suggestion.
I just wanted to add another comment, and that is, no matter, basically the business community is the ultimate taxpayer here. No matter if you work for the city or you work for the school district or the hospital, for instance, it's businesses that actually run the economy here. And I'm sure we're going to hear from a lot of business owners how they contribute to our economy. And then I would vie for waiting until after the budget. I think the budget is the topic of the study session coming up. So after that is complete, then let's talk about minimum wage again.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Sandy Cedar, and Dr. Dyke. Thank you very much. And Teresa Malloy. And Francie. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
So we are now at public invited to be heard. I would like to have just a 3-minute bio break since we're sitting here all nice, but I need a break. Okay, let's do this.
So I'm moving to the back, Mayor.
Okay. We're back in session. I am going to ask, as I call your names, I'm going to do it 4 people at a time. Please come sit in these chairs up front so that it'll move us a little faster when I call your name. I also, if you came in with a group of people to speak on a specific item, if you wouldn't mind, you don't have to, but I'm asking that if you agree with what the speaker before you said, and you don't need to speak because you just agree with him, that would be great. Just to say, I agree with that guy. So let's get started. Remember that I need your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. The first 4 people are Laura McGuire, Alejandra Beatty, Nia Wozniak, and Chris Sidoriak. Where's Susie? Oh. Our timer is on her way down. So Laura, to turn on that microphone, I think it's in the upper left-hand corner or the upper right, one of the two. Bottom right, not up, down.
All right.
There you go.
All right, so you need me to state my name and address, or?
Yes,
do I
please.
just- Okay. Yeah, so Laura McGuire, 600 Longs Peak Avenue, apartment 319. All right, yeah, so my name's Laura McGuire, and I am proud to be a resident of Longmont. I freely admit that I am a relative newcomer. I've lived here for 2 years now. I was in Boulder for 8 years before that, with additional stops in Denver and Steamboat Springs. So I've sampled a wide range of towns and cities, but when I moved to Longmont, I did so intentionally. I was looking for a community that truly felt like a community, a place where people of many backgrounds and opinions could come together to make something bigger than any of us on our own. And I haven't been disappointed. I've watched parades go by on Main Street, I've attended festivals in Roosevelt Park, visited the library countless times, and learned to keep tomatoes alive mostly at the community gardens on 11th Street. Longmont feels like home in a way that nowhere else I've lived has. And that's why I think that we can raise the minimum wage to a living wage for everyone and come through it stronger as a community. Because this is a place that values its people and will rise to the challenge so that all of us can earn a living wage. I've seen what happens when that isn't the case and it doesn't make for a thriving city. In Steamboat especially, I saw what happens when essential workers don't earn enough to live in the town. The long commutes, the high turnover, and the divisions that inevitably result. What you wind up with is not so much a community as a collection of people who happen to be spending some time in the same place. And I will say, even as a relative newbie here, that is obviously not Longmont. That's not why I came here, and that's not what I've experienced here. I love this city because we know that high earners and minimum wage workers alike are Longmont, and that we will lose something irreplaceable if we don't take steps now to make sure that all of us earn a living wage, no exceptions. Yes, change is hard, but this place, of all places, can do hard things. This place is my home, and it's our home, all of us here, and I believe that we have both the ability and the will to make sure that it stays a home for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Alejandra?
Hi, my name is Alejandra Beatty. I am president for the Boulder Area Labor Council, representing. Raise your mic. Yeah. Raise it. Yeah. There you go. Thank you. Ooh, that's much better. Representing a couple thousand union members with addresses all over Longmont, so it would probably take me a while to read them all to you. So I am here on behalf of our local unions, along with the Coalition for Self-Sufficiency Standard. We've been working to help raise minimum wage and make sure that this becomes a conversation for all of our local communities, because we have a couple of reasons that we think this is super important for us. As unions, we are obviously always advocating for the best possible wages for the labor that is asked for, right? Mm-hmm. But in this particular instance, it's super important that the minimum, the lowest, is closer to a living wage, because otherwise what we're struggling with is everyone who needs to have their labor compensated properly is that compression thing that we were talking about. They're actually already in that path right now, because what looks like a really good wage compared to this awesome $14.60 seems really high, but it's actually not, because when you look at the cost of living, it's super hard to afford housing here, even here in Longmont. And so for us, this is important for us to see that this gets addressed. I want to just share with you my own personal story and the reason why I am also advocating for this. I was working at the Google Boulder office and got laid off now almost 2 years ago. And then I started volunteering for our local unions because I was part of Alphabet Workers Union, which was unionizing at Google. And one of the things that I am really worried about is how automation and AI is going to change the landscape of jobs. And I look at my well-paid job, they're not there anymore. Tech industry is just not going to be the way that it is anymore. And what's happening is jobs are dumbing down and are going to become lower paid jobs. So I really want to see that those lower paid jobs are paid a living wage. Because as unions, we believe one job should be enough. I shouldn't have to work multiple jobs to feed my family. I shouldn't have to work multiple jobs just to barely keep ahead and not even have savings. So that's one of the reasons that we are advocating for this, and because we feel that it's super important that, again, one job should be enough. But we'll also want to emphasize, study shows it's an economic improvement. This doesn't mean that a bunch of businesses are going to close.
Thank you, Alejandra.
Thank you.
Nia Wozniak.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I am Nia Wasink.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm at 1471 Alpine here in Longmont, and I'm speaking in support of increasing the minimum wage. I first off want to identify myself as a small business owner here in Longmont. I understand the concern, the fear about what economic change and uncertainty can do. I felt that in 2020 when I was wondering, will I be able to survive this economically? I also feel like as a small business owner, I get asked my opinion a lot. And I think that's reflected in your data. As small business owners, we get an extra say in everything that happens in our community. So the out-of-the-box thinking I'm going to ask you to do today is to put the people first. Don't put me and my business first. Put the people of Longmont first. Voices that you are probably not going to hear much from are the ones most impacted. They're not going to attend a focus group. They're likely not going to complete a lengthy survey. They're not going to show up to a fishbowl because they are working multiple jobs to make ends meet in our community. If you talk to our human services providers, they will say that post-COVID, they have seen a significant increase in new people coming for services, for basic needs, for food, for housing support, because they've suddenly fallen into homelessness for the first time in their careers, not because of a work stoppage, not because they were laid off, not because of a disability, but because their job no longer allows them to live in Longmont. That is actively happening. That is a problem that is occurring in our community. I want to lift up those voices because you are not hearing from them, because those are the people that we can help. We can help a known problem that is currently occurring while also mitigating the potential outcomes that could happen for businesses. So here's the second out of the box ask I'm going to have for you. Our economic policies and fiscal policies in the United States have often valued the needs of businesses first. If we shift that to be people first, then it becomes, how do we support businesses through this? How do we work with our local chamber to ensure that those businesses are supported? How do we provide a grant program like Boulder County did to support them? How do we work with Longmont Community Foundation to support our nonprofits who are going to be impacted by this? Those are the out-of-the-box solutions that put Longmont people first, allow us to provide wages in this community that develops into a true community that people can live and thrive in. So you have the opportunity, City Council, to put Longmont first, to put the people of Longmont first, and to find additional solutions for the other outcomes of these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Nia. Chris Sidoriak.
Hi, my name's Chris Sidoriak, and I live at 705 Nelson Park Circle. I basically agreed with everything that has been said, but I want to also add, I'm not convinced that the living wage of $25 in 5 years is a livable wage. And I thought it was telling that Dr. Dyke, when he was talking about, can this be sustainable? Is this sustainable for people? He said, I'm not even going to go there. So, yeah, I think this is going to take some courage. Things might change the way you don't want them to in this town. Maybe a few things will go sour, who knows? But I feel it's our moral obligation that every person who lives in Longmont gets to stay in Longmont. The people that are working here get to live in their community. I just don't think it's going to take courage. It really is, because you don't know what all the outcomes are going to be. But it seems to me like you've already had a lot of focus groups, a lot of businesses showed up, a lot of individuals showed up. You have your information about what the town wanted to say, and you're going to get even more tonight. So I would urge you to just go forth and make this happen.
Thank you, Chris.
I forgot to say I'm for increasing the living wage.
Really? I didn't get that. Okay, the next 4 people are David Schwartz, Nathan Say, Jacob Waltz, and Jean Ditzler. David.
Mayor Peck, council members. I'm the Reverend David Schwartz. I live at 789 Glen Arbor Circle. I'm the lead minister of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Boulder, speaking in support of raising the minimum wage. The current minimum wage doesn't come close to providing the resources a person needs to live on. And because of that, my congregation, like religious communities all over the county, step up. We run food drives and clothing drives and toy drives. We help with rent and grocery cards and healthcare bills and gas money. We don't do it for fun. We do it to subsidize an unlivable minimum wage. We're providing part of the safety net which allows for people to be paid less than what they need to survive. I don't want my people to barely scrape by. I don't want my neighbors to have to barely scrape by. You've heard the economic analysis and the breadth of that effort and the nuances of that assessment, and you have an unenviable task in designing implementation. And my job in all of that is much simpler. My job is to say simply and directly that it is unjust to allow employers to pay a wage that keeps a person in poverty. None of the 4 paths being contemplated actually provide a wage that allows for self-sufficiency. So I hope that you'll move as quickly as you can in the right direction. My church is also an employer. We're a staff of 7, just 2 of us full-time. We're funded by donations, and in the post-COVID years with expenses up, we had to decide, do we hire more staff or do we pay a living wage? We could absolutely use a bigger staff team. But my hourly staff saw their rents jump, saw their grocery bills jump, saw the price of everything go steadily up, and we decided to pay a living wage to every person on the team. I think we've made it to 2030 now. There's a dozen other things that money would have done to advance our mission and our vision that would have helped us grow, to do more, but we felt an obligation not to treat our staff like a means to an end, but like people who deserved fair pay to live on. The economic argument suggests a net positive effect from moving steadily forward. The moral argument is much simpler. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Nathan.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nathan Say. I'm the owner of Scratch Kitchen at 300 Suns Brewing. I am not for the increase of minimum wage as proposed, but I am open to discussion on how we can get everybody to be where they need to be. I had a 3-minute speech written with many data points to share from a real life in real-time business in the city of Longmont. To present tonight, I threw it out. This is a very serious issue with a lot more discussion necessary to come to a decision, in my opinion. I appreciate the council acknowledging this, and I would be very happy to sit down and give a real look at the numbers and how they would affect us as a business. I'll be open and let it be known that we currently have an average hourly rate of $24 an hour for my team. The demand in the market corrected that already, and I'm extremely happy that we can afford to pay that. Being said, I am also the lowest paid employee on payroll and would be happy to share my pay stubs. I do not want Longmont to become a $30 burger and fry town. I do look forward to the ongoing discussion on the topic and feel we need to spend a lot more time on this before a decision is made. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jacob. I mean, Nathan. Jacob.
Hello, my name is Jacob Waltz, and I'm a UFCW Local 7 member and an employee at King Soopers at Pace and 17th. I know my union's president, Kim Cordova, sent a letter about our current conversations to raise the minimum wage, and I'm here to provide a personal story to explain why it is important to reach $25 by 2030. This is my second time providing public comment to raise the minimum wage in Longmont. Last year, I shared that my partner and I were nearing the end of our lease, and as we had looked into our options for a new apartment, we couldn't find anything that was affordable, even with 2 incomes. We thought we might have to move out of Longmont as far as Weld County or Cheyenne because we couldn't find a place that we could afford, especially when many apartments require an income 3 times the monthly rent. So, like many workers in our area, we had to get creative. We heard that another coworker was looking for a place, and even though it wasn't ideal, we decided to move in with our coworker. And even with 3 incomes, we're just getting by. And our lease is beginning to come up again here soon. We're going to have to start the whole process over again. We want to be able to stay and work and live here in Longmont, but it's becoming harder and harder to do so. My story is not unique. Workers across our community are struggling, and right now, you have an opportunity to make a difference in the lives of so many. As a member of UFCW Local 7 and a resident of Longmont, I urge you to adopt the minimum wage plan passed by the County of Boulder to reach $25 per hour by 2030. That will provide much needed relief across the region, as well as consistency, and anything less simply won't be enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Jean Ditzler.
Hi. I'm Jean Ditzler, 1541 Chucker Drive. I am the co-owner of 300 Suns Brewing here in Longmont, Colorado. We absolutely love Longmont and pride ourselves on being a community-focused business. If any of you know our history, you know we've had a fair share of roadblocks, and our scrappiness has allowed us to continue to be part of this community. We employ 18 wonderful front-of-the-house people, most of whom choose to live in Longmont despite cheaper rent elsewhere. My servers currently earn minimum wage plus tips, averaging $40 an hour. As minimum wages have increased each year, so have my employees' rents. And when we have been forced to increase prices to compensate, they get lower tips, resulting in essentially a pay reduction for them. So with an increase to minimum wage matching Boulder County, if I keep our staff levels the same to compensate, my prices would need to go from $7 a beer to $16.50 by 2035. And that's not compensating for inflation. Who wants to buy my $20 pint of beer when you can cross the county north or go a little east and get one cheaper? The research packet you got notes that employers can and will shift towards less labor-intensive operations over the long term. This means permanently eliminating well-paying service industry jobs in favor of self-service technology. The thought of putting my team members out of a job, frankly, makes me sick. But at this point, it's on the table. In your study, 10 cities were used to research the effects of minimum wage increases. 3 of those studies have very low tipped minimum wage. Santa Fe tipped minimum is $4.38 an hour. Montgomery County, Maryland is $4 an hour. And Cook County, it's $8.40 an hour, significantly less than their minimum wages. We don't have that luxury here, so impacts will be much more dramatic. Cities in the study in California do not have a tipped minimum wage credit for tipped workers and haven't for years, so they've already adjusted to this issue. Seattle and Flagstaff are the only places where the structure is similar. I just spoke to my neighbor with family in Seattle. They said Seattle is a ghost town. And the state legislature is asking Flagstaff to repeal their minimum wage increase because it has caused so much inflation throughout the state, and businesses are closing. This matters because comparing wage impacts in cities that handle tips differently doesn't provide relevant data to you for what will likely happen in cities like Longmont. I hope you will consider what makes Longmont the wonderful, warm community it is. What is the cost of losing unique, locally owned businesses and well-paying jobs to the town's character and quality of life, let alone the ability to attract tourists, new businesses, or hold on to young renters? As many beloved businesses are still closing in Longmont and surrounding areas, some of us are finally regaining a small sense of stability. This proposal could be the final straw that forces many more of us to leave or close.
Thank you, Jean. Wow. Very good. Luke Kunzelman, Shaquille Dalal, and Edward, I'm sorry, I don't know what the last name is, Kathy Partridge.
My name's Luke Kunzelman. I am the owner of co-owner of Quarters Bar and Arcade with my wife, Emily. Longtime resident, born and raised here in Longmont. I've lived here 44 years, never missed a beat. I too had a full speech written out, but choose to move on beyond that. There's a lot of stuff that was already said today, and a lot of the sentiment that I've heard from people is that us business owners are kind of rolling in piles of money. I don't know a single one who is in that situation. I currently am now working up to 5 days a week in my own bar because we can't afford to pay staff and stay out of the red all the other days. That's because prices have been skyrocketing everywhere. I took my wife, my wife and my daughter went out to lunch this week downtown. Actually, it was last week. Do you know how much that dinner or that lunch cost? It was $87 for 3 of us to go out to lunch. We each had an entree. My daughter had a salad. Me and my wife each had a bowl of soup. Wages going up to $25 an hour will only exacerbate that same pain that we're all experiencing right now. Any short-term benefits that come from raising the minimum wage quickly evaporate. Housing's not affordable because the houses are being bought up by corporations and investment firms. Plain and simple. I know this because I'm actually also a mortgage banker. And I also work in roof and construction sales. So for those of you, again, who think that us business owners are rolling in piles of cash, I'm working 3 jobs to keep everything going. I am born and raised in this city. Growing up here in the 90s, there was nothing here. Downtown was a ghost town. It was vacancies, and pawn shops. Nobody came here. That changed in the early 2000s. Things started growing. We started building these small businesses in the downtown area. And we now have one of the best downtowns in the country. In fact, there are places that come here to see how we did it. And if you look, one of the universal things, it's small businesses up and down that row. We aren't a bunch of corporations. We aren't a bunch of rich people who will just cut staff and increase automation to protect our bottom lines as we send those dollars out of state and out of city. I need to remind everyone sitting on this council that we are less than 10 minutes away from Frederick, Firestone, Meade, Berthoud, Loveland. All these places are more than happy to take the businesses that can't afford to stay here. In fact, I met a couple of them And they said just that this last weekend.
Thank you, Luke. Shaquille Dalal.
Shaquille Dalal, 219 Francis Street, Mayor, members of council. I know that cost of living concerns are top of mind for Longmont residents and also for you. We've heard quite a bit about that tonight. This is a defining issue for the city and one that defines the two most controversial items on tonight's agenda, both the minimum wage increase and the Modern West 2 development. Like many cities in like many cities in the United States, Longmont has rapidly gotten more expensive. And like many cities across the United States, Longmont doesn't have enough homes for all the people who want to live here, let alone all the people who work here and should be able to live here. To quote the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, which originally established the minimum wage exists to, quote, protect this nation from the evils and dangers resulting from wages too low to buy the bare necessities of life and from long hours of work injurious to health. Comparing the minimum wage in Longmont to what it costs to live here makes it clear. The minimum wage as it stands now is not sufficient to protect the people of the city from having to work too many hours to put too little food in their children's mouths. The minimum wage must go up because the cost of housing has gone up. However, raising the minimum wage is not enough. As many small business owners have told us tonight, raising the minimum wage endangers their business by raising costs, which will increase prices. While I do believe that it is necessary to raise the minimum wage, it is not sufficient nor sustainable to ask businesses to bear this cost alone. We need more homes in the city of Longmont and in neighboring cities so that we don't force out the teachers and city employees and minimum wage workers that make this community function. We euphemistically call these people essential workers. If they are essential, they should be able to afford to live here. This council can take action to make housing more affordable for average people. On September 12th at 6:30 p.m., Launch Longmont Housing is hosting Chuck Marone of Strong Towns at the Heart of Longmont Church. At this event, Chuck will be talking about actions that are within local control to make housing affordable, reduce traffic, and improve quality of life. We can eliminate the conflict that we are experiencing here during Public Invited to be Heard, and that will also be on display later this evening, where we'll be told that we have a choice between adding housing to the community and the orderly function of the airport. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be contentious. We don't have to fight over this, and these are false choices that we don't have to make. Tickets to the presentation are $7 and benefit the Wesley Townhome Project, an affordable housing development replacing a parking lot behind the Heart of Longmont Church. Tickets are available at launchlongmonthousing.org.
Thank you, Shaquille. Edward, I'm going to make a stab. Is it Gannett? Your last name?
Greif.
Greif.
Doesn't look anything like that.
No. Thank you.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Edward Greif. I live at 6024 St. Vrain Road. I'm here to talk about airport noise. I'm not here to talk about closing the airport. I understand the airport does some great things for this community. It provides jobs. It provides the citizens to fly their planes, enjoy touring with their planes. And it also helps in emergencies, especially with fires. And it helps local businesses grow. What I'm here to discuss is the noise coming from planes that have nothing to do with the few things I just talked about. On the airport website, it clearly states that planes are not to fly in circles over the Longmont community. Well, clearly that isn't happening. I've lived here 8 years and never had a problem with the airport. I've never filed a complaint. Over the last several months, it has changed drastically. I'll give you some examples of dates and times of just things I picked out. I have all the plane numbers if you want exact details. Some planes that are flying in circles originate from Longmont, but a lot of them come from other areas, mainly Broomfield, flying in circles around Longmont and then head home. Monday, August 19th, 7 planes circling, doing a minimum of 4 circles, some doing as many as 11 circles. Constant noise, same exact route. Thursday, August 22nd, 1 plane, 14 circles. Friday, August 23rd, 7:25, 5 planes circling the same patterns, doing a minimum of 5 circles, some as many as 11. Constant noise as it's 5 planes at the same time, one right after another. August 25th, Sunday morning, 1 plane did 20 circles around our community continually. People are out enjoying the morning, Sunday morning, working in their gardens, having coffee, playing with their kids, and they have to listen to 1 plane fly around 20 times with maybe 2 people in it. How is that fair to our community and the people? Lastly, this morning, the first plane went by at 5:58 a.m. and proceeded to do 10 exact circles around the Longmont community. It was then joined by 3 other planes before 7 a.m. I ask you, how would you feel if your neighbor fired up his leaf blower at 5:58 a.m.? Would you go over and ask him to stop it? I think you would. That's what I'm asking. The airport is my neighbor with the leaf blower, and I'm asking for the airport to stop using it. How did things change so rapidly? How are we allowing this to happen? One plane flying 20 circles around our community. Sometimes it looks like we're living next to an international airport. It's constant airplane noise, and it really doesn't have anything to do with what the airport is, why the airport is here. The airport is here to serve the community, not disrupt it. Again, the airport says on its website, no flying in circles, and that's what's happening every day in our community. It's not fair, and it continues. More and more people will be standing up here asking for the airport to close, and I don't think that's what anybody wants to hear. On the website, it says community concerns, and I quote, "Many can be avoided by using common sense." Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Partridge.
Hello, my name is Kathy Partridge. I live at 2719 Denver Avenue. In 2019, your constituents overwhelmingly voted to enable localities like Longmont to set wages that reflect our own market and cost of living. Denver has taken care of this already. Unincorporated Boulder County has taken care of this anyway already. So I urge you to please act. January 1st is a deadline that is felt strongly in the lives of people in our community who are underpaid and doing without. I'd also ask if you do a process that involves more citizen participation, that you ensure us that you will include the voices of those people struggling in our community at the minimum wage level. I know that your assistant city manager, Sandy Cedar, worked really hard to get input from people at the lowest level, but as we learned from our partners at Emergency Family Assistance, many of these folks are working 3 jobs to get by. They're not showing up at these kinds of meetings. I want to talk a bit about why and what's going on in our community with folks who are working at these levels. I'm here as a member of Together Colorado and part of the sustainable, of the Self-Sufficiency Wage Coalition. Together Colorado, our faith tradition, centers the needs of the least of us, looks at the option for the poor, and a call for inherent dignity and worth of all. So raising the minimum wage to us is an ethical issue, a calling, if you will. During my mother's final years here in town, I experienced how even our quality senior residences have high turnover of minimum wage workers. These residences are corporations. They're paying the minimum wage to folks who are providing direct care through moving the trays and cleaning the rooms of our elders in this community. They're not the small businesses who have already told us they're already paying the wages that we're asking for, not these low $14.42 minimum wage. With my mom's dementia, the constant flow and turnover of unfamiliar faces of minimum wage workers contributed to her downhill spiral into memory loss, which ultimately she is deceased from that condition. It was hard for me to track her care from day to day. The underpaid workers I interacted with who meant so much to my mom in her life struggled with their own family expenses. They were earning the state minimum wage, which I confirmed is a starting at $14.42. It fails to match the high cost of living in our area. It hurts us all when the people taking care of our community are not able to survive and to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. The next 4, Ira Chermis, Rosie Glassock, Rachel Shannon, and John Creighton. Hello, Ira.
Hello, I'm Ira Charnas, 2719 Denver Avenue. And I'd like to share with you an article, part of an article that I came across on the living wage issue that I think is really persuasive. Is by Susan Gibson, who's lived for 34 years in the county and has owned 2 small businesses. And she strongly supports the county's plan for going up to $25 per hour by 2030, and she urges Longmont and the other city councils to do that as well. She says, I know firsthand the challenges of being a small business owner. For years, I owned 2 businesses in Boulder County. Relentless hours, enormous effort, constant worry about making ends meet. It's a tough gig. What's even tougher is watching your employees struggle to survive on wages that simply don't make it in today's economy. And then she goes on to say, Denver was increasing its minimum wage, now stands at $18.29 an hour. Contrary to dire predictions, this has not driven Denver's small businesses into the ground. They have rebounded post-pandemic better than many other places. I ask small business owners, do you support a more livable wage? Why or why not? And how do you feel when your corporate landlord hikes up your rent again? It's not a livable wage that's driving small businesses out of business. It's the ever-increasing cost of rent. Commercial landlords, like the massive Unico, grow richer. Their properties appreciate. They have little regard for the loyal tenants who have been paying them outrageous rent prices for years. Opposing a livable wage means prioritizing the profits of these billionaire real estate investors over the well-being of hardworking employees. It's worth noting that the only employers clinging to minimum wage rates are the biggest and most profitable corporations. These giants, like Brookdale Senior Living with $3 billion of revenue, they pay executives millions while they skimp on pay for frontline workers. They're the ones lobbying against minimum wage increases, not out of concern for mom and pop shops, but to ensure their own hefty profits. It's time that we join together to create a community where people can afford to live where they work, put an end to the daily commutes from far-off places like Commerce City or Brighton because folks just can't afford to live here. I thought it was a very persuasive article. Thank you.
Thank you, Ira. Rosie Glassick.
Rosie Glasscock, 2719 Denver Avenue, Mayor, Council. I am also from Longmont, 33 years, and I've worked in Longmont many of those years, and I do not make a self-sustainable wage, and I don't expect to unless we take action. I live with my parents at 33 years old, and that's maybe the only way I afford myself luxuries like travel or a new shirt, something like that. And I'm not exemplary. This is many of my coworkers, and I work as a direct support professional in a nonprofit in Longmont. There are innumerable reasons that this would change many people's lives. I understand the concerns of how it would affect wages up, but we've heard from one of my fellow Longmont natives that he owns a business and still works 3 jobs. We are supporting our community by supporting the workers that make the world run. I am just about as hardworking as I can be, and I do not make a self-sustainable wage, and it is our duty as the people who make up this town to support each other, and I hope you'll think on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Rachel.
Good evening, members of the city council. My name is Rachel Shannon. I'm an owner of DOG, a pet retail and grooming business here in Longmont. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about the proposed increase in the local minimum wage. I understand that the intention behind raising the minimum wage, the goal is to provide a living wage that helps our community members afford the rising cost of living. I fully support fair compensation for all workers, and I believe that every employee should earn a wage that reflects their hard work and dedication. However, I would like to share my concerns about the proposed increase from $14.42 to $28.98 per hour by 2035. As a new small business owner, this drastic increase presents a significant challenge. Running a pet retail store comes with unique costs, including specialized products that I cannot easily raise prices on, especially given the need to compete with online giants like Chewy and Amazon. Additionally, we care deeply for the animals that we serve and are committed to maintaining a customer experience that people trust and rely on. That is what makes us stand out in our community. I currently have 9 employees who play a crucial role in helping us deliver this level of service. Raising the minimum wage to $28 per hour will nearly double my labor costs. For a small business like mine, this could lead to a difficult decision such as reducing staffing hours, raising prices for customers, and even cutting back on essential services that our community currently enjoys. These changes could make it challenging for us to compete with larger chains or online retailers who may be better equipped to absorb such costs. I'm not here to oppose the idea outright, but to ask for a thoughtful approach. Could we consider a more gradual increase or additional support for small businesses during this transition? Perhaps there are opportunities to provide tax incentives or grants that would help businesses like mine adapt without sacrificing the quality of service we provide for our community. In closing, I urge the council to consider this unique challenges faced by small businesses in Longmont. We are a vital part of the community, providing personal services and products that larger businesses cannot. Please keep us in mind as you deliberate on this proposal. Together we can find a solution that benefits both workers and the small businesses that serve them. And I apologize for my phone ringing. My dog needs his pill, so I gotta go. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rachel. John Creighton.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. John Creighton, 328 Pratt Street, High Plains Bank, 600 Kimbark. I'm here to speak in support of Longmont's micro businesses. During the COVID pandemic, High Plains Bank received a governor's award for making paycheck protections loans. More than half the loans we made were for $25,000 or less because we worked with Longmont's micro businesses. I've learned the motivation of micro business owners is not to get wealthy, it's to make our community a better and more interesting place. The past 4 years have been exhausting for these business owners. Getting through COVID was tough. Worker shortages are tough. Many business owners find themselves back behind the cash register. Property taxes are up by 15% or more. Insurance premiums are up by 20% or more. Utilities are increasing, and for many, revenues are down. Many micro business owners have reduced or eliminated their own compensation to keep their business going. Micro business owners are exhausted, and many are on the fence about whether to keep going. The proposals to increase the minimum wage above market rates are filled with very good intentions. We must find ways to address affordability issues so we may be an economically diverse community. The truth is, most businesses already pay above the per-hour rates you are considering, and it is a tricky business for government to insert itself into the marketplace because the ripple effects are hard to predict. Aggregate impact is not the same as impact on micro businesses. It is important we understand that setting a minimum wage above market rates is a tax. It's a highly regressive tax that will have the greatest impact on micro businesses. There's an old saying in public policy, tax what you don't want. Our community is a better place when we have a robust number of locally owned micro businesses. That is something we should all want. Taxes probably are necessary to address affordability issues in our community, but it should be a community effort. We must find the courage to pass broad, progressive taxes, not narrow, regressive taxes. The whole community has a responsibility to contribute, not just a few. Now, some may argue and have tonight that businesses should not be in business if they can't pay much higher wages, and that's a legitimate view. We just need to understand the consequences of acting on that view. If we choose to raise the minimum wage above market rates, corporations will become more dominant. They have more purchasing power and can more easily deploy technology to replace labor. This will change the fabric of our community. We already have seen evidence it is happening. Micro businesses, on the other hand, will close. The cumulative effect of everything they must navigate is just too exhausting. Thank you.
Thank you, John. The next group, John Tominaro, David Yeager, Daniel Yeager, Jamie Semo, and Lance Whitaker. John?
Hello, my name is John Tuminero. I live 8750 Portico Lane in Longmont. Thank you, Council, for your service and for hearing us out. Topic I would like to raise tonight is airport governance. However, not in the form of personal testimony regarding the good or bad aspects of the airport. Excuse me. Rather, I would like to propose a hypothesis regarding possible future state of airport governance. Although there is a time and place for personal testimony, governance of city functions, such as the airport, could be based on analysis of data rather than personal testimony alone. Regarding the airport, when observing several previous city council meetings, oftentimes personal testimony and even offers have been used. For example, testimony such as increasing the runway length has a positive effect on the city's economy, or the airport is too noisy, or even offers of plane rides. The hypothesis I am suggesting proposes that personal testimony is not, by itself, effective in accurately and fairly governing city function, and could instead be better represented with analysis of data. For example, we know the GPS coordinates, altitude, speed, flight path, noise emission, decibels, and identification of every airplane in the city's airspace. We can also know the identification of every airplane that lands and takes off from the airport. We also can know the license plate of every vehicle that enters and exits the airport. We could also know the financial records of all transactions between FAA and the airport and the city and the airport. Therefore, a proposed call to action for the City Council could be as follows. With respect to accurate and fair governance of the airport, perhaps de-emphasize personal testimony as well as any associated offers.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Somebody, it's over on the wall.
Everybody's got to move. So I'll repeat the last one if that's okay.
Okay.
All right. With respect to accurate and fair governance of the airport, perhaps de-emphasize personal testimony as well as associated offers. Support enablement of airport monitoring solutions which provide reliable data for both traffic and financial aspects. And enable and enforce airport governance and accountability processes which are based on analysis of the available data. In summary, I would propose that the airport is a peer to many city functions and as such is deserving of the same accurate and fair governance mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel.
Good evening, Dan Yerger, 1304 Lashley Street. I serve on a number of nonprofit boards, though I'm not here to speak on behalf of any of them this evening. I also teach personal finance, investment, and retirement planning at the University of Colorado, though I'm not here to speak on its behalf either. I'm also a dissertation defense short of a PhD in personal financial planning, in which my area of research is compensation. To say all of this is to say that I simply understand the research literature on this topic quite well, in both the local area as well as nationally. I am not here as a business owner or as a financial planner to complain at the mere suggestion that we may raise the minimum wage faster than it already is scheduled to do so. My business personally pays well above the existing minimum wage, and its payrolls would be entirely unaffected by the proposals or even the most aggressive proposals in this particular case across all of Boulder County. I am here actually to express my sympathies to you as City Council because you have been placed with a Chekhov's gun. For anybody who's not familiar with that term, it is the narrative structure that says all elements presented to you must be necessary to the story and anything unnecessary should be removed from the story. When the Colorado General Assembly passed House Bill 19-1210 5 years ago, it placed that gun in your lap. The authority to pass a local minimum wage surely must create a narrative necessity that you should do something with that power, right? And yet, of course, we have waited for the last 5 years and gone through a number of iterations to arrive at a study to give us the data to provide us with an informed decision. You note my quotations, and they surround those important words, data and informed, because despite the completion of a voluminous 365-page study that is mostly copy and paste word salad section over section, you have neither the data nor the means with which to make an informed decision from that study. The study suffers from almost every fundamental econometric study and research sin. These include things like non-random sampling, convenient sampling, oversampling, sample bias, missing data, missing formulas, and a complete absence of stated parameters and assumptions, to name a few. To rely on the study would be as gross an error as relying upon the wisdom of a toddler to conduct geopolitical politics. One might hope, at the very least, accelerating the minimum wage would help solve a problem like poverty or homelessness, and the study indicates that that may happen. But in Denver, where the minimum wage has been accelerated for the better part of the last 4 years, in both Longmont and Denver, we see no change in the poverty rate in that same time period, and we would expect by comparison of the two, where one has accelerated and one has not, there might be some indication of a change. This has not come to pass. Yet I did say I was here to express my sympathies to you for that Chekhov's gun placed in your lap, and so now armed with data of dubious quality, that particular loaded metaphor is in place. Let me put it to you as City Council that despite the narrative imperative, you need to do nothing. Let this be a rarefied and powerful example of when a local government was given a powerful tool and chose to forego using the power that it has been given in an attempt to solve a problem that it can only make worse, instead of directing its energy and attention to better understanding and solving problems that it can handle. Thank you.
Thank you for talking so fast. I've never heard that before. Thank you. Jamie Simo.
Jamie Simo, 517 Independence Drive. Mayor and City Council, I'm here tonight to thank you for voting to put the open space sales tax extension on November's ballot. As you know, this is not a new tax, and it is nominal at just 2 cents for every $10 spent. The difference it makes for our open space program, however, is priceless. Without this extension, Natural Resources is unable to do long-range planning and budgeting. In addition, if the tax were to lapse, money for open space projects would have to come from the already burdened general fund. Colorado residents care about open space, as shown by the overwhelming approval in the last few years of similar measures by other state municipalities. I am confident that this measure will also pass with an overwhelming majority. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jamie. Lance Whitaker.
Mayor and Council, my name is Lance Whitaker, been here 44 years. I live at 1750 Collier Street. I've never known Longmont to be a ghost town. It's actually been a very vibrant town for the last 44 years. Today is National Lotto Day, seeming so many people are worried about employment and everything. I figured I'd get that out of the way. Today is also National Peach Day, and you know how I feel about trees in fruit trees in parks. So give a shout out for Palisade peaches, and hopefully maybe we could have some peaches here in Longmont. Today is also Pots de Creme Day. I don't know, some Frenchy thing. Sounds real good in the recipe, but never tried it. National Just Because Day. Well, just because I want to be here, I guess I'm here. Not really employed, so minimum wage doesn't affect me. I don't get any unemployment or anything, so I make zero. National Bat Night Day, and I do have 2 evergreen trees in my backyard that house quite a few bats, and I can tell you, no mosquito bites. So, yay for the bats. That's pretty much all the national days today. So, as you know, thank you. And I'd like to also say that I like to see a lot of faces in the crowd today. We're usually used to seeing so many faces, but I hope you all come back sometime and see us all, begging the mayor for all kinds of stuff. So it really is nice to see a lot of people here, even if you all have grievances or whatever. Thanks for coming, everyone. Everyone, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I think you're going to be our greeter from now on, Lance. Okay, the next four is Scott Cook, Gary Hodges, Strider, and Charlie Schilling. Oh, okay, then we'll move on to Chris Nelson.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and members of City Council. My name is Scott Cook. I'm the CEO of the Longmont Chamber, 528 Main Street. The Chamber was happy to host earlier this year focus groups where over 40 business owners and managers spoke with Sandy Cedar on minimum wage. On more than one occasion, a participant would ask us all to consider what kind of city we wanted to live in. One of the privileges that I have in my role is having daily conversations with our community's entrepreneurs and business owners. These are the risk takers in our community. They are the job creators, often the first to arrive at work and the last to go home. When your teenager is looking for their first job, this is the person that takes a chance on them and will ultimately spend many hours of training them in one of life's rites of passage. We've all been witness and benefited by these risk takers' investments. Business owners and nonprofit organizations are continually making Longmont a more vibrant, fun, and prosperous place to call home. Because of their investment, business owners are keenly aware of the high cost of living stressors their employees face. Some of our business owners have taken an active role in our housing conversations or early childhood care. It's important to note that the same inflationary challenges facing an employee face the employer's business or nonprofit as well, putting the employer in a delicate balancing act of increasing employees' wages to meet already increasing market demand, providing employee benefits, and securing the finances of their own business and organization so employees have future secure employment. The Chamber does not currently have a position on minimum wage increase, but we do want the kind of city that has a vibrant business environment, one that remains attractive to entrepreneurs, one where there is robust job creation and opportunities for advancement. This environment leads to the most prosperity for all. In my conversations and in the feedback you've read in the report, you can see that there is concern about raising the minimum wage, especially with the timeline, the amount, and the current economic climate for which many of our businesses remains very difficult. I would like to invite City Council members to meet with our businesses again. I realize you have and you will hear many comments this evening, and there are many comments in the reports. The Chamber would like to host a moderated meeting, perhaps a fishbowl, where you can ask questions and have back and forth dialogue with our business owners and nonprofit organizations on the findings of the economic analysis and the potential impacts on their individual businesses before any important decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Gary Hodges?
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Council members. Gary Hodges, 2148 Stewart Street. So what is a wage? It is the price of labor in an economy. There is no deeper meaning. There is no underlying intent. So let's think about what the following have in common. Rent control, price controls, and minimum wage. All right, they are all bad ideas, so I hope that was the answer we came up with. But that hasn't stopped some cities from implementing rent control or a presidential candidate from pursuing price controls, and here we are tonight discussing increases to the minimum wage. During last Saturday's Coffee with Council, Councilman McCoy said of the minimum wage discussion that it is a complicated topic. So I disagree, as it is actually about as simple as it gets. So let's work through a thought exercise. So suppose we raise the minimum wage to $100 an hour. I'm confident everyone here would say that is a bad idea. Now, whatever bad reasons you all are coming up with apply to any increase in the minimum wage. It's only a matter of degree. Small incremental increases don't start out good and then become bad when they become larger. They either are or are not good. So here is an underlying truth. Government cannot create wealth. If that were possible, it would have happened a long time ago. It's a futile pursuit, but sadly it doesn't stop some in government from trying, and that's exactly what is being attempted with the minimum wage increase. It's a magical wealth creation. So here's a hard reality about the minimum wage. Increases to it are most harmful for those right at the threshold of ability to work. So let's think about those that are either with diminished mental acuity, physical limitations, or other disadvantages. So if we focus on the core meaning of wage, again, the price of labor and economy, it is easy to see the truth in this. So there are only two variables here, labor and the value of labor. If we fix the value of labor, the only variable left to freely move is the labor itself. So imagine a homeless man who is committed to sobriety and wants to transition back into society. He walks into one of our local business owners that may have been here tonight and shares his story. And the small business owner is moved, but he's wary. So the owner might be willing to say, look, I'll pay you $5 an hour for 2 weeks. If it works out after 2 weeks, I'll increase your pay to $10 an hour, and so on. If the owner is forced to pay $25 an hour to start, why would he take a chance on this man over a teenager living at home without such a negative history? So in this moment, as somebody else said, doing nothing is the right thing to do. Couple of things I thought about: how many labor unions index their wages to the minimum wage? I wonder about that. And I thought it was interesting about the dubious quality of the data you heard, and I'm thinking about Platte River, as I've spoken to many times. Thank you.
Charlie Schilling.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Charlie Schilling, and I live at 224 Francis Street. I'm speaking tonight about the proposals made by the Root Policy Institute for Affordable Housing. Now, I believe in providing affordable housing, and the better job we do with designing, siting, integrating, and building affordable housing, the better results you will see. This includes a robust, inclusive citizen review process early in the process. One building code change I believe you are considering is eliminating the pre-plat review process. This would essentially take citizens out of the review process early on in the process and wait until later on, making it impractical or very expensive for developers to make changes that come up later in the process. Reducing transparency for citizens is bad policy all around. If you want to speed up the development of affordable housing homes, you need to look at shorter review cycles, figuring out how to build houses faster, or even look at manufactured homes. There's lots of ways to build faster. Hacking at the codes is probably not a great solution there. Another building code change I believe you were considering is a density bump for affordable housing. Now, in general, I think this is good, but if you do this, the higher density housing should be within a quarter mile of transit hubs. This would set up the residents of these affordable housing units for success because they would not need a car. Cars are expensive, they bite into the budget. And siting these homes and integrating these homes within a quarter mile of transit hubs would make a ton of positive impact. Put any high-density homes within a quarter mile of transit hubs. Microtransit should not be a proxy for transit here because microtransit, while it's a really cool idea, it's not proven and there's not a budget for it extending way into the future when these homes will exist. Please put high-density housing, if you put high-density housing anywhere and everywhere, as is suggested by many, it goes against anti-sprawl, goes against logic, goes against our city plan, and our governor's request to put high-density housing along transit. Please consider this seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Chris Nelson.
You know, I came here for the airport, but when I saw the raising the wage, I signed up for that too. So do I just get one time to talk?
No, you can talk with both.
I can come back for the airport?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say on this minimum wage, and just a little disclosure on me. I live on 83rd Street, and I've been a resident here, mostly in Boulder County, for 54 years. But I've worked in the former Soviet Union and the Soviet Union, and I've worked in the Nordic countries, and I've got 8 years in the Middle East. But just my personal opinion is when I've seen governments get involved in, the way businesses work, it's almost always been a failure. And it does work in a few places, like it works in Norway, but they can afford it. In Sweden, it's not working so well right now. But, and I also wanted to protest a little bit. I saw the expert we had comes from mostly socialist Oregon. I'm not quite sure if there's some bias in that, but, one of the points made was that there was a group study, and 30% of the people in the study had people that were minimum wage. But that doesn't mean 30% of the people were minimum wage. And I actually talked to the woman, and she said very few were minimum wage. So I kind of question why we would even be doing this if there's so few people that are actually getting a minimum wage. And just my own observation is, California has done this, and it's chased out some businesses. Even In-N-Out Burger, which is a California company, they've closed down some stores. I think it's mostly in the San Francisco area. And, it's created higher costs, less stores, and less employees. And the expert from Oregon, he was saying, well, we can monitor this thing, but that kind of sounds like inflation is temporary or something, because once you start the program, I don't see how you're gonna pull the plug on it. You can monitor, but once the cat's out of the bag, it's too late. And I'd just say even here I just know the 1914 restaurant in Niwot, they're shutting down because Boulder County, it was one of 3 reasons I was told by the owner, but it was the new minimum wage for Boulder County. It was also property taxes and sewer hookups, but he said the minimum
Thank you.
was the real killer. All right, thanks.
Steve Altshuler, Colin Larson, Keith, and Garrett Walls.
Good evening. Steve Altshuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. A couple things I wanted to say were mentioned already, but the first one is I am also glad to see so many people here tonight. It is just great to see people, whether they agree with me or disagree with what I'm about to say, so in other words, pro or con, to see so many people in the community getting involved and stepping out and having their voices heard. I applaud everybody that's here. I am actually not in favor of minimum wage, but I'm open to some changes. And this is not going to be my most fluid talk because it's from the bottom up. I kept finding new things to mention. Minimum wage was not designed to provide for a family of 4 people. Minimum wage was designed so that young people could get into the workplace, get experience, learn how to earn and save and invest money, learn how to work at a business, learn new tools to increase their value as they get older. It was not made to provide for a family of 4 or 5 or 3 or whatever. So somebody had mentioned an increase in poverty, and what I wanted to say is the largest increase in poverty in the last 4 years is not because of rent, but it's because of the Biden inflation at 25 to 30%, where everything has gone up. Cars have gone up, gas has gone up, food has gone up. It's not because of the wages that small businesses are paying. And I also wanted to say that besides that, property taxes have gone up 40%. So you look at these small businesses and their expenses have gone through the roof. So they're going to be paying a lot more now with minimum wage, and they're not going to be able to afford it. And I said this on Saturday at Coffee with Council. You only have to go as far as California in April. They incorporated a $20 minimum wage. Tens of thousands of people have lost their jobs. Thousands of minimum wage places have shut down and left California because they can't afford it. No one's any better off because Happy Meals at Burger King, at McDonald's have gone up 30 or 40%. So whoever's making more money is now paying more for everything. And the minimum wage really hurts the senior citizens because they don't get to make more money to buy a more expensive beer or a more expensive burger. So my suggestion to you was going to be, if you are adamant about increasing minimum wage, I would suggest connecting it to COLA. Just like senior citizens on Social Security, they will get a minimum wage equal to or roughly close to whatever inflation is for that year. Maybe minimum wage could be the same thing.
Thank you, Steve. Colin Larson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Colin Larson. I am the Government Affairs Director for the Colorado Restaurant Association. I've been corresponding with a number of you via email. Appreciate those of you that have already engaged. I do not live here. I live very far south. I have an hour drive to get back down to Roxborough, so I'll be leaving after my comments here. But I'm here to speak in strong...
Colin,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this first call public invited to be heard is for City of Longmont residents and employees only. So,
Okay.
But you live in Denver?
Actually, I live in Roxborough. But there were a number of union representatives representing businesses here. As a representative of the Colorado Restaurant Association, we have several dozen members in Longmont, and there were people that don't live in Longmont that spoke on behalf of their constituencies.
But they had addresses here from Longmont, so I'm assuming they did.
Okay.
So I am going to ask you to wait, or I have to stick to this because there are a lot of people that want to talk from other municipalities, and it just takes forever, as you can see.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Okay. I just would posit that that was maybe
So-
an unfairly applied standard.
Thank
Very
you.
clear that it wasn't.
Keith.
I'm going to speak about something totally different. I see our community is definitely needing some change. Maybe it's the age of where our community's gone and the future where we lie. But I'm going to start on something else. It's something that I hold dear that I think that you guys should really look into. It's recognizing our police officers. Police officers' efforts go beyond more than we acknowledge in a daily day. It's about enforcing the values and their commitments and the sacrifices they make. When we celebrate our officers, we send a clear message that their hard work and dedication are noticed and appreciated. This recognition not only boosts the morale, but also strengthens the relationship between the law enforcement and the community, which we sort of have a problem everywhere. It's not just here. I tried looking up to give an award to an officer that went above and beyond his duty of doing something well, and it is so hard to find anything on your guys' website. And that is sad, that somebody that is doing something for protection of us, you guys, our city, and we can't recognize them. That's something that builds up morale everywhere. So I would really like to see that you guys start to work on something for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Garrett Walls.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman. Garrett Walls, 507 Deerwood Drive. Been a resident here for about 20 years. And I wanted to speak on the minimum wage. This proposal to raise wages to $25 an hour by 2030 and higher by 35 aims to elevate the lowest earners out of poverty, as we've heard. Yet this study shows mixed to negative impacts on employment, business investment, consumer pricing, and productivity. In order to elevate a few individuals at the expense of everyone, the council must decide to apply additional constraints and costs on the very businesses that are the sources of these increased wages to be paid. Many of you may not have read the 1,300-page packet that accompanied council's meeting tonight. However, I've taken time to review it, and I didn't need a PhD, but thank you for going through all of that in detail. But I agree. And what I found is something more alarming when I try to bring this into the sense of what it means to me in my neighborhood. Thank you. I live in a community that has about 215 homes, and if we think there's maybe about 4 people that live in that, so about 860 residents, the average there means that about 860 people are going to feel that impact, and about 1 person in that group is going to maybe see the lift of that. So for me, this just feels like an undue burden on the businesses in our community. To wrap, I would encourage the council to research other approaches that would help elevate the greater portion of residents in need without pushing the burden onto the folks that have already taken great risks to open businesses that have helped transform Longmont into a vibrant and diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you. The last group, Mike Roof, West Lisbot, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and Mary, I don't know this. Mary May?
May? Yeah, May.
Mary May? Is there a Mary here? No, that's not you. Okay.
It's just me. I get to wrap it
I
up.
guess it is.
You know, I strategically stood at the end of the line so I could be the last one to speak. So, Mike Root, a couple businesses here in town, 110 Emory Street. So I just want to open by saying I don't think any of us fundamentally oppose a livable wage, right? I mean, most of us, as you've seen in the data, already hire people above the livable wage, the minimum wage, whatever substitute word we want to put in there. So at a baseline, we all agree that people need a livable wage. Just like Nate spoke about earlier, all of our staff is hired well above the mandated minimum wage. So I don't think that any of us are arguing that that's not what needs to be done. I think we just want, like Ms. Yarborough said, we want it done right. We want it done for Longmont. We don't want copy and paste Denver. We don't want copy and paste Boulder. We want what's right for our economy. We have a unique position to be able to stand up for what Longmont wants. That's the residents, the business owners, the retirees. We don't have to just do what the county tells us to do. So we're a very unique city in that regard. Some of the concerns I want to address, I think a unique thing that a lot of people don't think about, and you spoke about it, Ms. Hidalgo, with the compression is, you know, potentially creating a wage gap, right? And so if we mandate minimum wages and eliminate entry-level workers, whether it be 5, 10 years, there's going to be a gap of entry-level and skilled workers, meaning someone's not going to be hired at an entry-level position when they're being paid at a skilled level position. So whether it be high school or college graduates, at some point there will be a removal of entry-level workers into the market just by sheer inflation. The housing cost, I love that Shaquille has talked about what nonprofits in the community is doing, right? You know, we hear about it's not the government's job to do everything. So the fact that we have organizations that are looking at the housing issues is promising, right? Because we know in this capitalist society that if I give you more money, the people who own all these townhomes and apartments aren't going to say good for you. They're going to say your rent's going up. And so we need measures in place that allow these workers to continue to live in the homes and they're not displaced every year the leases are up. I agree with I was pleasantly surprised with some of your inquisitions. I think we do need to have a Longmont focus committee, not just a general Boulder County committee. So it's promising to hear that you guys are asking those questions and asking for more input. I don't think 1% of the population on a study is reflective of how everyone feels. The last thing I would like to say is I just offered Colin a job. So he's now employed at one of my locations. So I would respectfully ask that you allow him to speak now that he's employed at 110 Emory Street. And that's my 15 seconds. Thank you.
Seeing no one else on the list. Oh, Wes, there you are. How can I forget you? I'm so sorry. Please step up to the podium.
I'm just a forgettable person.
No.
Wes Isbett, 1283 3rd Avenue and 730 Kimbark. I'm old enough to have lived through 2 recessions. I'm first generation to this country, and I've worked very hard. And I've made fortunes and I've lost fortunes in that cycle. And right now, most of you have come to our establishment, not as often as I would like, probably because our prices are what they have to be. I have staff currently making $25, $28, $30, $35 an hour, and they can't afford housing in Longmont. So the problem isn't how much we're paying them. Let's just get that straight right off the bat. Right now, you guys would come, to have a glass of wine for $8. If I added 15% per year, in a few years, that's $18 for that glass of wine. You're not going to come, 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 you're not going to come. We have priced ourselves out of the market. So only the elite are going to come to a truly local place. It's just a personal experience between you and me, and that's how it's going to dance. If you're a good employer, you pay your staff, they come. If you're a bad employer, then you should quit, and you should find someone who's a good employer. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Wes. And now we are at the end of the people who signed up. Seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close first call, public invited to be heard. It is getting late. Do we need another break? Staff? Let's move on then.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. We're now at the consent agenda. And Don, would you mind reading the consent agenda into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor. The ordinances on tonight's consent agenda will be on second reading and public hearing on September 10th, 2024. Item 9A is ordinance 2024-60, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Longmont Municipal Code on land use regulations and planning approval processes to further incentivize affordable housing unit generation. 9B is ordinance 2024-61, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the city of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar Parcel H-31B to Edward J. Cook. 9C is ordinance 2024-62, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the vacation of a 5-foot wide utility easement and a portion of a 5-foot wide LPC easement generally located south of 9th Avenue along the northern boundary of Lot 1 Trinity Subdivision. 9D is ordinance 2024-63, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the vacation of a 30-foot wide access easement across the north side of the County Road 5 Storage SP LLC, property generally located south of State Highway 119 and east of Weld County Road 5. 9E is resolution 2024-54, resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing an intergovernmental agreement for a water rights exchange between the city of Longmont and Boulder County. 9F is resolution 2024-55, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement between the city and the Longmont Professional Firefighters Association, International Association of Firefighters Local 1806, in effect from January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2024. 9G is resolution 2024-56, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the revocable permit and service renewal agreement between the city and Lamar Advertising for bus benches and shelters. 9H is resolution 2024-57, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes on the ballot question approving a $739.8 million bond for the St. Vrain Valley School District RE1J on the November 5th, 2024 statewide election ballot. 9I is resolution 2024-58, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes on the ballot issue extending the existing 2 cents of a cent open space sales and use taxes indefinitely on the November 5th, 2024 coordinated election ballot. And with the council's motion earlier, item 9J is resolution 2024-60, a resolution of the Longmont City Council remanding the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission denying the McDonald's at Sandstone Marketplace conditional use site plan.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of bills. I can see that Councilor Martin would like to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Peck. Assuming that no one has anything they'd like to pull, I would like to move the consent agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on for a second. Let's get through the people that are asking to speak, see if someone wants to pull an item. Councilor Hidalgo-Fearing.
Okay, my apologies. I'd like to pull item A.
Okay.
So I'll move the consent agenda minus A.
Okay. Counselor Hidalgo Faring pulled an agenda item and moved the consent agenda minus the item, and Counselor Martin seconded it. Let's. Minus A.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. We are now at ordinances on second reading and public hearing items on any matter. The first one is A 2024-53, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2024. Are there any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on Bill 2024-53. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this bill? Seeing one, I will close the public hearing on 2024-53 and ask for a motion.
I move ordinance 2024-53.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Martin. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. The second one is B 2024-55. It's a bill for an ordinance amending Title IX, Chapter 13.24 and Section 2.97.010 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning prohibiting alleyway obstructions to ensure access to city services. Do any of the councilors have questions or comments? Seeing no one in the queue, I will open the public hearing on 2024-55. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on 2024-55 and ask for a motion. I'll move Bill 2024-55. I moved it, and it was seconded by Councilor McCoy. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. The third one is 2024-56. It's a bill for an ordinance amending chapters 14.32 and 4.78 of the Longmont Municipal Code on regulations governing electric service. Are there any questions or comments from councilors? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2024-56. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on 2024-56 and ask for a vote. I'll move 2024-56.
Well, I'll second.
And that has been seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. The fourth one is 2024-57, a bill for an ordinance amending Title IV, Chapter 4.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code for extending the existing 0.2 cent open sales tax and sales and use tax, and referring said extension to a vote of the qualified electors. Are there any questions or comments from councilors? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2024-57. Is there anybody in the public that would? Oh, there is, and here he comes. Welcome, Gordon Pedro.
Mayor and Council, Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive. I'm here tonight primarily to say thank you. Thank you for placing the open space tax extension on the ballot so that the residents can show their continued support for the open space program. And I had some more statements I was going to make, but it's late tonight. I'm going to I'll just say thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing on 2024-56 And as for, nope, I'm sorry, it's 2024-57.
I move ordinance 2024-57.
It's been moved by Counselor McCoy, seconded by Counselor Martin. Let's vote. And 2024-57 passes 6-1 with Counselor Christ opposing. The last one is 2024-58, a bill for an ordinance approving the concept plan amendment for a portion of Schlegel-Williams annexation known as the Modern West 2 development, generally located south of Rogers Road and east of Airport Road. Before we go into this, I had talked to Counselor McCoy before the meeting started, and he would like to address a letter that was actually written to council that is part of this. So, Counselor McCoy?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clear some things up with our friends at Modern West. When I was filling in at the last Airport Advisory Board, August 8th, I left the meeting room at least 5 to 6 different times, so I would not have a conflict of interest when considering this annexation when people came up to speak about it. I would not read any emails on this subject, so I would not be seen as having a perceived opinion on this annexation. I actually tried to sign into the computer here, but I had a new cell phone and was unable to get the two-part authentication to work so that I could get in there to see any sort of comments or communications on this. The only thing I did do is 2 weeks ago is read the packet, and so I assure you I will not be recusing myself from this decision as there is no conflict.
Thank you. And according to our rules of procedure, it is up to the counselor to recuse themselves, or it is up to council to ask for his recusal. So do we accept, counselors, do we accept the Counselor McCoy's statement that he should not recuse himself from this bill? Okay. So we are moving on. I don't think we need a motion. None was made.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we have a presentation. Let's do that first before we do the public hearing. Counselors, before they get started, we each have at our desk the review criteria for making our decision. Our decision must be based on these 6 criteria for this application.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Commission. Grant Penland, Planning and Development Services Director. I'll be providing the brief presentation this evening, and the applicant does have a presentation as well. Item 10E, again, is the public hearing for the proposed concept plan amendment for the property known as Modern West 2. In this vicinity map, it does show the location of Modern West 2 that consists of a little over 27 acres in West Longmont, south of Rogers Road, east of Airport Road, and west of Anderson Street, also to the southwest of Vance Brand Airport. The Modern West 2 property is part of a larger area that is zoned mixed-use employment, or MUE. There are a mix of residential uses, districts in the vicinity, as well as a number of unincorporated county properties. The Modern West 2 property is designated mixed-use employment as well in the Envision Longmont Comprehensive Plan, with a strip of the Niwot Ditch, as well as other greenways designated for parks, greenways, and open space running through the MUE area. Additionally, the Modern West 2 property is located within an identified area of change within the Envision Longmont plan. The proposed development would contain a mix of high-density residential development as well as commercial uses that will be consistent with the underlying mixed-use employment zone district. This district does permit development at a minimum density of 18 units per acre as a secondary use, and that's residential development specifically. Again, why the concept plan amendment? The annexation agreement itself and concept plan were adopted for the annexation or with the annexation in 2000, and they are the controlling documents for this property. The types of residential development proposed for Modern West 2, while permitted within the current zone district, are not permitted in the previous business light industrial or BLI zone district referenced in the adopted annexation agreement and comp plan, or concept plan rather. An amendment to the concept plan is necessary to allow for those types of uses that are proposed. So just brief regulatory history. Again, the annexation agreement provides that the developers use the property in a manner consistent with the BLI zoning, and the concept plan depicts industrial/economic development uses for the development areas. Again, the BLI district was intended primarily to allow light manufacturing, warehousing and distribution, research development, as well as commercial service type uses. Office and limited support services were permitted as secondary uses. Just of note, the staff report did state that no residential uses were permitted in the BLI district. It's more accurate to state that limited residential uses that were in the same building as a primary use, such as live-work units, were permitted under certain circumstances, but standalone residential uses were not permitted again in that BLI zone district. The Modern West 2 property indicated on this slide with the red star is generally located within the overall airport influence zone, which is the area encompassed by the red oval shown on this map. As with the previously approved Modern West development, the applicant provided staff with what's known as a 7460 letter or finding of no hazard to air navigation prepared by the FAA Southwest Regional Office. This letter is included as part of Council's packet as attachment 7. This letter states the proposed buildings would not be obstruction hazards and would not be hazard to air navigation. Following receipt of the reference 7460 letter, staff did receive a letter from the FAA Denver Airport District's office stating their objection to the proposed residential uses given their proximity to Vance Brand Airport. Staff and the applicant met with FAA representatives several times in an attempt to resolve stated concerns. The FAA provided city staff with Advisory Circular 150/5190-4B as guidance for decisions regarding land use compatibility with airports following the June 13th, 2023 letter from the Denver Airport's district office. Staff did use this circular as a guide and recommendations regarding the current proposal as well as potential code amendments. Section 2.3.1.3 of the circular includes techniques for mitigating airport impacts on residential uses, many of which the applicant proposes to incorporate. Some of the identified techniques includes placement of residential structures so they are not directly underneath the runway approach or departure path outside of runway protection zones. Second, disclosing noise impact as well as discouraging residential development within the 65 decibel DNL noise contour, and also requiring the use of sound insulating building materials. I think council will recognize this map, commonly referred to as kind of the paddleboard map. In response to the FAA concerns, staff used the guidance in the advisory circular to identify potential sub-areas within the airport influence overlay that could be incorporated into the land development code and zoning map. Zone A shown represents the runway protection zone in which no development should occur, and Zone B represents runway approach zone in which some development could occur with conditions. Staff does recognize the need to add more specificity within this overlay within the land development code. However, development proposals currently under review are subject to existing code requirements, though conditions may be imposed if warranted. This just zooms in on the specific area in question and does show the proposed subzones where the proposed Modern West 2 development is located. Residential uses have previously been approved in the immediate area of Modern West 2 or the subject property without noted opposition from the FAA, including Modern West 1, which is located immediately to the south. Just briefly, the applicant, again, will go in more detail. The concept plan under consideration this evening takes the FAA's concerns into account. Area 1 and Outlot C are within the runway approach zone. That's Zone B, and would not contain any residential uses. Residential uses would be sited north of this area on either side of the Niwot Ditch Greenway. Just by additional background, again, Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on the proposed concept plan at their June 26th meeting. Minutes of that meeting are included as attachment 6 in council's packet. 4 members of the public spoke in favor of the project and 1 spoke against it. The Commission did find, after discussion, that the applicable criteria had been met and recommended approval by a 6-1 vote. Following that hearing, there have been, of course, a significant public interest. The proposed development and correspondence received from Airport Advisory Board, the FAA, CDOT, as well as members of the public have been included as part of Attachment 7, as well as an additional information packet provided to council this evening. Just a quick overview of the review criteria. Decisions regarding development applications are based, as noted, upon the review criteria established within Chapter 15.02 of the Land Development Code. And just a quick review, criteria 1, the proposed concept plan is consistent with the policy and growth framework of Envision Longmont, as well as the mixed-use employment zone district. Specific goals and policy references are included as part of staff's communication in your packet this evening. The applicant does propose a mix of development that incorporates commercial, industrial uses, as well as high-density residential uses, and primary greenway, all of which are permitted in the underlying MUE zone district. Adequate public facilities do exist or will be provided for the proposed Modern West 2 development. The developer will be responsible for providing necessary infrastructure to serve the project, including extension of Anderson Street to Rogers Road. Given that this is a concept plan, of course, specific details of utility design, street, et cetera, have not yet been finalized. The surrounding properties generally share the same mixed-use employment zoning or Envision Longmont designation as the subject property. A number of the properties are currently undeveloped, and several residential developments that are either built out or under construction within the immediate area. The proposed development is not anticipated to adversely impact surrounding properties, the natural environment, transportation, or utility facilities. Proposed development will include construction of a primary greenway segment, as mentioned, as well as necessary road and infrastructure improvements. The surrounding area does contain similarly zoned properties. And regarding airport compatibility, the applicant has provided documentation that the proposed development would not present a hazard to air navigation. The applicant also provided a noise study demonstrating that the proposed development would be outside of the 65 decibel noise contours. Staff used guidance documents provided by the FAA to ensure that residential development would not be located within the runway approach zone, and the applicant did revise the concept plan to meet this condition. The applicant is also committed to using specific construction techniques to mitigate noise and also provide airport activity disclosures to both prospective tenants as well as buyers. This specific criterion is not applicable. The subject property is not within an identified stream corridor or riparian area. And finally, criterion 6, the proposed concept plan amendment includes existing and future rights-of-way and access points for roadways identified in Division Longmont, multimodal connections including primary greenway trail along Niwot Ditch are also included. Access points, internal linkages, as well as circulation will be further defined as part of future development applications for the project. In addition to the criteria for all applications, concept plans do include additional standards established in Section 1502060A3. The proposed concept plan amendment is a high-level plan. It does, again, mentioned as previously, does not include a level of detail that would be contained within future development applications such as preliminary plats. It is anticipated there will be a capacity to serve this development. And again, as noted, FAA did raise concerns regarding compatibility with airport operations. In particular, the FAA was concerned about high-density residential uses within the airport influence overlay zone, and staff did work with the applicant to locate residential uses away from that portion of the property. The approach is anticipated to balance FAA's concerns about the proximity of residential uses to the airport, as well as Longmont's need for housing and the economic viability of the proposed development. The concept plan amendment includes things like stormwater outlots on the eastern side of the property that will provide buffering from less intensive uses. And also, just a quick reference, a species and habitat conservation plan was submitted and reviewed as part of this application. However, recommendations of the plan will continue to be followed throughout the development process. That concludes staff's portion of the presentation. As I did reference, the applicant does have a presentation as well. And I'll let them introduce themselves because I think they have several.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the proposal today for the Modern West 2 Concept Plan Amendment. My name is Mickey Leba, and I represent Permonte's Group, located at 1715 Iron Horse Drive in the city of Longmont. I'm also proud to say that I've been a resident of the city of Longmont for the past 25 years. I'm one of the lucky ones who is able to live and work in this community. Over this time, I've witnessed and been actively involved in the positive growth of our city. Today, I'm excited and honored to be a part of this Modern West development. Modern West Longmont LLC is the owner and applicant for the Modern West development. The Modern West 2 site is located south of Rogers Road and north of the future extension of Mountain Brook Drive. It is situated between Airport Road to the west and Anderson Street to the east. The site is adjacent to the Veterans Village and Habitat site within the Mountain Brook subdivision to the east. The Modern West 1 site is located to the south. The two sites are bisected by the future Mountain Brook Drive collector roadway. The Modern West project is an overall phased mixed-use master plan development. The intended theme was that this project started out as a master plan development for both sites to create a mixed-use community with diverse housing types. Modern West 1 is fully entitled and is currently in the city review process for a site plan, final plat, and public improvement plans. Approval of the Modern West 1 Filing 1 final plat, off-site public improvements, and site development plan is expected to occur in December of this year. The approved concept plan covers a larger area and was established before the current land development code and comprehensive plan were in place. It permits uses under the previously designated business light industrial zoning district. The Modern West 2 concept plan amendment pertains to the approved 2000 Slagle-Williams Annexation Concept Plan, which is approved under a different set of regulations and precedes the current Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. The Modern West 2 site has a use by right to develop as business light industrial. The mixed residential and business light industrial uses are encouraged in the existing BLI zoning district. This includes live-work units and studios. Residential uses are currently allowed in the same building as commercial or industrial uses, provided that residential component comprises 50% or less of the total developed floor area. It is important for council to understand that today, Modern West 2 site could be developed with a component of residential as a use by right. Today, without any public hearings, residential is allowed on the site under the BLI zoning as a live-work product at a height of 45 feet. This process, supported by city staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission, along with many changes my client has made, will bring the Modern West 2 site in line with the current zoning, especially as it now aligns with the proposed Zone B overlay. The revisions to the Modern West 2 concept plan amendment reflect the staff's strong efforts to address the airport's concerns, making the site more compatible with the surrounding area that it is today. The area in blue is the portion of the approved Slagle annexation concept plan that we are focused on today, the Modern West 2 site. Some key points of the application. The primary greenway, as currently identified, will not be amended and will be incorporated into the Modern West 2 development, ensuring consistency with the existing plan. The proposed concept plan amendment accurately reflects the 100-foot airport emergency landing easement as identified in the approved Slagle concept plan. A 50-foot buffer setback will also be provided both sides of the easement. The proposed amendment seeks to permit a full range of uses allowed within the mixed-use employment zoning district. This change aims to enhance flexibility and adaptability to current market demands and community needs. The proposed concept plan represents the second phase of the previously approved Modern West 1 development. We believe this amendment will facilitate the continued growth and development of the area while adhering to the established guidelines and enhancing the community's overall functionality and appeal. The next few slides are examples of what we could develop as a use by right today without any public hearing process. This slide is an example of what we could do by right for commercial manufacturing. This is a view of the site looking west. We want to provide a sense of the scale of what is allowed in the BLI zoning as it sits today without any public process. It is to give some sense also of what is currently allowed on the land, and the massing shown is industrial use. Industrial commercial manufacturing would be across from existing single-family homes that have been there for many years across Rogers Road. This use would be a waste of the connectivity to the bike path, the open space, the multi-use path, and the bus rapid transit. This slide identifies an example of the residential use by right that could be developed today. Rogers Road is to the north, and this view is looking west. Live work is allowed in the BLI zoning as it sits today and can be processed through the city without any public process. The massing on this slide identifies 2-story residential on top of 1-story commercial. This slide again identifies as an example of the residential commercial use by right that could be developed today. This is intended to show how this approved use does not fit with what is happening in the neighborhood. Mountain Brook subdivision is to the east, and this neighborhood is developing as market-rate single-family homes. The Veterans Village and Habitat Development are also adjacent to the Modern West site. These are also single-family houses, so you can see that what is allowed under the old zoning which is no longer under the code, does not fit this neighborhood. This slide identifies the concept plan amendment we are requesting council approval on today. Again, this is an amendment to the approved Slagle concept plan, which included a larger area. The subject property is located in an area of change as defined by Envision Longmont. The Modern West 2 amendment proposes a mix of primary and secondary uses on the property. The light blue area is designated for high-density residential. The Modern West 2 concept plan amendment is consistent with Envision Longmont goal to promote sustainable mix of uses in the city of Longmont. Policy 1.2A states that the city should strive for a balance of mix of residential, employment, retail, commercial, recreational, and other uses. Policy 1.2F supports higher density housing types in the mixed-use employment and other mixed-use areas. Policy 1.2G encourages the integration of complementary land uses on the same site. Modern West 2 proposes a mix of residential, recreational, commercial, industrial uses in the MUE zone district. The proposed concept plan amendment would further complement the previously approved Modern West 1 mixed-use development to the south. Modern West 2 is the second phase of the previously approved Modern West 1 development, which is currently undergoing site plan, public improvement, and plat review. Modern West 1 is also a mixed-use development with combination of commercial, industrial, high-density residential uses. The intent is for Modern West 1 and 2 to be complementary projects. The proposed concept plan amendment includes a future greenway trail along the Niwot Ditch as a part of the city's primary greenway network identified within Vision Longmont. The proposed Modern West 2 development would construct a portion of the primary greenway identified in Envision Longmont along the Niwot Ditch that connects the Likens Gulch Greenway. The greenway would be 100-foot in width and an additional 50-foot setback from the center line of the ditch on either side. This would be dedicated to the city of Longmont. The proposed concept plan amendment, as presented, has been reconfigured to address the FAA land use compatibility concerns. We have worked with staff to apply recommended standards contained in the FAA advisory circular to restrict residential uses to the portion of the site nearest to the runway approach zone. Staff has indicated the concept plan amendment presented represents a reasonable compromise that balances FAA concerns with the city's housing needs and the ability to have a viable project. The proposed concept plan amendment accurately reflects the 100-foot airport emergency landing easement as identified in the approved Slagle concept plan. The proposed 100-foot emergency landing easement and 50-foot building setback will extend beyond the existing 300-foot navigation easement, ensuring compliance and safety. The proposed 100-foot emergency landing easement will be centered over the proposed Mountain Brook Drive right-of-way, which is a 70-foot collector roadway, optimizing space and functionality. The proposed 50-foot building setback will be implemented on each side of the landing easement, providing a clear, safe buffer zone. An aeronautical study was completed for the site, ensuring thorough examination and consideration of all relevant factors. The FAA has issued a determination of no hazard to air navigation, confirming that the proposed amendment posed no risk to air traffic and navigation. By incorporating these points, we ensure that the proposed concept plan amendment is comprehensive, adheres to the safety regulations, and aligns with both current and future development needs. This slide is a duplicate of the previous and is included to more clearly identify the proposed Zone B overlay in orange, as well as the existing end of runway, runway protection zone, and the end of the emergency landing easement. The existing end of runway is located west of Airport Road. Existing runway protection zone is identified here in green. The end of the emergency landing easement is over 2,500 linear feet from the edge of the existing runway. The proposed concept plan amendment is consistent with the Longmont Municipal Code review criteria. The Modern West 1 site is south of the Mountain Brook Drive future roadway, and the Modern West 2 site is just to the north. Modern West proposes a mixed-use development incorporating commercial, industrial uses, high-density residential uses, and a primary greenway. Modern West 1 and 2 represent an integrated true mixed-use development. Residential uses are strategically located away from the portion of the property closest to the runway approach path to address the FAA's concerns about residential proximity to the airport. Multi-purpose outlots are strategically placed to buffer less intense uses to the east and provide multimodal and community connectivity for the overall mixed-use development. Adequate public services either exist or will be provided. Mountain Brook Drive will be constructed to connect Anderson Street to Rogers Road to the west, enhancing connectivity from Airport Road east to Hover. A 16-inch waterline main will be constructed from Anderson Street to Airport Road as identified in the city's master plan. Future bus rapid transit stop is also planned at Nelson and Airport Road. The Modern West 2 Greenway segment will connect the Likens Gulch Greenway from the north to existing greenway connections within the Mountain Brook subdivision to the east. Multimodal connections, including the primary greenway trail along the Niwot Ditch, will be included in the development. This plan ensures a balanced and well-connected and strategically designed mixed-use development that adheres to both municipal code requirements and community needs. The MUE contiguous land use area is identified here in red. The MUE area, which includes the Modern West 2 parcel, is comprised of 230 acres. The city policy for the MUE district states that secondary uses cannot exceed 50% of the land area with any given contiguous area that shares a specific zoning or comprehensive plan designation. Unincorporated Boulder County properties identified in orange make up 13.6%, or 31 acres of the MUE area. Existing non-residential secondary uses in white make up 12%, or 27.7 acres of the MUE area. These non-residential secondary uses include storage and warehousing. This slide is to identify the current secondary uses. Existing approved residential secondary uses in blue make up 15.4% of the MUE area. The existing and approved secondary uses in white make up 27.5% of the MUE area. Despite these existing secondary uses, the area has not yet reached the 50% threshold. This slide includes the proposed Modern West 2 residential secondary use in light blue. The proposed Modern West 2 residential secondary use is 15.53 acres, or 6% of the MUE area. The secondary use total with the proposed Modern West 2 site is 34.23% of the total MUE area. The proposed secondary use areas within the Modern West 2 property will not exceed the 50% threshold for secondary uses. The Modern West 2 concept plan amendment is consistent with the required Longmont Municipal Code criteria. The Modern West 2 concept plan amendment has demonstrated it meets or exceeds the city review criteria used to evaluate the application. Adequate utilities are or will be provided for the Modern West 1 and 2 sites. Consistent with Envision Longmont and mixed-use employment zoning. Collaboration with city staff ensures airport compatibility. Includes a primary greenway segment and essential infrastructure improvements. Meets all required setbacks from the Niwot Ditch and Likens Gulch Greenway. And finally, complies with the FAA standards for safety and currently has a letter of no hazard for a height of up to 50 feet, which is in line with the MUE zoning. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I will turn this over to our land use attorney, Scott Dunn.
Thank you, Mickey. Mayor Peck, members of council, Scott Dunn, 5918 Blue Mountain Circle, Longmont. Also, I'm a partner at Flanders, Ellsberg, Herbert and Dunn, 401 Main Street, which has been my office for close to 30 years. Here on behalf of the applicant. I just want to reiterate very briefly that it was already noted in the staff pack and also noted by Mickey that when this property was annexed over 20 years ago, the concept plan did allow uses consistent with the business light industrial zoning that was the zoning in place at the time of the annexation. And just to read again, the uses permitted in the BLI included specifically the following: mixed residential and business light industrial uses are also encouraged. Example, live work units and studios subject to residential uses being only allowed in the same building as commercial and industrial uses, and provided the residential component comprises 50% or less of the total development floor area. So under the current concept plan, without the need for the concept plan amendment before the council today, the applicant does have the right to proceed at staff level for development that includes mixed-use residential. Now, while the requested amendment will modify the types of residential permitted, the existing concept plan does permit certain residential. Now, I wanted to address one of the things that was addressed in my letter that is in the packet regarding the letter from the Airport Advisory Board. And we noted this in our letter that's in your packet, that we have requested that the July 18th, 2024 letter from the Airport Advisory Board and its exhibits be excluded from the record on this application and not be considered by the council for purposes of application. We state in the letter, the reasons for this request are provided in our letter and include that the Airport Advisory Board is not a reviewing or advisory board to the City Council for development applications, and that it was improper for the Airport Advisory Board to take public comment and then take advisory action to the City Council without proper notice to interested parties, including the applicant. And so that's the reasons that we state in our letter that we respectfully requested that the Advisory Board letter not be considered on the application.
I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment. Councilor Hidalgo-Ferring.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. Do I have a second?
Nobody wants to do that.
We have
Okay, it's
business.
been moved
We have
by
business to conduct.
Councilor Hidalgo-Ferring, seconded by Councilor Yarbrough, that we extend the meeting beyond 11 o'clock.
So
All those in favor?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We have this display up, so can we just do a voice motion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Oh, wait. Oh. Well, I don't know. Oh.
2, 3, 4, 1.
This could be pushed to Thursday.
Yeah, we need to
Thursday.
extend this. Well, honestly, I'm not gonna make it this one. Doesn't matter,
Oh, no, did you vote to extend the meeting? No, I'm talking to.
We have 4 yeas and 3 nays, so it does pass. Some of us may fade, and I apologize for that.
Mayor, at this point, I would like to turn it over to another counsel for the applicant, Mike Morgan.
Mayor, Council, I'm Mike Morgan. I'm an attorney representing Modern West with respect to aviation issues. I come at this from the perspective of having represented commercial and general aviation airports for over 40 years now, including defending them against allegations that they have breached FAA grant assurances. You've received many comments in your packet, and we've read through those as well, which oppose residential use in this area on the basis of aviation safety and land use compatibility. Though these comments are no doubt sincere, We believe they're based upon fundamental misunderstandings of FAA regulations, misunderstandings of the project itself, and most importantly, misunderstandings of what is already permitted under current zoning at this site. As I understand it, and I think it's been said before, zoning on the Modern West property already permits the development of high occupancy commercial buildings, which includes a residential component, and these can be up to 45 feet high. The issue tonight is whether to permit mixed residential uses that are not over the first story commercial use. Also, none of the comments submitted to date that we've read through have cited any FAA or other standard of safety or land use compatibility which is being violated by the project. And that's because we believe that no such standard is being violated, that this project meets all applicable standards. First slide, please. As has been mentioned before, at the city's request, the applicant applied for and obtained a determination of no hazard to air navigation from FAA. This means that FAA standards as to height, as to lighting, emissions, electrical interference, wildlife attractants are all met by this. And this FAA standard is true and is applicable regardless of whether it's a residential or commercial building. Next slide. Other comments have erroneously stated that aircraft will be flying on the over the property on the 34-to-1 slope that's indicated on the lower line along this diagram. That's erroneous because the 34-to-1 slope is the slope that FAA uses to determine whether or not a building is too high and there won't be an adequate margin of safety between aircraft and the buildings. Aircraft don't actually fly on the 34-to-1 slope. Aircraft that are landing fly more like on a 20-to-1 slope, which is the upper line. Next slide. Also, certain of the comments have said that there's 240 aircraft operations over this property a day, and that's not true, because an operation is a landing or a takeoff, and half of those operations, at least half, including most of the takeoffs, occur at the other end of the runway, not this end of the runway. Now, noise is a concern always. In its Part 150 regulations, FAA has established the 65 DNL noise contour as the standard for compatibility with residential uses. DNL is a day-night average of all of the noise from all aircraft that operate at an airport, and it's weighted more heavily at night when noise is more of an annoyance. The airport section of your city website states that as of the last master plan in the year 2012, the 65 DNL contour didn't even extend off airport property. It was entirely contained in the airport property, which of course is to the left side on this diagram of Airport Road. Now, in the last 20 years, operations at this airport have actually declined. But in the last 10 years, since the master plan, they've gone up about 12%. So that 65 LDN contour maybe is a little bit bigger, but not much. Maybe it penetrates across Airport Road, but that's still a long way from this project. And the 65 LDN contour isn't anywhere close to this project. The nearest corner of this project is over 2,300 feet from the end of the runway. You also need to consider, I think, that most flights at this airport occur during the day. During the day is when commercial buildings are most usually occupied. Residences are more highly occupied in the evening when there are fewer flights. Now, as has been previously pointed out, there's an emergency landing strip or area here that has been provided by the applicant, and this is suggested in FAA's advisory circular on airport or land use compatibility. And this is 200 feet wide, which is 2.5 times the width of the actual airport runway, which is only 75 feet wide. So this is a pretty nice sized area that will provide an emergency landing strip. All right, next slide. We obtained from FAA flight tracks for a 3-day period in July of 2023. And you can see on this slide that all of the flight tracks that were generated for a 3-day period. You can see that they fly over large areas of Longmont, not just over the project site. And in fact, they're very highly concentrated on the direct centerline approach of the runway, both taking off and landing. Next slide. This slide was also obtained by, from FAA, and you can see the project site, and it's for a 3-day period in July. You'll see that the vast majority of aircraft fly not over where the residential uses would be, but instead fly over the southwest corner of the property where the emergency landing strip would be provided. Now, many of the comments have said that, commenters have said that aircraft will fly right over these residential uses in landing and taking off from this airport. But that's not true if pilots follow the direct approach into and out of the airport along the runway centerline. They will only overfly this area if they choose to do so. Okay, the next slide. Now here what we've done is taken the same FAA slide and we've superimposed the landing area, emergency landing area, you can see there, and the 25-foot setbacks. And you can see that that's where most of the flights overfly this property. We've also overlaid in the blue line the paddle, if you will, staff's proposal for the area in which there should be no residential development at all. That's just a proposal to try to compromise with FAA. Nonetheless, Modern West has for purposes of this project, abided by this, and all the residential uses will be outside that blue line. And as you can see, there aren't that many overflights directly over that area. Staff did this, as I said, in an attempt to compromise with FAA, but FAA has not been willing to compromise or to even tell staff or Modern West what the basis of their objection is. Some comments that you've received have said that if you approve this concept amendment, you'll set yourself up for lawsuits just like that are occurring right now at Rocky Mountain Regional Airport. We don't think that's the case. The suits at Rocky Mountain Regional Airport resulted from the fact that the navigation easements that were in place there had loopholes in them. They were conditioned upon whether or not certain activities or certain aviation activities didn't increase or didn't change. Well, in fact, those things did change, and as a result, those navigation easements were allowed to lapse. The navigation easement that you are requiring and that Modern West will sign does not contain those loopholes. And thus, the people who live or rent in this area will be barred from bringing suit against you, and therefore you don't have the problem they have at Rocky Mountain Regional Airport. Next slide. The important thing, of course, here is FAA grant assurances. The grant assurance in question is Grant Assurance 21. That requires you to take appropriate action to the extent reasonable, including the adoption of zoning laws, to restrict the use of land adjacent to or in the immediate vicinity of the airport to activities and purposes compatible with normal airport operations. We believe you have, in fact, taken reasonable and appropriate actions. You've already taken those, or will take those in connection with the approval of this amendment. You've established an airport influence area by zoning, and you've required in that airport influence area hard and fast navigation easements. You've required notification of anybody moving in that they're near an airport, that there will be no noise. You've required an FAA Part 77 determination of no hazard to air navigation, and we've obtained that. You've assured that residential development is well outside the 65 LDN noise standard, which is FAA's standard of noise compatibility. You will be providing a clear area for emergency landings, which is not required by FAA, but which is desirable. You've assured there's no wildlife attractants, light glare, electrical interference, etc. And finally, you've moved residential uses out of the paddle or out of that area that is suggested by the FAA advisory circular. Because you've done all of these things, we believe that there's no logical reason to believe there would be a violation of grant assurances in this case. Now, the thorn here, of course, is the letters from FAA, the FAA Denver office. They assert that despite all of this, somehow this project would be compatible with the airport, incompatible with the airport. This is frustrating, again, because they won't tell you why. Frankly, we're not really sure they understand what uses are already permitted by current zoning or understand this particular project. In any event, FAA determination of grant assurance violation is not made by the Denver District's office, by the person who wrote these letters. They can allege a violation of grant assurances, but the final determination will be made in the Washington, D.C. office by the Director of the Office of Airport Compliance or on appeal to the Associate Administrator. We submitted for the record, and it's in your packets, a 2018 decision of FAA made at that very highest level of FAA, about 3 levels above the Denver office. In that Part 16 case, FAA considered whether the airport's failure to oppose a senior living center near an airport, in fact, violated Grant Assurance 21. The highest level of FAA stated, and I quote, "All land uses are considered to be compatible with noise levels less than LDN 65 dB, including residential uses. While local needs or values may dictate further delineation based on local requirements or determinations, Assurance 21 does not dictate that all residential uses near an airport are incompatible," unquote. That's directly from FAA, 2 levels up from the Denver office. The final decision that I just quoted is consistent with what I've seen in my 40 years of practice in representing airports. I've never seen FAA, and I don't believe they ever have, determined an airport to be in violation of Grant Assurance 21 when you're outside the 65 LDN contour, when you've got a Part 77 safety no hazard determination, and when you've required navigation easements. You've complied with your grant assurance, in my opinion. But what happens if the worst happens? What happens if FAA at the Denver office alleges a violation? What will happen? Again, based on my experience, and if history is any guide, and it usually is, FAA's goal is to bring airports into compliance, not to be punitive. FAA would likely look forward. They would require that you amend your zoning ordinance and prohibit residential uses in some areas around the airport going forward, very similar to what your staff has already proposed to you. And this project already complies with the staff's proposal. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions, and if not, I'll turn it over to Margaret.
Councilor Martin.
Yes, excuse me. I do, thank you, Mayor Peck. I do have one question. I believe there was also a supporting letter from the Colorado Department of Transportation.
Yes.
That was not mentioned. Could you explain how that interacts with the FAA letter?
They have, the CDOT, or Colorado Department of Transportation, the Division of Aeronautics, also has a grant assurance, and it's identical, almost word for word, with Grant Assurance 21. The CDOT letter does not say it's unsafe, doesn't say the reason for the non-compatibility. It just says that we believe that this project is incompatible. Again, I'm not sure CDOT has all the facts. I'm not sure they know what current zoning already allows, and they don't really know what the change is that you're considering this evening.
So the question that I have is, it seems to me that from their point of view, the current zoning is not relevant. The changes to the concept plan may be relevant. Do they know about those?
I don't know. I don't know what they were told. There was no detail in their letter. They didn't say that that they simply said the Modern West, that the CDOT letter was in response to the Planning Commission's 6-to-1 approval of it. But they didn't say anything about what they understood the project to be or what the decision to be.
Can't we ask them?
So, Mayor, Council, we also have our Aviation Council, Eric Pilsk here, that can potentially answer some of those questions as well.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. And I think it's Derek and not Margaret.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and members of council. My name is Derek Rossio, and I live at 6185 Brigadoon Court in Longmont. I've been building and redeveloping properties in Boulder County for over 30 years. I'll start with a quick bit of history. I purchased my first 16-acre Modern West property in 2016 and annexed it into the city in 2017 with a concept plan based on the previously zoned BLI. After the adoption of Envision Longmont in 2018, I decided to amend my annexation concept plan to align with the city's vision for this area of change. In early 2021, this council voted and approved a concept plan amendment to mixed-use employment. And in early 2022, our plat, consistent with the MUE concept plan amendment, was also approved. Since then, I've been diligently working with our team and city staff to design millions of dollars of public improvements for multimodal connectivity, all of which required by the annexation agreement. These improvements include extending Collector Roadway, Mountain Brook Drive West to connect to existing Collector Roadway, Rogers Road, the design construction of a new local roadway called Imagination Street, and design construction of all associated wet and dry utilities to accommodate future development and planning for this entire area. In addition, incorporated into the design of this public infrastructure is the construction and dedication of a 200-foot wide emergency landing and buffer easement extending a half-mile east of the end of Vance Brand Airport's runway 29. Much of the public infrastructure design and Modern West master planning has centered around this important additional emergency safety zone in Mountain Brook Drive. All of the public infrastructure will be paid by Modern West. In late 2020, I began discussions with my neighbor to the north, and within a year, I was able to purchase the adjoining 27-acre parcel known as Modern West 2. The Williams family had owned the ground since the early 80s, and were happy that it would be developed with intention and in keeping with the new vision for Longmont. They were excited about Envision Longmont, the new MUE zoning, and what was being crafted on the Modern West 1 site. The Williams property was annexed back in the year 2000, also under the previous BLI zoning, which at the time allowed for a variety of permitted uses, including live-work urban dwellings.
Because of the change in zoning to mixed-use employment in 2018, like the Modern West 1 site, an update to the existing concept plan for the Modern West 2 property is necessary to align it with the goals set forth in Envision Longmont. In November 2022, a Modern West concept plan was submitted with a pre-app proposal. A neighborhood meeting was subsequently held, and with no comments or objections from the airport community or the FAA, staff again supported mixed use with residential for this site. After the FAA letter and city's staff proposed B overlay, which was derived from the FAA advisory circular, we redesigned our concept plan layout to move our residential further north and outside of the proposed overlay. Since its conception, Modern West has been committed to sustainable development, including the use of solar PV, all-electric residential units, car and bike charging, shared parking, enhanced multimodal site planning, and the design of stormwater facilities to support multiple uses as pocket parks. Designing a true mixed-use community enhances sustainability by allowing residents to work in the same community where they live. Modern West will be building and dedicating a primary greenway along the Niwot Ditch corridor with a path that will connect directly to St. Vrain multi-use path for access to city open space and parks, downtown Longmont, and major retail zones. We're also steps away from the newly proposed bus rapid transit stop at Nelson and Airport, and our residents will easily be able to connect to the future Highway 119 bike path, which will start at Airport Road and head west into Boulder. Our sites are very well suited for residential use and alternative modes of transportation. Planning Commissioner Popkins said it well a few weeks ago during our P&Z hearing. Great work. This project checks all the boxes for Envision Longmont. Modern West provides a unique opportunity to blend living, working, gathering, and recreating. Our planning process has taken over 8 years, and we have stayed focused on successful placemaking to create a vibrant, mixed-use, mixed-income community. We recognize that it's very important to create a balance of jobs and housing to align with the intent of the MUE zoning, so we have master planned our land uses to be less than 50% residential over our entire 43 acres. The residential uses in the mixed-use district are important to allow residents to be near the newly created opportunities for employment while reducing the carbon impact of traveling to work.
Can I interrupt you for a minute?
Sure.
It is late, and what I'm hearing is what we've already gone over. We've heard it. It's getting very repetitive that everybody's repeating the same thing. And can we move on to get to, I really want to hear from our airport manager and from our city manager. So if we've already heard this?
This piece you haven't.
Okay. All right.
In 2023, I read the Longmont Housing Affordable Needs Assessment Study, which was commissioned by the city. I began to focus my efforts to help address the workforce and attainable housing shortages in Longmont. Noted here are excerpts from the 23 study. Growth projections indicate 12% target requires 5,400 affordable units by 2035.
And we have heard this from the county as well.
Okay.
So I'm sorry to hurry you along, but.
We're committed to building the 12% required affordable housing on the site at Modern West, which will yield at least 40 deed-restricted homes and help reach the city's 2035 goal. We're in discussions with Habitat for Humanity to help diversify the housing types. We're asking that you approve our concept plan. Thank you for all the consideration, and thanks for everyone here who cares deeply about Longmont. My partner, Margaret, has a few things to say.
We know it's late, and we appreciate your patience and your attention. This is our only chance that we've had to present our side and to explain our project to you. And our aviation council came in from Reykjavik last night, so it's 6 a.m. for him. So we do appreciate the opportunity, since we didn't have any opportunity at first reading, to present our project in a way that we felt did it justice. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Margaret Freund, and I'm Derek Goracio's partner in Modern West on Rogers Road in Longmont. Derek brought me into this project because I have a small development company that specializes in historic renovation and mixed income development in both Colorado and Virginia. We are currently working on a mixed income project in Virginia with Habitat in Boulder to provide permanently restricted middle income for sale housing. We recently completed a project in Virginia that's mixed use, mixed income, and includes new construction and the renovation of a 108-year-old former school building. And in that project, residents ranging in income levels from 50% AMI to 150% AMI live alongside offices, art studios, a market cafe, and a ceramics lab. This project sits high on a hill over the James River and is 8 minutes from the Richmond International Airport. We have large commercial aircraft flying right over this project. These homes have been occupied for over 5 years, and we've never had a single noise complaint. We simply increased the thickness of the glass, upgrading the STC rating in our windows and doors, and that's just one of the ways to mitigate issues with noise, whether it's noise from a neighbor's leaf blower or an airplane. The Envision Longmont process led to the rezoning of an area that includes Modern West 1 and 2, and the zoning was designed to encourage a mixture of uses so that people can live in proximity to employment and amenities. Mixed use helps create vibrant neighborhoods, but it can also come with challenges. When this area was rezoned MUE, office was a compatible primary use. However, that's no longer viable due to the pandemic, so it's no wonder that other sites in this MUE zone are all seeking solely residential. We've been master planning a mixture of uses between Modern West 1 and Modern West 2 to create a healthy community where the uses and housing types are complementary. We are the only development so far in this MUE zone to put forward true mixed use. The rapid growth along the Front Range in Colorado has created a housing crisis, and Longmont is no exception. Home prices in Colorado have increased 40% in the last 5 years. Specifically, attainable and affordable housing are ever more difficult to find for the young families and working folks who want to live in Longmont. As the staff report points out, this land is one of the last areas available for development of housing. Longmont has set a goal of 12% affordable housing by 2035, and because of your commitment to housing affordability, Longmont is halfway there. However, this still leaves the need for almost 270 affordable units a year for the next decade to meet your goals. There's a strong community benefit in providing mixed income, mixed housing types and affordability, and Modern West 2 will provide over 40 of these affordable units that you are seeking. With our concept plan amendment, we've committed to providing all the required inclusionary housing on site, and we've had discussions with Habitat about partnerships for affordable housing on Modern West 2. You're welcome to make inclusionary housing on site a condition of your approval. As Derek mentioned, this development will provide significant investment in infrastructure to fulfill the transportation and development needs of future MUE projects beyond Modern West, supports the master plan, while employing many approaches to enhance sustainability. Add to that the chance to see this much-needed housing alongside business and employment opportunities, and we hope you agree this is exactly what Envision Longmont imagined here. Now, you're probably going to hear from a lot of pilots later tonight. We've read the letters and seen the images and diagrams sent to you to sound an alarm about this project. We've seen the drawings of airplanes right on top of the building on our Modern West 1 site, but this is not accurate. The only way a plane would be that close to a building there is if the pilot did it intentionally. We want to reassure these folks that we see the airport as a feature of this project rather than a liability. We imagine a brewery with a rooftop viewing deck here. Everyone I have talked to who lives in Longmont tells me we hear the planes every day, no matter where in Longmont they live. There's never been a plane crash or emergency landing on this property. Airports all over the world exist in close proximity to housing, from de Gaulle in Paris, Chicago's O'Hare, New York's LaGuardia, to Erie and Centennial nearby. Now I'm just going to recap a few things that address this issue. We have a use by right. We are currently vested and can build an equal number of residential live-work units here by right without public process under the old BLI zoning, but we would need to put the residential above commercial. If you approve this amendment, you're just bringing the buildings down in massing and height and more in line with the current zoning and with the affordability that Longmont needs. And you're moving the residential to the north away from the extended runway center line. So even considering project opponents, the amended concept plan is actually more compatible with the airport. Your approval allows us to provide for sale housing and affordable housing on site. Our approved adjacent site already has MUE mixed use, including residential, and the FAA did not allege that you violated your grant assurances when you approved that. And the site is part of a larger master plan that includes this site. We have a letter of no hazard from the FAA. And based on Longmont's own measurements, our site is well outside the noise contours. Despite numerous requests from city staff and us, the FAA Denver Airport staff refuses to say why they think this is incompatible. Housing advocates have reached out to Representative Neguse and Governor Polis's offices, and they are looking into why the FAA Denver office won't tell anyone why they think this project is incompatible. We changed the concept plan to move the residential out of the Zone B approach zone at staff's request to comply with the FAA's advisory circular recommendations on making projects compatible. We're building an emergency landing area in the extension of Mountain Brook, which is adjacent to the commercial portion of our plan, and it's 2.5 times the width of the actual runway. We're obligated to require all home buyers and renters to sign a form acknowledging they know the airport's nearby. The avigation easement you have required, and we have agreed to, is ironclad, unlike avigation easements in other municipalities which have contained loopholes permitting lawsuits. Other municipal airports in Colorado have much denser residential near their airports, and none of them have been found in violation of grant assurances. If the FAA Denver office recommended finding a violation of grant assurances, the decision as to whether a grant assurance is violated would be made in Washington, and that decision is subject to appeal within FAA. If the city were to be found in violation, the remedy would almost certainly be forward-looking, requiring the city to take corrective action going forward. The FAA doesn't want to find a violation of grant assurances. They have a vested interest in the continuation of airports. Erie, Lone Tree got the same letter from the FAA and chose to proceed with development, and no grants were canceled. We are not aware of any FAA violation grant assurance 21 that has canceled a grant due to incompatibility. Throughout this review, staff has worked hard to balance several objectives: the MUE zoning, the dire need for housing and housing affordability, and the concerns of the Denver office FAA personnel. We've worked through every step of the process to follow staff's direction and the land use prescribed in the zoning. Council is the body that makes land use decisions, and this council has consistently supported housing and housing affordability. The body that advises you on land use decisions, the Planning and Zoning Commission, has recommended approval after receiving the same information as you. Without providing any explanation, and while acknowledging that this body makes land use decisions, the FAA Denver Airport's office seems to be attempting to coerce council with the threat of possibly losing grant funding. Derek and I have had conversations with housing advocates and airport advocates in this community, and we are confident a mixed-use community can safely coexist with the airport. Please don't sacrifice this opportunity to answer the need for housing and foster a vibrant mixed-use community here. We respectfully ask that you vote to approve our concept plan amendment, and we greatly appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you. So is that from the developers?
So Mayor, I know you all had some questions regarding issues related to the FAA, so Eric Pilsk is here to
Thank you.
answer those questions the council may have on this regarding grant assurances. So I brought him forward.
I guess my first question is, with this amendment, does this comply with the FAA's letter, and is it going to violate our grant assurances?
Well, I mean, I think the short answer is the FAA says that it will. You know, that's the letter that we have. We can all speculate about what will happen, you know, if a Part 16 action is brought, whether it will be brought, and how that will proceed. But in my experience, you know, even the district offices, which is not headquarters, not the final decision maker, but they don't write these letters lightly, and it wouldn't surprise me, I can't say for sure, that there was some consultation with headquarters about it. And the risk is that if that proceeds forward, first the city will have to litigate that and defend it. At the end of the litigation, if there is a finding of violation, corrective action will have to be taken. It is possible that the corrective action would be forward-looking only, but it's also possible that the FAA would not accept that, given that a structure will have been built that the FAA would have found to be incompatible, and they would say that's simply unacceptable. You were warned, you knew, you built it. There's no way to remedy that. We're going to terminate your eligibility. I agree that that's not what the FAA wants, but at the same time, they would be faced with a situation that I'm not aware of that they've ever faced before, with the structure having been built that the FAA determined to be incompatible. I do want to address another aspect of that, which is the letters themselves don't say specifically what the basis for their view on incompatibility is. In conversations that staff and I have had with the FAA, they've expressed it in two ways. One, and this is in their guidance document, talks about density of development, of residential development around an airport. And this is concentrated. It's been described as high-density residential, and it is fairly concentrated. And so I think that is what's triggering their concern, that it poses a safety risk in the event of a crash, both obviously to the pilot and crew, but also to people in the buildings who are concentrated there. And secondly, that despite the hope that people will like the noise, not the noise, but the airplanes and the overflights, that people won't, and it will become a source of controversy, as the FAA has seen in other neighboring jurisdictions in the area. So those are the concerns that they've articulated to us. They are consistent with their guidance, and I can't say that they're wrong, even if they're not maybe as precise as we would like. And I'll say, I think that staff and the developer have done a lot to try to address those concerns with the paddleboard, with moving residential, with the conditions on use, all of which were a real effort to try to address the FAA's concerns. But the most recent letters from FAA and CDOT say it simply wasn't enough, and we're kind of left in that position. I also, if I may, just want to briefly address that the Part 16 decision that Mr. Morgan mentioned. He accurately quoted from it. There's a couple of things about that make it different than here. First, the airport in that case was not the land use, the jurisdiction with land use authority. I think I got that right. They were not the jurisdiction with land use authority. They were a neighboring airport authority. And in the FAA's view, the airport did what it could to influence the project as much as possible, but in the end, they couldn't just say no. The FAA will look at it differently when the airport operator and sponsor is also the land use authority, because the land use authority can just say no. The other aspect of that project is that it is a much lower density. I believe it's a one-story, mostly in terms of residences, structure with a lower density. It's also, I believe, a little bit further off of the extended runway center line. So it presents a different set of issues than were present here.
Thank you. Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can you explain what we heard from Mr. Morgan in the sense that we'd be asking our residents, that our future residents that might be living in this area, to sign off that they would not? I mean, did I hear that correctly? That we'd be it'd be part of the, you know, either the rental agreement or the purchase agreement. So with these residents, that they'd have to sign off that they recognize that they're under a flight zone?
That's my understanding, yes, is that the part of the agreement from the proposal from the developer would be to include sort of a warning notice, an acknowledgement that they're under an airport, that there's noise, there's risk associated with that.
And so we have to support that if we're bringing this in, basically, right?
Yes, that's part of the proposal.
Okay.
Yeah,
you answered
okay.
it.
Councilor Yarbrough.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. First of all, I just want to say thank you all for staying this late with us. You stayed late for a reason, so I just want to say thank you, and we recognize that, and I appreciate you. Also, I guess my concern is that 50 feet setback or 250 feet, that's still rather close. I mean, like, really close to me. I understand there's never been an accident over there. I mean, are these buildings gonna be made out of titanium or? I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but I really am asking because I know we're in that area, but there's a setback for the emergency runway, but it's still really close. I mean, does it touch ground right there? I mean, it's still really close to the building. So I'm asking because I really want to know.
Well, I mean, I think you've seen the pictures. It is very close.
Yeah.
And I think that is the basis primarily of the FAA's concern, that you have a concentration of people that close to the approach path. Again, it's been moved out as far as it can be and away from the most direct approach path, but it's still very, very close.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in respect to all of the people who presented, some of the things that you were saying about how long ago you got the concept plans, you got the land annexed, et cetera, things have changed. The letter from the FAA totally changed. We've never had anything like this before. So even though all of that is correct, that you followed BLI years ago and did whatever you wanted to, in 2023 of May, I think it was, that changed. So that is the part that we're looking at right now. It's not whether you had the build by right. It is, where are we today in this new paradigm that FAA has thrown at us? And that is the part that we have to decide upon. Not whether we think it's a good development, not whether, but are we in compliance with FAA? What if we are not? What about the grant assurances that we want going forward? Those are all very important to our city. And I'm wondering if our airport manager, Levi, would you mind addressing some of the things that were mentioned here? Yes, please. So one of the things that I want to know, coming into land, what is the height of the airplane at that point when it would be on this landing strip?
That's a difficult kind of a question to answer because, you know, and I guess I should quantify this statement by saying I'm a pilot also, so this is something that I've done. I've had thousands of landings here at Longmont. That's kind of an individual thing up to a pilot. Most pilots are going to be following, if you will, that 3 degree glide slope into the airport, some higher, some lower. So it really is a variety of the gamut. You could have somebody come in really high, you could have somebody come in really low also.
So those touch and goes,
Yeah. And some of those
never know
touch and
where they're
goes,
gonna go.
yeah, with those kids, you never know, right?
yeah, okay. What is your feeling as the airport manager about these grant assurances and the FAA? How seriously do you, as the airport manager, take the letters from CDOT and FAA?
I can see kind of the winds changing a little bit, if you will. Last year, the summer AAAE conference, which is the Association of Airports conference that they have, was in Denver, and they actually started the conference by saying, hey, everybody, FAA is paying more attention to these grant assurances, particularly the land use one, so heads up. They said things are changing. So that was kind of my first indication that, they were going to be getting more serious about it. And as, that year progressed and into this, it definitely seems like there's more of a focus on it.
Mm-hmm.
I know when CDOT sent their letter to us, they did mention, hey, we've never done this before, but this is our first opportunity to do this. We've been directed that we got to start paying attention to this. So they definitely are taking it more seriously, kind of in my estimation.
Okay. Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. My question concerns development rights in the sense that they're asking for a concept plan amendment. Let's hypothetically say a concept plan amendment was not approved. That doesn't negate their ability to develop the property, correct?
Through the mayor, council member, that is correct. There would still be some development rights associated.
Based on the original concept plan.
That is correct.
And so that's why there was a lot of words spoken to us about the build by right for the BLI zoning, which was historically in place at the time of their original concept plan.
That is correct, and again, that's what the annexation agreement refers to in terms of what the development should follow. Again, that BLI, those land uses associated, again, that's the contract that there, again, is existing today.
So I just want to point out to my colleagues on council as well as the folks in the audience that just in case of the fact that we may not approve a concept plan amendment, doesn't mean there's nothing going to be built there, and things that may also be actually much more adverse in a safety concept based on their original concept plan from 2000. So I just want to point that out.
And I just would add, if I may, that from the FAA's point of view, I'm not sure that that answers the compatibility question, because they may find that that development will be just as incompatible. So there may be problems with that, which would have to be addressed through a zoning change.
So is the FAA saying that both the original concept plan as well as the amendment are incompatible?
They have not said anything about existing zoning that I know of. So far, all their letters have addressed only the proposed development.
So this concept plan that we're looking at today, which is the amended concept plan, what did it amend? Did it amend the concept plan from years ago, or is this amending a recent concept plan? I'm confused there because we don't always get the planning and zoning.
Sure, Mayor. So the original concept plan that was adopted with the annexation in 2000 is what the applicant and staff referenced in terms of being related to the allowances that were under that BLI zone district. And again, that's what the annexation contract refers to. What the developer is proposing is to do a different type of residential that would not be allowed under that original concept plan. So hence the concept plan amendment proposal before you.
Okay. So we have the choice to Councilor Christ.
Just to continue with that line of questioning, Mr. Penland, if they're saying a build by right, that still has to be accepted by the city, but it doesn't necessarily have a public input. Is that correct?
That is correct. Depending on the specifics of the development proposal, it may or may not necessitate any form of public hearing. There would be an option, again, depending on what they proposed, that it may be as simple as a minor subdivision plat, public improvement plans, et cetera, and a site plan that could potentially be administratively approved. Again, if they conformed to essentially what's on the books today for the originally approved concept plan.
Okay, and then at that time, we could ask for an additional approval from the FAA, saying, here, we have a new plan. Does that pass muster? Is that correct? So we could get an acceptance from the FAA with maybe a new plan.
So maybe I'll clarify. In terms of the process, if it only necessitated administrative approval, staff would still send referral through the typical process, including FAA. As mentioned, some of that input could be that there are still incompatibility issues. We just haven't played that forward because we don't have that proposal in front of us yet. But yes, part of the referral process would include the FAA.
Okay, so there's an option to get an A-OK from the FAA if we go forward with the original plan or with an adjusted, more industrial plan with less housing density.
Yeah, I guess I would state that, again, as part of the review process through the Development Review Committee, part of that review would include FAA. We'd be speculating what input they would provide. They could say, yes, it's fine, or they could say, as mentioned, that it still poses challenge just based upon what would be proposed in terms of residential density, et cetera.
Okay. But there is an option for the developer to do something with that land, potentially. There's other alternatives.
Again, I would describe that, again, currently there are allowed land uses that do include some residential, but there are also non-residential land uses that, again, depending on the intensity, could or may not fall under scrutiny by, again, the FAA.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, to answer your question, conversations that Eric and I have been in, it's the density that they're reacting to. I mean, that's really the thing that they've mentioned to us on 2 occasions. It's the density of the residential development.
Counselor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I probably would know the answer to this if it were a little less late, but I am a little confused about what is within our power of decision in terms of what the outcome will be if we vote yes to approve this concept plan or no, we won't. I said, if we say yes, it goes forward as described at such length, and that much I get. If we say no, what can happen?
So the question before you is looking at the approval criteria that Grant laid out.
Mm-hmm.
And the question at hand is really compatibility.
Agreed.
And that's what council's essentially answering in this, and that there's 2 components. Is there a compatible land use? And the component on the local rules regulation, or the local, state, and federal rules and regulations.
Yes.
So the question before council is compatibility, and is this in compliance with local, state, and federal regulations? Eric's going to have to answer the next part of the question in terms of, so what?
Yes, because it's clear on this review criteria sheet that there's one subletter that this all centers around, and however much we love the concept, Modern West 2 concept, and we all have and have been waiting for it for years. What I think we all want to understand is if we decide this is not compatible, then what happens next? We know what happens if we decide it is compatible, they go forward. If they decide it's not if we decide it's not compatible, what happens next?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Terrell, Assistant City Attorney advising Land Planning and Development Services concerning this application. Councilmember Martin, to answer your question, if council were to deny the concept plan amendment, that would be a final decision by the city council. That's only appealable, that's only subject to challenge in court. So the applicant or any other agreed party could file an action against the city claiming that we violated some rule of procedure. In addition, under a land development code standards, the applicant would be barred from bringing another similar application for a 1-year period. So that's the effect of the denial. It's the subject to lawsuit in court should the applicant or agreed party decide to challenge the denial, and the 1-year bar on the applicant.
So they can't go ahead with a previous concept plan and just build that?
If it's within their current concept plan, they could proceed under that concept plan. So they could continue to pursue their business light industrial uses as already approved through the annexation agreement. And that would go to planning staff to determine what the procedure is at that point. Whether it's a site plan or preliminary plat, we could have different scenarios about whether or not it actually comes back for the public or if it's a staff level decision.
Well, yeah, and I guess that's what I'm trying to ask is what is that default? Does it have residential at all, or is it purely industrial? Or is it that the scenario that we've heard a little bit about where the studios are on the second layer, or what exactly is it that would be built if we don't approve this change in the concept plan?
And that's back to Grant, kind of to speak to the business light industrial zone district that is current there.
Yeah, so for clarity, of course, the applicant would have to make a specific proposal, but that proposal could, based upon, again, the prior concept plan approval, include a form of residential. In this specific instance, it would have to be no more than 50% of the gross floor area of the overall development, and also it has to be integrated into the
building.
proposed structures.
And the FAA does not object to plans like that, or they still do?
They could.
Okay.
They have not opined on a proposal like that yet because it hasn't been presented. But from the FAA's point of view, a development like that could present the same kinds of compatibility issues that they've expressed with the current proposal, because it would really depend on, you know, the density and concentration of residential uses, the proximity to the extended runway center line, and all those other factors. And again, nothing's been presented, so they haven't opined on that either generally or specifically.
So we're in a situation where if we vote yes, we're going forward with something that they have objected to. And if we vote no, we don't know whether they're going to object or not till
Right.
whatever happens next.
Correct.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And I guess to give some clarity, I think in one of the conversations, they were pretty clear that pure commercial is something that
Yeah, much less concern.
Much less concern.
Councilor Yarbrough.
Thank you, Mayor. So it sounds like we could be sued either way, basically. Either way, if we approve it, we could get sued. If we deny it, we can get sued.
Well, I mean, as a
Either way.
lawyer, I have to say that's always true. But yes, I mean, I think that is fair. I mean, the developer obviously has, concerns and issues and rights that they feel that they may want to vindicate either way, development options they might want to pursue either way. And similarly, the FAA has its views of compatibility and what the city's obligations are. And it could initiate the administrative Part 16 process to adjudicate whether there's been a violation of the grant. FAA can file that itself, or an affected airport user could also file that process and start the litigation process. So if the project were approved, that could happen.
Okay, Mayor. I just say it's a risk either way. So can we just have public invited to be heard and let them speak? And they've been waiting.
Sure.
Thank you.
I do want to say one thing, though, that one of the primary responsibilities of city council is the fiscal responsibility of the city. So it is annoying to me that we have to make this decision to put the city in a fiscally dangerous position if, in fact, FAA does decide to pull our grant assurances if we okay this amendment. That's just a thought I want to put out there. And you're correct, Councilor Yarborough. Let's go to public invited to be heard. And again, if you are stating what a previous person has said, because the hour is so late, it would be great if you just said, I agree with that guy. All right. Please. So,
Mayor, we're also. We're also going to leave, so you can call multiple people up at once.
thank you. Okay. So we will do 4 people at a time. The first one's John Grunsfeld. Marika Unger. Is Marika here? Oh, hi. Scott Hathcock and Rick Waddell. And if you'll sit in these 4 seats as we did previously.
You can click that or
Each one, each person gets 3 minutes, right? Yeah, 3 minutes. Okay. So remind them.
Okay, ready to go? Turn on your microphone, please. Thank you.
I'm John Grunsfeld. I have a business at 229 Airport Road on the airport property. I'm an astronaut and aerospace executive, and I'm a recognized safety expert in aviation. I want to thank the mayor, Mayor Peck, and the council for their attention to this issue and doing the due diligence to hear all sides of the issue and hopefully to make wise decisions on what's best for the city. The council is a steward of not only the economics of the city, the coffers of the city, but also public safety. And that's one of the things we really want to concentrate on is the protection of public safety. We're going to talk in sequence so that hopefully we don't get a lot of repetition about the safety, the community, the economic, the legal, and options for the city. And we will give that the Modern West development seems very meritorious. You know, we've heard that, over and over again, but not at that location. It's just too close to the airport. And so this goes back quite a ways. The Modern West development poses a significant safety risk to its residents, the general public using the development, and to aircraft departing and arriving at the Longmont Airport. Now, I know that the attorneys have told you, oh, it's safe and we meet all the FAA requirements. Remember, they're on the sell side. And I can tell you, as an aviation expert, as a pilot, many of those arguments are flawed and misleading, and I would need an equivalent time to refute those, but there's plenty of discussion in the public comment. The Vance Brand Longmont Airport is a critical asset to the city, is an integral part of the community, and it's one of the features that make our city a wonderful place to live and work. The Modern West development has been determined by the FAA and Colorado Department of Transportation to be an incompatible land use, and as such, the city risks losing grant funding. We've talked about that. And I'll just say the FAA is the good guy. They are protecting our aviation infrastructure, and they are funding our airports, and they are interested in us having a safe and successful airport. Loss of funding would require, as you've heard from Eric and the city manager, the city to fund the airport or close it, which would result in the loss of many jobs and about $68 million per year of economic impact, and likely would open the door for the city to have the discussion about closing the airport. If the airport closes, we lose enormous future opportunity for electric aviation, sustainable aviation, electric vertical takeoff and landing air taxis. Construction of the Modern West complex would result in lawsuits from airport users, businesses, Part 16 complaints by the FAA, and eventually residents of the Modern West development. Everybody sues the city. There's legal precedent that the city is actually liable for approving development so close to the airport on the extended runway center line, 4-year decisions. The planning process was flawed by not engaging stakeholders early. We've heard the FAA liked Modern West 1. Well, they didn't know about it. So we're going to go in sequence and talk about all these issues. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members. It's nice to see you all again today.
Yes, definitely.
Marika Unger, 1314 Carnation Circle, Longmont. I'm here to share with you my love for our very special municipal airport and to let you see through my own eyes how it touches the lives of so many in our community. This airport is a vibrant and thriving hub for STEM education, volunteerism, emergency preparedness, and economic and professional development. It is more than just a landing strip. It is a place where the dreams and aspirations of young and old take wing, where the skills and work ethic are developed, where service, community, and safety are paramount. The Longmont Vance Brand Airport is a rare gem and a vital asset in our community. I'm gonna guess some people in this room have taken flights to go on vacation, visit family, get their Amazon Prime overnight deliveries, or watch Top Gun movies and really love them. The real world mavericks, astronauts like our very own Vance Brand, who the airport is named after, John Grunsfeld, who just spoke with you. The pilots who fly us to our destinations for business or for pleasure. The medevac pilots who save our lives when we're sick or hurt. Firefighting pilots and aircraft that save our communities from fires. The fighter and military pilots who protect our country and lay down their own lives for us. They are made at little beloved community airports like ours. KLMO, as we know our airport, is a real world classroom for our young students, inspiring future engineers, pilots, and technology experts. In partnership with local schools and organizations, kids engage in hands-on learning that fosters their interest in future careers in STEM disciplines. KLMO is exactly the kind of youth activity center you wanted for Longmont. Let's invest in enhancing it and embracing the vision of Envision Longmont for it. Our airport also plays a crucial role in emergencies, as Harold knows, like in the 2013 flood. It's a lifeline during crises. It provides swift access for evacuations, firefighting, rescue missions, and natural disaster relief and damage assessments. When time is of the essence, our airport can ensure that a critical care and resources reach those in need without delay. The people speaking to you here today are your friends and neighbors. They happen to share a love of flight. They are people like me who had a dream from earliest childhood to take to the skies and reach for the stars. People who worked and sacrificed to become pilots, who studied hard to be mechanics, who are paying it forward as instructors and volunteers.
Thank you, Marika.
I know you all can really put your thinking caps on and make this a win-win. So thank you very much for your time this evening. I want to ask you if you would live there, if you would put your families there, and if the answer is no, that should be your vote.
Scott Hathcock.
One more. Mayor, council members, I'm Scott Hathcock. I've lived 25 years at 1124 Chestnut Drive in Longmont. Longmont has accepted federal and state funding for this airport. Unlike a bond, you're not required to pay back the principal and interest. However, to receive these funds, you make a commitment in the form of a grant assurance. Obligations which include the compatible land use requirements. Let's not be confused. The agencies responsible for these funding require these commitments, and policing the commitments have sent you letters telling you that the proposed Modern West 2 development is in violation, both the state and the federal agencies. These are the people who are going to make the decisions in the future about your funding. None of the other opinions matter. I don't believe that the council would consider defaulting on a bond payment to spend the money elsewhere, even if it was a good cause. Choosing to violate the grant agreement is really no different than defaulting on a bond. Longmont has accepted the funding multiple times over many years. We need to honor the commitments that we've made to the state and federal government regarding compatible land use and other obligations because it's the right thing to do. So I'm asking you to reject this development proposal and apply zoning that will ensure that we are not in violation of these agreements. As you've heard, the Longmont Airport can have a bright future. There's a lot of federal and state money out there right now for aviation and airports. But we can only get that money if we keep the promises that we've made when taking the money. Honoring our commitments. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Rick Waddell.
Good morning or evening, whatever. I'm Rick Waddell. I live at 4950 Lee Hill in Boulder County. I've been a hangar owner since 2008 at the airport and really enjoy the airport. I had planned on talking about the letters. I don't need to. They have been fully discussed. You know the timing of those. The important letters from the FAA and the CDOT coming after the decision to pass this proposal on to the City Council, confirming that they still consider this an area of incompatible land use. What I do need to talk to you about is what the letters determination of hazard or non-hazard, how those are prepared. Because the developer is using that as an argument that the FAA has accepted these developments and that the developments pose no risk to the airport. If somebody wants to build a structure that can impact the airspace, they have to submit that information to the FAA in Fort Worth. The FAA then analyzes that location information relative to the airspace, the airport, and so forth, and go through a computer analysis to see if that structure would affect the safety of flight in that airspace, the safety of the pilots, the effect on aircraft. It does not affect or does not look at the effect of that structure on people that might work or live in that structure. This is especially important in the vicinity of an airport where most of the accidents occur. I looked at the NTSB database on accidents over the last 10 years over the entire US, and of fatal accidents, 50% occur on takeoff, 50% occur on landing within the area close to the airport on the approach and the initial climb segments of those operations. So you have to look at both the landing and takeoff issues. At Longmont, there have been, in the last 10 years, 3 accidents reported to NTSB that have occurred during the initial climb period. And there actually have been more accidents than that. They were not serious enough to require reporting to NTSB. So this determination of hazard is looking at the effect of the structure on landing, but not takeoff. So please consider that.
Thank you, Rick. The next 4 are Keith Griffith, Dave Kopp, Rick Basilier, and Melinda Jordan.
Good evening. Keith Griffith, 7066 Johnson Circle in Niwot. I'm going to save 30 seconds because you've seen plenty of maps like this. I'm going to go to the next one. This illustration shows the position of an aircraft on approach to runway 29 as it passes by these developments. The aircraft position shown is for a precisely flown approach that is on center line and on glide slope and on the 20-to-1 slope of a proper approach. The aircraft is scarcely over 100 feet above the roof line of these buildings. And it's less than 200 feet from the bedrooms in those buildings to the left of the center line there. Normal deviations from a perfect approach may make these skimpy clearances even smaller. The apartment buildings to the left are modeled exactly from the site plan submitted by the developer. Besides the residential apartments shown here, there will be additional commercial and industrial buildings and people even closer to the normal flight paths. Flying this close to homes and businesses is not only reckless and dangerous, it's illegal, except for takeoff and landing at an established airport. If aircraft flew this close to homes anywhere else in the city, calls to 911 would flood in. Residents would be correct to be alarmed and outraged, yet the developer and the planning department want us to see this as responsible and reasonable. Their position fails the common sense test. Imagine if the timing of this request were reversed. That is, if these residential buildings are already there and that the airport proposed to change flight patterns such that literally tens of thousands of flights a year would pass this close to homes. The idea is ridiculous. City Council, P&Z Commission, and even the Planning Department would see this as an obviously crazy idea. It should be equally obvious when the same foolish situation is initiated by a developer. I urge you to reject the Modern West 2 concept plan amendment and to reconsider the original Modern West 1 proposal.
Thank you, Keith. Dave?
Yeah, good morning. The mayor and city council members. Dave Kopp, 229 Airport Road, Unit 33. Thank you for taking the time to get our perspective on our issues with the plan development on the approach to the runway at Longmont Airport. And I've been, well, I want to go back to a statement that the mayor made in the last council meeting. We may have the cart before the horse. I certainly agree that's where we are in this one. I've been flying out of Longmont Airport for the last 24 years with both my airplane and the helicopter. You have already seen a snapshot picture of the straight-in approaches to the runway and the planned clearances from the aircraft to the nearest apartment. Seems like 160 feet would be enough. In a crosswind at night in rain or snow, or just thermal lift or sink, that clearance can disappear in a heartbeat. Most of the jets that fly into Longmont do not have thrust reversers. And so what that means is they can only rely on their brakes. And so they will take a lower path because our runway is so short. What happens in every 10 miles an hour that you have to go over your landing speed doubles the energy it takes to stop these aircraft. And that's why the phenom, when it comes in, is going to be a lot lower than that. They'll clear the ball over the high tension lines, but they're going to be a lot lower because they got a real short runway for an aircraft that weighs that much. But most aircraft don't fly a straight-in approach. Most of them are in a pattern, the circles you hear the complaints about. So that means they're going to be on a crosswind, downwind, left base to final. And you look at that line right there, the noodles up there, you'll see a lot of vertical lines right over those structures. That means those airplanes are going to be flying over those apartments because that's each plane is different on how far away from the runway it's going to be based on the speed. And so that's why so many of them are going to be flying over those units, both on landing and on takeoff. And that's going to generate a lot of noise complaints. It is considered that the developer has kept the buildings just outside the alignment of the runway and plans to use that area for a road or a parking area. Black asphalt parking right in line with the runway creates a thermal generator. On a hot day, that can generate 2,000 feet a minute lift, and on the outside of that thermal, it's going to be sink going the opposite direction. That can create a significant hazard to landing on a hot day. Helicopters fly much different than an airplane.
Thank you.
We will actually line up on the taxiways, and again, that puts us right over the buildings.
Thank you, Dave.
You bet. Thank you.
Rick.
Yes, ma'am. Rick Besselier. I live at 420 Nebraska Avenue in Berthoud. I'm a resident of Longmont. Due to the fact that I own property at Longmont Airport. I'm the current president of LOPA. I am a retired firefighter for the city of Boulder, a 40-year career of conducting daily risk assessments of property and people's lives. Modern West 1 and 2 pose a terrible hazard, safety hazard to the flying community and to their residents and visitors. The NTSB database between 1962 and 2024 indicate that there were 115 accidents at Longmont. 11 had at least one fatality. This is actually a very good safety record considering the operations through these years number in the millions. 6 of the 25 accidents have been either on or near the Modern West sites. Therefore, the question is not if, but when there will be an accident on the property. Whether arriving or departing aircraft or occupants, guests of Modern West, proposed complexes on the ground will be hurt or killed. A very dear price to pay for allowing Modern West to complete their projects on property that has already been explained to you is incompatible with the airport. When such a tragedy does occur, and it will, you'll find yourselves attempting to defend your actions. The plaintiff's attorney will address each of you with, "You knew or you should have known such a tragedy would occur." You'll have no defense. Taking out of present day Burley, Idaho, and where lawsuits have been filed right now. They have against the city and the developer who built the structures within the same airport zones now in process in Longmont. 2 years ago, April 22, a pilot died attempting to land at Burley Airport. The parents of Brittany Infinger, a 30-year-old professional pilot, filed wrongful death lawsuit against the city of Burley and the developer. They alleged negligence, accusing them of, quote, placing the economic returns above the lives of pilots using the airport. More parallels between Burley and Longmont exist. The FAA pulled funding from Burley in 2018 for, quote, failing to meet runway safety standards. Sound familiar? The developer's economic director told the FAA in 2015 that
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you very much.
Melinda.
Melinda Jordan, 1110 Twin Peaks Circle, Longmont, in the flight path. I'm speaking about the economic impact of the airport, and I think I need to do that. Well, that's kind of small, huh? So we ask you to protect the investment in the airport. It's a valuable city asset, and it's got Longmont's future on the frontiers of aerospace and aviation. This 2020 CDOT report obviously is 4 years old now. We provide a business environment that produces 490 jobs. This is just Longmont. 24 million in payroll, 36 million in added value, and 68 million in business revenues. The recent 4-hangar new construction build cost over $2 million, which went directly into our economy here, and that's just one set of 4 hangars. We have quite a demand for hangars. At the national level, we're contributing to a total of $247 billion in national economic output. We're proud of this economic impact that we're responsible for. Our opportunities here are refueling. We've always had very competitive fuel prices. That attracts transient aircraft. We have on-airport businesses providing flight training, pilot recertification, aircraft maintenance, executive travel, personal travel, and cargo. We have a professional skydiving team based here at Mile High Skydiving who also hosts competitive skydive events, which attract competitors from all over the world. Last time I talked to Frank, like 2 years ago, Mile High has served skydivers from over 59 countries who come here, and they need to pay for lodging, transportation, fuel, food. So it is an economic driver. We're home to a professional acrobatic performer, along with astronauts, scientists, air traffic controllers, and a load of commercial pilots, which they've spoken to us quite a bit. Several earned their initial certificates at Longmont. Our hangars are occupied by business ventures in spin tech, research, surveying, rescue flight operations, and then we host the annual Wildland Wildfire training that brings just immediately fuel and food sales. The list goes on with what aircraft coming in and out of our airport are contributing to. And I always say that people look at the airport and they just see a bunch of hangars and some little toy airplanes flying around. They don't realize those are businesses, those are ventures, those are accomplishments, and it's all looking toward the future, and that's really our focus, along with the school district, whose goal is to also enable our children to enter this future landscape that's going to look different in transportation. Through education, electrification, and the ideal location of our airfield, these opportunities are the very things we stand to lose, though, with poor planning and developing right up to the edges of the airport. With limited accessibility, we're going to see businesses relocate, leases terminated, and lose investments in our airport, which would be considered unsafe and unprotected. Proper planning for the airport and the nearby residents will enable us to pursue funding from the FAA and CDOT to invest in continuing to update our airport, making it a stronger community asset than it already is. Do you know that we have the capacity to increase the economic impact up to $100 million a year?
Thank you, Melinda.
Thanks.
Al Manley, Paul James, Mary Sanchez, and Jim Voss.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. Al Manley, 940 Ranger Lane, Longmont. Just here to briefly talk about some of the initial steps in the planning and development process. The planning and development review criteria for Modern West failed with many of the, as you can see on the slide up here. On the pre-application request form, the first two bulleted items under step 1 are A, property location and boundaries, and B, the surrounding land uses. Were all the departments contacted that were involved with this? And was the transportation department contacted? If the transportation department was contacted about this property, their planning and development could have contacted the Airport Advisory Board for their input at that time. We now know the Airport Advisory Board was not informed of the Modern West development until the June of 2024 Airport Advisory Board meeting at the public invited to be heard time. The Airport Advisory Board did the appropriate research, sent the letters to the mayor and city council, and recommended no vote on the development. Step 2 in the pre-application process, staff mails out notices to adjacent property owners up to 1,000 feet away from the construction project like this. The next, was it up there? Okay, sorry. I thought it was. The code, Longmont's Municipal Code 15-020-040, the common review procedures directs who must be notified in writing of various types of reviews. The airport is now within the standard notification distances for any of the reviews conducted for Modern West, which is only required to be 1,000 feet for this one, but the airport happens to be at 1,500. Is that it? The staff in the planning and development appear to have disregarded their own process. We hope it's not negligence, but if the appropriate personnel had been contacted and allowed the process to work, the city council may not be in this position, and considerable time, effort, and money could have been saved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. Paul James?
Good
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Paul James. I own airport property at 229 Airport Road, Unit 14F. My residence is 2656 South Denison Court, Denver. 20 years ago, on July 15th, I earned my private pilot's license at our airport. 18 years ago, I chose to buy a hangar at the airport because this is such a vibrant community and such a special place. My part of this presentation, I'd like to talk about the potential legal risks and implications if Modern West is approved and completed. The elephant in the room. The FAA will start a Part 16 complaint for non-compliance and to remove grant monies. Other government agencies may follow similar action. Residents of Modern West will complain because they'll have to. I don't think anyone in here with better economic choices would choose to live there. They will attempt to sue this city. Residents near Rocky Mountain Metro have sued to escape their abrogation easements. Modern West residents will do the same. I don't think their abrogation easements were any less robust than what you propose. If there is an accident, victims or their families will sue the developers, apartment owners, and the city. As referenced earlier, currently the city of Burley, Idaho is being sued by the family of the UPS pilot that is deceased for wrongful death and is seeking punitive damages in a jury trial scheduled February of next year. The city sought a summary judgment in the case based on a claim of immunity. The court denied their claim. Lastly, if the airport loses grants or closes, airport businesses and leaseholders will be likely to sue individually or collectively. In all these cases, it's a lot of legal action against the city, a lot of legal action in general, and nobody wins except for maybe the lawyers with the billable hours. There are many better choices to be made, better locations for this type of development. A successful airport and affordable housing are not mutually exclusive. You're going to get sued doing business as a city. If you vote no, you're going to be sued by the developer. If you vote yes, you're going to be sued by everyone else. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate all your thoughtful consideration and hard work.
Thank you, Paul. Mary Sanchez.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Mary Sanchez, and I live at 2255 Renaissance Drive. I retired from NASA after 30 years as an engineer and senior executive, and also as chief scientist for the Air Force Space Command. I'm an aerospace engineer and understand flight, safety, and risk management. I moved to Longmont specifically to be near the airport. We encourage you to think about the ramifications of your decision tonight, but there are good alternative options that you should also consider. The project can be moved to a different location and the acreage appropriately zoned. The city can help the developer find another more suitable location or purchase it from them. The best option may be to do an open space swap with Modern West for both the Modern West 1 and 2 projects. This would allow the city to acquire all of the land in the abrogation easement and create needed open space in that area. Additional open space is one of the priorities for Envision Longmont. An open space park here would be very popular. Grant proposals can be submitted to the FAA and to CDOT to fund up to 95% of this cost. This would enable a land swap at minimal cost to the city, and the FAA has said in the past that they would be open to that option. The council can also share the vision of how much greater an asset the airport can be to Longmont, both economically and as an aviation hub. The city can approve needed airport improvements, including a new terminal building with space for a restaurant lease, a new FBO that sells sustainable aviation fuels, and community space for schools, EAA, AOPA, and public meetings. The restaurant would not only serve the aviation community, but also provide a food service option to the nearby residents and the community. The city can apply for FAA grants that would essentially pay for the majority of these costs of improvements. A minor expenditure to prepare grant applications can yield millions of dollars in grants. These improvements can be a net zero energy cost with the addition of solar. The city can also increase its revenue stream by approving the construction of more hangars and actively encouraging additional aviation-related businesses to locate here. There is an extreme hangar shortage in this region, resulting in decades-long waiting lists for leasing hangars at nearby airports. New hangars are sold before the ground breaks to build them. You can actively encourage STEM educational activities at the airport itself, inspiring students to enter STEM fields and become pilots, technicians, and mechanics. Tonight, you have a choice, and it's not only a choice of no and yes, it's a choice of an alternative of being able to do a land swap. I hope you take tonight as an opportunity to truly make a difference for the betterment of the city of Longmont. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Jim Voss?
Hi, my name is Jim Voss. I'm supposed to summarize for the group that's just finished speaking to you. I'll try not to repeat things too much because it's way past my bedtime. I own a hangar at 229 Airport Road, the Longmont Airport, where I keep my airplanes and where I fly from several times each week. I'm an aerospace engineer, flight test engineer, 50 years of aviation experience, over 7,000 hours flying all different types of civilian and military aircraft. I currently teach aerospace engineering at the University of Colorado, and I think my background qualifies me as an aviation expert. At least I hope you'll acknowledge that I know more about flying than the lawyers who made incorrect statements earlier tonight. Thank you for hearing the views of the aviation community and making yourselves more informed before making this safety-critical decision tonight. As you've heard, there are government entities, including the FAA, CDOT, your own advisory, Airport Advisory Board, pilots, and aviation experts that oppose the incompatible land use near the Longmont Airport. There are many compelling reasons to reject this development, including safety, liability, legal, and moral. There are also good things about the future that you should consider. As new aviation technologies continue to develop, the economic, educational, emergency response, and recreational value of the Longmont Airport will grow and benefit the city if there is still a safe and viable airport here. During my time at NASA, I was also an astronaut and worked with John at NASA and with Mary for a long time. I worked in safety, and I participated in both the Challenger and the Columbia accident investigations. In both of those situations, poor management decisions contributed to the loss of the space shuttles and their crews. Obvious deficiencies that were pointed out by experts were ignored, and the managers involved regret to this day their misguided decisions. I hope that you will not look back on the decisions made tonight and see that in hindsight the terrible consequences predicted by concerned aviation experts. In my expert view, building in the location planned is a hazard with potentially catastrophic consequences. So in conclusion, for our group, and to repeat what we said earlier in this presentation, in the strongest possible terms, we recommend that the City Council not approve the Modern West plans and revisit the Modern West 1 decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next four. Andy Gold, Chris Sidoriak, Dan and Drew Sorrells.
You may have seen these pictures already, so I don't know if you can see them or not. But that's the up way too late 7th grader and 9th grader. Oh, sorry about that.
We can't hear you.
I think their mom's gonna kill me. It's fine. Give me 1 second here. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name's Andrew Gold. I live at 1616 Naples Lane here in Longmont with these two fine citizens and their mom. All of you received an email from me earlier this week, and I appreciate the council members that responded. Thank you. I had a whole big thing written out, but in the interest of not being duplicative, there's a couple of key points that I think are salient to discuss with you tonight. The folks that are speaking with you are aviation subject matter experts. They're not alarmists. They're highly experienced, highly trained professionals. And bottom line is, when we fly aircraft, it's our pink butts in those seats. So we have a vested interest in ensuring a safe aviation operation, not only for us, but everybody else on the ground. So I wanted to make that clear, because to hear the term alarmist kind of took me back a little bit. All of us have a deep concern for both aviation operations, for those conducting them in the air, and folks on the ground. So I want to get that out there. Secondly, I'd like to reiterate some of the key points about what the airport means to a vibrant and sustainable, growing city. We are lucky to have this gem in our yard. It does so much that has second and third order effects that don't get talked about. And if we can't find a solution that's compatible, and I think we can, I think there can be a win-win for both parties, we stand to lose something that could never be replaced. So I understand the need for housing, and I'm very sensitive to that issue for reasons that I shared with you over email. But to place structures in a location that's in close proximity to the runway, where you have aviation subject matter experts, in this case the FAA and CDOT, and those before you here, making a determination that it's not compatible seems irresponsible, and I think we'll land the city in hot water should the unthinkable happen. So I'm here tonight to advocate for the airport, and also make it known that as a citizen of Longmont, I recognize the need for affordable housing. I think the last presenter showed that there are options that can satisfy both. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Chris Sidoriak? She did. Dan and Drew Soros, whoever wants to go first.
Good evening, councilors and Mayor Peck. My name is Dan Sorrells, and I live at 328 Grant Street. And I'm here to give my support for the approval of the Modern West 2 concept plan amendment, allowing for the city to move forward towards solving the severe shortage of affordable and attainable housing in Longmont. Now, I want to thank the aviation community for their presentation, but they only see half of the story. The other half is this need for housing. The proposed design of the Modern West Concept Plan Amendment is exactly the kind of development that all developers should aspire to. It's got inclusionary housing that stresses affordability, access to green space and walking trails, emphasis away from car-centric design, and a great attention to detail that I think they've really demonstrated that mitigates the potential noise and safety issues, comments previous notwithstanding. The FAA, on the other hand, is a mess of confusing and contradictory signals. Indeed, the FAA issued a determination of no hazard in May of this year, and apparently the main regional office of the FAA does not believe that safety or noise is an issue. The local FAA office, on the other hand, has provided no clear and actionable reason or path to resolve the issues that it perceives, but in effect, essentially is forcing the city, which I think you all would agree, to choose between airplanes and the dire need for housing. This strikes me as the tail wagging the dog. There are 212 aircraft based at Van Sprand versus an estimated 9,000 to 11,000 unit housing shortfall in Longmont now. No one lives in an airplane, but the lack of housing prevents St. Vrain teachers, city first responders, child care workers, and many other crucially needed service workers from living here. Ultimately, this is a long-term economic solution for the city. Mayor Peck, you mentioned that as the city responsibility is fiscal, but surely that includes housing our teachers, first responders, and workers of all types. Modern West, along with the St. Vrain Habitat for Humanity, are helping solve this shortage, adding 600 desperately needed affordable and attainable housing units. And the density that everyone is complaining about is actually higher under the old BLI zoning. I would remind the city that we are not the tail to the FAA's dog. The city is the top dog. I urge you to approve this concept plan.
Thank you, Dan. Drew?
Good evening, council members and Mayor John Peck. Drew Sorrells, 328 Grant Street, Longmont. I'm here to express my support for the Modern West Phase 2 development project. I acknowledge the fundamental truth that our community needs housing. The proposed 600+ units at the Modern West development will significantly address Longmont's housing shortage and provide the right kind of housing, for sale housing, missing middle, attainable, and deed restricted options. Modern West will be meeting the needs of a wide range of residents, from young families to longtime community members. The facts remain, Modern West has consistently adhered to the guidelines provided by the FAA, addressing the need for safety and environmental responsibility. Despite this, the FAA has not provided specific feedback or concerns regarding Phase 2 of this development. The airport manager expressed in the July 11th Airport Advisory Board meeting that both CDOT and FAA are getting pressure after the passing of Colorado Bill 1235 to start paying closer attention to land use stuff around the state. What Bill 1235 requires is a noise mitigation plan from the airport. It requires phasing out leaded aviation gasoline. It requires the expansion of Aeronautical Board to include local voices. These are all airport responsibilities, but the bill also provides funding opportunities for airports to install infrastructure supporting unleaded aviation gasoline. This means Vance Brand Airport would undergo upgrades that reduce its environmental impact, potentially making the area more attractive for residential development. The fact that the FAA hasn't raised explicit issues suggests that Modern West is on the right path, prioritizing both housing needs and community safety. I'm deeply concerned that fear is dominating this conversation between the airport and the city, fear that isn't grounded in current fact. A pilot statement made at the July 11th Airport Advisory Board meeting claimed that approving Modern West zoning would result in planes flying just 10 feet over buildings. This simply is not true. And statements like this promote fear. Are we basing our decisions on unfounded fears, potentially driving away good citizens and valuable developments? I asked the council, why hasn't the FAA clearly communicated the specific hazards in Phase 2? Let's not forget the developers are taking a significant financial risk, which suggests they've done their due diligence. They believe in this project and its viability. They are begging us to help address our housing needs. Our unfounded fears will drive away good development and potential residents.
The next four are James McIntosh, Jan McIntosh, James? Okay. Bob Lehner, Dan Smith, and Brett Heidkamp. Oh, yes.
Hi, I'm James
sorry.
McIntosh. Thank you so much for your patience tonight and for letting us be heard. I'm a hangar owner at Longmont. I'm a commercial airplane pilot. I'm a helicopter pilot. I'm also a nonprofit volunteer pilot for 3 separate charitable organizations that provide services to the Longmont area. Veterans Airlift Command, Patient Airlift Services, and Pilots and Paws all provide free flights for various services for the community. I had a 3-minute speech written out here, but to avoid redundancy and to hopefully address some of the misinformation that's been provided, I think there are a couple of important points I want to make in terms of aviation safety. A lot of the info that you saw from the applicants gave you the impression that flight path in Longmont is going straight out from the runway center line. At a major commercial airport, that might be true. at a small general aviation airport like Longmont, it's absolutely not true. That's the vast minority of planes that are going straight out. The recommended pattern for general aviation is a left-handed traffic pattern. It's a rectangle around the airport. So even on departure, it's recommended to depart in the crosswind and then downwind and then leave the airport airspace. So the vast majority of airplanes are going to be flying directly over the Modern West 2 development. I myself, last night, flew over it 6 times. So I don't know their data. I did it because it's required by the FAA to do your night currency, which involves 3 takeoffs and landings to a full stop every 3 months. Every single pilot has to do that if they want to fly at night. And that's going to involve left-hand traffic pattern turns. So you're going to have lots of pilots going to be flying directly over Modern West 2, which wasn't illustrated on their slides. I don't know where they got this 3-day window of flight data, but I'm telling you for sure there are very few planes that are coming in on instrument approaches into Longmont. 1, because of the weather, and 2, because of the crowded airspace and the Denver Class Bravo airspace, which is to the east. In addition, the talk about 10 feet versus 25 feet versus 80 feet over the buildings, that's the aviation equivalent of splitting hairs, right? A gust of wind or turbulence can bounce you 300 feet easily. The recommended or the required separation for air traffic control is 1,000 feet. So all it takes is a wind gust, a mechanical issue, or a slight deviation below glide slope, and you're running into some serious issues with those buildings there. So I think it's disingenuous to pretend there's no safety hazard and imagine that the difference between 20 feet and 50 feet or 80 feet is meaningful. Regardless, these are high-density buildings that are being proposed directly in the airport environment. The other thing is that the traffic pattern, as I mentioned, runway 11 departures, almost all traffic is going to be making a left turn directly over the left and making a left turn to the north over the Modern West 2 development, which is a direct violation of the review criteria. Those buildings are definitely going to be creating a hazard for both pilots and people on the ground. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Lehner?
He's not here.
Oh, thank you. Who is next? Dan Smith.
Good morning, Mayor Peck and Longmont Council. There's an aspect of all of this that we're forgetting. The airport is a resource. Now, it's been mentioned why it's a resource. I won't go through that. I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in is a piece of pavement that's 4,900 feet long, that if you allow this to go through and the FAA pulls their funding and you have to close the airport, you're going to lose a tremendous resource to this town. I ask that you seriously think about that. This is a glorious place to fly. And I'm not saying that because I'm a pilot. It's because I've been to places that are very difficult to fly in and out of, and Longmont's not one of them. We have a lot of training going on for future airline pilots out of STEM programs. I was a member of the Antique Airplane Association and also EAA, and we've had students that have gone from putting their hands in an old airplane to flying fighter jets, okay, and flying airliners. So think about the runway. That's the resource, is the runway. If you go through with this, you're going to jeopardize that resource, and that's what I want you to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Heitkamp.
That's still on. Oh, you got it. Remote control. Cool. All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mayor Peck and council people, council members. Thank you for staying up this long. So I had a wonderfully timed out 3-minute speech. Most of that's gutted because I agree with a lot of what was already said.
Thank you.
We've got some amazing people here. I am just in awe. I mean, we've got everything from astronauts to aerospace engineers, and the list just goes on. So a couple of things I wanted to say. One of them, I'm a pilot. I own a hangar. I own a plane. I fly in support of my business. And so the airport is definitely important to me. There's one thing that nobody brought up. There is this thing called Vision Zero, and I did write about that to you guys, but it's obvious this plan does not, it's not appropriate, and it completely violates Vision Zero. Vision Zero is not a program, but rather a strategy adopted by the city to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries while increasing safe, healthy, equitable transportation. Bear with me for a second because I'm chopping out a bunch of this stuff. The developer has that one FAA letter stating no hazard. That's for planes not experiencing emergencies. That 100-foot zigzag path that's being left there is just about impossible to land on. I could not imagine trying to do that. And I don't have the background that a lot of the other pilots here do, but I couldn't imagine anybody trying to do that. And lastly, that heat map that was shown, that's a 3-day heat map that only shows 3 days of observation, and that's not anything close to the traffic in a full year or a decade. And the reason I'm saying a decade is because this isn't about passing some new temporary tax act. The decisions that you make tonight have far more serious consequences on this than standard legislation in standard development areas. I don't think anybody's against building buildings or building apartments. Just don't build it there. Build it somewhere that's safe for both the residents in those buildings and apartments and other users of the surrounding spaces, to include that airspace. Thank you so much for your time and your dedicated work to hopefully protect us.
Thank you, Brett.
Yep.
The next four, Gordon Pedro, Shaquille Delal, I don't see him here.
Shaquille's gone.
Thank you. Tim Nook. Yep, there he is. And Joanne Burton. Morgan Trexler.
Morgan left.
Okay.
Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive. I'm not a pilot. I don't own an airplane at the airport, and I don't own a hangar. But I'm a 30-year resident of this community, and I think that I have a reasonable perspective. So after reading the material, or much of the material in your packet, and listening tonight, I'm appalled that this plan amendment is under serious consideration at this time. Just because P&Z failed doesn't mean that you should second that failure. I encourage you to reject this concept plan amendment based on 3 grounds. 1, the FAA said it's not compatible with the airport. The Airport Advisory Board unanimously says it's not compatible with the airport. And maybe most importantly, Longmont is not a community that is so desperate to provide affordable and attainable housing that we would decide to put it out in an area that is unsafe and in an airport influence zone like this. You've heard from all these experts tonight that this is an unsafe situation. So why would we want to put our attainable and affordable housing in this type of location? A couple of other things I want to mention. The applicant attorney was basically telling you, not his client, that you should believe him when he says FAA and CDOT Aeronautics Division don't know what their jobs are and don't have all the facts they should make their decisions. I don't think that flies very well, as you're not his client. The applicant's attorney also said you should expunge the letter from the Airport Advisory Board from your packet. That just seemed like a crazy thing to be said. So in the BLI, work live was not a high-density residential structure, and so therefore I suggest that you reject this plan amendment.
Thank you. Shaquille is gone. And Joanne Burton. She's not here either. Yep, I'm going right to that. It's the second page.
Next page.
I'm Tim Cook. I live on North 65th Street.
Oh, hi, Tim. I thought you weren't here.
Yes. You know, I heard through all this all night long, Longmont was a great place to live. I moved here 30 years ago. I lived here as a little kid at my grandfather's farm. I'll tell you, I would never move here again knowing what I know now as far as living near an airport. Most of these people here are my friends from the airport, and they criticize me for buying property near the airport. If you go ahead with this, Mr. McCoy, I think, has a conscience, because he brought it up. He says, you realize that you're going to make somebody sign something that says they know there's a problem? You know what it's like living at the end of the runway there? That airplane runs over my house at 6:30 in the morning. It starts, and it's over and over and over. People complain about dogs barking. People lose their dogs because their dogs bark. These airplanes fly over my house, and it's not these guys, my friends, that are the problem. It's all the companies that you've let come in, and now the flight school that's come in, that they do touch and go landings starting at 6:30 in the morning. I can't even sleep in. I can't work outside in my yard. They said we could make this better by insulation and windows and stuff. Do you think people ever want to be outside at their house? Do they enjoy the outside? They're not going to enjoy the outside with these planes flying over. I can tell you at my house, they're quite a ways above my house when they're flying over, and it is very annoying. You let the skydivers come in. Look at what that did all over Boulder County. How many calls did you get about those people? Now, my mom went up and she went skydiving, so I can't complain about them. They annoy the heck out of me, but you let it happen. The best thing you could do is not let these people build these places, because there's going to be all those young people, just like I was, that said, hey, I can afford that property. Oh, I can live with a little bit of noise from the airplane. That's no problem. Well, once I've spent my money and the bank says I'm on the hook for that money, it's kind of hard to go back. The best thing you could do is think about the people that are going to get taken by this deal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Tara Minza, Dan Peters, J.D. Geitz, Rick Fowler, Trevor Eady. Doesn't look like J.D.'s here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for sticking through with all of us aviation enthusiasts to listen to what we have to say. I'm Tara Menza, 2235 Parkview Drive. My husband Matt and I are aircraft owners at Longmont Airport. Matt wanted to be here, but he is in Atlanta for 737 recurrent training. I want to thank all the presenters, Mr. Grunsfeld and your team, for doing such a great job of not having me talk about everything I was going to talk about, because you so eloquently talked about it. One of the things that I do want to say is, I don't know if you guys saw in the news today, but the housing advocates that wanted to put the initiative to close the airport in Boulder have taken that off the ballot for November. So that is, closing the Boulder airport is not going to be on the ballot, because the housing people there that wanted to put up the housing have decided to take it off the ballot, which I think is a great thing for the Boulder airport. The other thing that I wanted to speak to is, my husband is a test pilot. He is a professional pilot. He flew on and off aircraft carriers. It is incredibly insulting to say that if we wanted to take off in our jet or land in our jet, and we have a very limited amount of runway to land or to take off in that airplane, so yeah, we're going to be low, or we may have an emergency. And if there is a building in the way, guess what? My husband doesn't want to run into that building. So it was incredibly insulting to hear that it would be the pilots wanting to run into a building because the airplane was too low. No, that is not the case. Building buildings that low in the flight path that they are considering, or buildings, whatever. It just made me so mad because that was incredibly insulting. My husband would never do that, but our airplane requires a certain amount of runway to stop and to take off, and those buildings would be right in the middle of the way. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was I would hope that this would be a really good lesson, not to insult any of you, but talking about development around airports is a big deal. And as you can see, the city got a letter from the FAA. If my husband got a letter from the FAA, he would not take it lightly. They will pull his license faster than he can shake a bat at. They can pull your funding faster than you could shake a bat at, just so you know. I would hope that you guys seriously consider not approving Modern West 2 and that you consider going back to Modern West 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Dan Peters.
Good morning, or is it afternoon yet? I'm Dan Peters. I'm at 1438 Ringside Drive. Most of what I've written has already been spoken about, so I'll just keep it brief and hit a few points. I did start out flying when I was 17 years old, which was unfortunately more than a few years ago. But flying out of Longmont Airport inspired me to become an aerospace engineer. And as far as that career, I designed aircraft for Boeing, designed space sensors that monitored the Earth's climate for Ball Aerospace, and searched for habitable planets around other stars, all because of the Longmont Airport. There's been a lot of talk about inspiring STEM with young people, and I'm the end result of that. And I've since retired as an engineer, and now I'm a captain for a major airline, all because of the Longmont Airport. Just a couple of things. There was a lot of false information put out by the lawyers, and I just want to cover some of them. One, the allegations that they talked about are purely advisory. They're not binding. They're not going to forbid anybody from suing over the noise. They downplayed the Denver FAA office about the grant assurances, but the Denver offices, if I'm not mistaken, decides the future grants, where they have a lot of say in future grants for the Longmont Airport. And if Denver office thinks that we're in non-compliance, they're going to cut off the future grants. They said they made a lot of changes to the concept, but all that happened after the Planning and Zoning Board approved the original design. So it seems like to me it's got to go back to them for approval anyways. They mentioned something about emergency landing site, but then they talked about a road that was going to be cut right through that area. And I don't know what their definition of emergency landing strip is. Who maintains the standards? Is it clear of all obstructions? Is it per FAA standards? Who's going to maintain it for perpetuity, for the future? They also talk about it, or they sell this as affordable housing, but then they espouse all these sustainable features like solar panels and charging ports for bikes and cars, soundproofing windows, soundproof insulation, all things that are not affordable. So there's a lot of conflicting information there. I was on the Airport Advisory Board about 10 years ago when the Modern West 1 proposal came through the P&Z, and I attended that meeting, and I voiced my concerns, and I was shot down by city staff. And the city staff told the Planning and Zoning Board to ignore the airport, ignore the inputs of the Airport Advisory Board. And here we are today. So we're here today because of non-transparency and lack of communication among the city staff and the advisory boards, and because Envision Longmont should never have rezoned that piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? We are with Rick Fowler. Hi.
Good morning, Mayor Peck and council members. My name is Rick Fowler, and I live at 2533 Lanyon Drive, Longmont. And I've, all my career for 42 years, I've been a commercial pilot. I've had a aircraft air charter certificate, commercial air carrier certificate for 36 years. And for 7 years during that process, during that period, I was the primary pilot and fixed wing manager for St. Mary's Hospital EMS operations. That's St. Mary's in Grand Junction, actually. And one of the things that I would like to make a note of there is that EMS operations is a life-saving function. And in many cases, where a helicopter can't operate in heavy weather or icing conditions, a fixed-wing airplane is the difference between life and death. And this airport represents an exact situation where those type of aircraft operations are little known, perhaps, because they happen 24 hours a day and they come and go and they just take care of their business affairs. It's usually they're not on the ground for long. That also would include organ donations. So that's just one more point of the value of this airport to this community, and the value of human life as compared to profitability or certain having a development area that would interfere with those kind of operations in any way. And one other thing that I can, and all of my friends and associates here as pilots can tell you, that in the United States and beyond, the FAA is the absolute authority when it comes to flight operations. That includes certification of pilots or loss of license or whatever. And as our other speaker mentioned, that they also, when they put out a letter that says this is incompatible with safe flight operations, that's a serious situation, no matter what somebody else's opinion might be. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. Trevor Eady.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for being up this late. I'm a local flight instructor, airline pilot, and recreational pilot. And in fact, I go on call for that job in an hour. So thank you for also being up this late and keeping me on time.
That's my time to wake up.
I'm so sorry. I'll be brief. This is the best deal that Modern West could have come up with for this scenario, but the FAA doesn't care. As a couple others have mentioned, they're going to find it not good enough no matter how much we approve of it. So the fact that by right, even if we don't approve this one, they could still build, by your rules that's okay, but by the FAA, doesn't matter. They'll still pull grant funding. So the best thing you can do tonight, for me, I like the airport, I like airplanes, some other people do too, is to disapprove them today and then look back and see, is the FAA gonna come after us now that they've paid attention once? That they see, oh, there's a Modern West 1 as well? And maybe find another way to be in compliance. If they figure out that, putting 10-foot tall sheds on the property is within compliance and you get a letter from the FAA that's kosher, life is good. But apartments, 50 feet tall, not good for airplanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. All right, the next group. Brett Pominville, Doug Sykes, Harrison Earl, Stephanie Uhas.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Brett Pominville from 5846 Granville Avenue here in Longmont. I was born and raised in this town. When I was a teenager, I spent a lot of time at the airport, as opposed to other places where I could have been making more trouble, and had the great fortune to earn my pilot's license when I was 17. I don't have anywhere near the credentials of all of these other pilots who are behind me here. I just do it for recreation, but I'm here because I'm very concerned about the safety issues that have been raised, And I'm very concerned about us in maybe the rush to build housing for people that want to come to our city, that we forget about one of the things that makes this city a great place for us to live. So I just want to make sure that we're taking care of these assets that we have already. So
Thank you, Doug.
thank you.
Harrison.
Mayor, Council, Harris Earl, 1506 Shoecar Drive. Want to thank you all for listening to the feedback tonight from public, from airport users, as well as what's in the written information in your packet. As you all know, I'm the chair of the Airport Advisory Board. We have an official letter in that packet. I'm speaking to you tonight as a private citizen. I am personally in favor of more housing in Longmont. However, I believe that it needs to be built in locations where it doesn't conflict with existing land uses. You've heard over and over tonight that this is an incompatible land use by both the FAA and CDOT. You've also heard the developers adjusted their plans, and I really appreciate them doing so and making an effort to be a good neighbor. We've also heard from the FAA and CDOT that it is not enough. It is still an incompatible land use. The FAA and CDOT control a considerable amount of our funding, and the future success of our airport relies on those funds for ongoing operations, repairs and maintenance, and capital improvements. Eliminating that funding harms the airport's long-term viability and puts additional pressures on the city's general fund, which will have to backfill that funding if it goes away, because our grant assurances require us to keep the airport open for 20 years from our last grant, even if they cut off grant assurances. You've also heard the economic impact from the airport tonight, 490 jobs and $68 million in airport and business revenues. I'd encourage you not to threaten that economic engine for the city of Longmont. I also want to address really quickly the kind of late letter from the applicant's attorney about the appropriateness of the Airport Advisory Board even commenting on this, and Councilmember McCoy's participation in our meeting. I would first state, and I appreciate you all recognizing the fact that we asked Councilmember McCoy to leave our room repeatedly so that he would not have a conflict, and he did so. There was no conflict. Thank you for recognizing that. It is also correct that the Airport Advisory Board does not have a planning and zoning role. We do not. We do, however, under Section 294040, have the ability to recommend long-term master plan and financing plans for the airport. Our long-term financing plan is at threat with this decision tonight. We're making a recommendation to you. We also have the ability to promote the development of the airport consistent with council-adopted goals, objectives, and the airport's master plan. This action threatens every one of those, and so we are recommending to maintain what is already in place, and therefore that's what our recommendation is based in. So, in conclusion, I'd urge you all tonight to vote against approving the concept plan amendment under the review criteria that it's inconsistent with adopted plans, codes, and regulations. And I really want to thank you all for your support of the Vance Brand Municipal Airport. And I would encourage all of you and members of the community to join us on September 14th for our Longmont Air Show and Expo. And you can see firsthand the economic, educational, and public safety benefits that this airport brings to our community. Thank you all.
Thank you, Harrison. Stephanie.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I really wish you actually had coffee in your vending machine because we've reached about that time of night. So frankly, I would try to amend what I had written, and I'll try a little bit, but I'm not sure if I can at this moment actually do that. So I'm speaking tonight as a concerned resident of more than 25 years. I would recommend that the council deny the plan as presented the use of the Schlegel-Williams annexation for the Modern West 2 development. Why haven't I protested all the other rezoning and development ideas passed in the last few years? Because I thought really my voice doesn't matter and city government does not represent me. But when I heard about this plan to build in the flight path of the runway for the Vance Brand Airport, I thought I'd better speak about this, and I think the city's going too far. I'm aware of the movement to close the Boulder Airport for so-called affordable housing, which is at a price point I personally could not afford today if I were a first-time home buyer. I'm seeing the city selling out to a lot of developers, not maintaining open space, and not accounting for congested roadways, overpriced utilities, and fewer services than when I moved here. So, and what I'm seeing is the town's doubled in size, contributing to the overpopulation problem, which is actually what we have a problem of right now, and we're trying to add to it. But people are quick to blame airplanes and airports for leaded fuel and noise. Well, next time you take a commercial flight, realize that future pilots are trained advanced brand, that important scientific research and life-saving flights for people and animals are also staged here. I'm really tired of people not recognizing this. I can't tell if these decisions come from the council or those hired in its administration, but I sincerely hope you'll hear the voice of the business owners and pilots who will be forced to relocate if the FAA cancels its contract for the airport for these safety concerns. I've heard numerous pilots explain how they would have crashed into a building if it was located where you want to put the Modern West 2 development, either on takeoff or landing. I'm disgusted by the covert nature of these development plans done without notifying any of the people who would be affected by these decisions. I wonder what the city plans to do with the revenue generated from all this development. I see a lot of cities playing follow the leader, not thinking for themselves, making short-term gains without consideration of long-range efforts. I really just think, actually, at this point, you could develop properties along Main from 17th to 66 and create whatever affordable housing you want instead of what you're talking about here. So I would rescind Modern 2 West plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, Jacob Arnold, Charles Schilling, I think, is left. Chris Nelson. Mary Sanchez. Mary Sanchez, you ready?
She already spoke. She already spoke.
Thank you. Keegan Lynch.
Oh, are you Jacob Arment?
I'm Chris.
Okay. Keegan? I'm Jacob. Jacob Arment, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So Jacob, you're up.
Okay, Jacob Arment, 110 South Main by the train tracks. And keep it quick. We have Kanemoto and the sugar mill. That's like some of the only greenfield we have left to develop. After that, we're out of land. Now, I think that that's going to pose issues when Longmont's expecting to grow by 24,000 people by 2035. Now, as we've seen with Boulder, if the airport can't adapt to the community, it's going to be under threat. I don't think that this is the last time we're going to hear about the closing of the Boulder airport. If we want to keep Vance brand a going concern, we need to find ways to integrate housing and other community assets around it in a sustainable and safe way. And I'm not sure that the current Modern West plan is perfect, but if we can amend that plan, get FAA approval, and get development there, that is the only way to save Vance brand. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Chris.
Yeah, Chris Nelson on 83rd Street. Just go. So one thing I was going to say is this woman up here with Modern West was claiming that there hadn't been a crash in that vicinity, but there was. There was actually a B-90 King Air registration or N number 76 Gulf Mike. In January of 1997, it ran out of fuel and it crashed right there. If you can look at the NTSB report, and it crashed right at the Rogers Road, and got to think about this, west of Hover. And I mean, that's right in the vicinity. And a King Air isn't a small plane. And actually what happened was she ran out of fuel. And now she's a United Airlines pilot. So it's not like, it was a student pilot crashing, but, these things can happen. But, that would have probably landed right on the top of their place. And I don't understand this thing about use by right. Maybe that's just something they throw in on a presentation, but I've been drilling oil wells my whole life, and 2 times in my life I've had a permit in hand, and it was canceled. One by Bill Clinton when he created the grand staircase of the Escalante Monument, but the government has that power. and you guys are the government, so I don't see why you can't put a kibosh on this. You know, that's not really an argument. And let's see. The other thing is, I just think it is just so despicable for these people to get up here and say that they want this for low-income housing and, you know, we're kind of morally superior. And when in turn, they've just all got their hand in a piece of the pie and they're worried about losing a bunch of money. I've lost a bunch of money before having the government stop things. And as much as I dislike the government, I will say that the FAA is one of the finest organizations. You know, all these rules that the FAA has been made out of blood. I mean, just if you ever look at the TV show Airline Disasters, you'll see how they go in and they change things and say we got to widen margins and stuff like that. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Keegan Lynch, Vance Harrell, Christine Smith, Jay Epstein. Are any of you here?
I'm Vance. I yield my time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You're my favorite person.
John Seabury.
John Seabury had to leave. He asked me if I could add his time to mine.
And
if
who
that's all
are
right.
you?
I'm Jay Epstein.
Oh, okay, Jay. No, we're not adding time.
Okay. No worries.
Ken Buxton and Mike Hickman. Yes, he is. Okay, Jay, you're up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and esteemed City Council members. My name is Jay Epstein, and I thank you guys for staying late and for addressing this issue. And I can't thank you enough for actually putting the time into this. Who I am, I've lived in Longmont for about 10 years. I've lived in Boulder County for about 35 years. My family had a restaurant in Boulder for 20 years. I've been through a lot of redevelopment myself process. I've been through zoning, I've been through 4 use reviews, and I just wanted to point out a couple things. I know you guys don't do this. You're a quasi, I think, what do they call you guys, a quasi-judicial branch. This is normally handled by the planning department. And, you know, I have had a building department permit that's been okayed and it's been appealed by somebody in the city. Said, I didn't like that. Boom, we had to go through that hearing. Once we went through the appeal hearing, they said, oh, we didn't like that. That's when it got appealed to a city council member. They got to hear it. Same kind of situation as this here. You guys do have the right to say no to things. You guys represent us. We are the city. You are our representatives. What we're asking, I think, and why it's so important to us is that, like the last gentleman said, these guys keep insisting that they have a for right use. They have a, you know, a plan that you guys came up with, or not you guys, but a city council did in 2000 that evidently was wrong, that violates or doesn't violate, but doesn't fit in with the mold for the FAA. Just because they did that wrong before doesn't mean we should continue on down that same path and keep making bad decisions. I beg you guys to deny this because it is nothing but a land grab. And honestly, if this development, I mean, these things can exist in the same universe. We can have an airport, we can have housing. They just can't exist right in front of each other. The alignment isn't right and the space isn't right. I'd also like to, you know, honestly, you guys do what you do. The planning board is supposed to do what they do. Shame on them for not making this more transparent and more involved for the citizens of this community. Every, you know, out of you know, this whole thing has been almost hidden behind the board. Why haven't we been, I mean, the fact that out of everybody notified, not one person at the airport was notified about these hearings. Now, they don't want anything from the hearing to be in the file, but yet that's a monthly hearing that's held. It just feels very underhanded and shady, and like we're getting something trying to get shoved under the carpet to us, and it's not fair. It's not right. We want transparency, and that's what we're asking for. These guys do not have a right to just build. They really don't. There is a process. They do have to get okayed. They do have to go through the zoning And you guys are here to protect that. You guys are the last stand, and thank you
Thank you,
for
Jim.
your time.
Ken?
Hi, I'm Ken Buckspan, 3920 Iron Court, Longmont. And I have 3 hangars at the airport, and I've been flying for 45 years, and 33 years of that was with Continental and with United. And been to so many airports all over the world in all weather conditions. And one of the best assets to the airport has been the LPV approach, so that you now have a glide slope guidance to come into runway 29 and in all weather, basically. So it's like a precision approach. It gives you vertical and lateral guidance, and it takes you right down to the runway. And it's a great approach. That development and those buildings are not aligned up, even though they're by definition out of the clearance plane. They're really not, because even though it's an LPV approach, it's considered a non-precision approach. You could be off 200 or 300 feet either way and still be within the guidance of that of the approach parameters. I also learned to fly at Whiteman Airport in Pacoima in California, and it was a 3,500-foot strip, and at the end of the strip was a barrier fence, a street, and a stone bakery. And once to twice a year, aircraft went right through the fence, right into the bakery. So I liked the bakery. It had great food for lunch, but you want to drive to it and not fly to it. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Hickman? Last but not least.
Well, it's a great honor. Thank you, Mayor Peck, and council members. We appreciate the time. Up here, I look at you and I thank you for what you're dealing with. This huge time period spent. The commitment that you've shown, it's incredible. I like your attitude. Buildings, titanium, that would kill me. I don't want to see that. I have been flying for 22 years. I've got 20,000 hours. I'm captain with United. My son just got hired. He's a first officer with Frontier. If you ever fly in United, you hear me say, Captain Mike, come up and say hi. I'll give you a full tour. It's an incredible airport we have. Why you're seeing the passion is we feel like the airport as an asset is threatened. The airport depends on the FAA funding. Unless we find a way to fund it, that gets pulled, airport gets closed. That's why you're seeing the passion that you're seeing tonight. It's an incredible asset. I've flown everywhere as well, and we have a very unique asset here that you can't replicate many places. In terms of the passion, we don't have the representation of the young people here, but I'm here to tell you that they also are just in it 100% with us. I talked to a young flight instructor at the airport, AJ. He had to leave quite a couple hours ago because he has a lesson tomorrow. He's dealing with people who are 16, 17 years old. These are the next generation of people that will haul you around, of the next generation of astronauts. What we consider being out at the airport is almost as a mission. One of our great local residents here, Dr. Grunsfield, when he was inducted into the Hall of Fame for astronauts, came up and said, hey, our mission is to innovate, explore, discover, and inspire. Indeed, even in our schools, we have 8 courses at the Innovation Center dealing with aviation, and that's why we're passionate about what we do. And in honor of our rose-colored glasses, man, let me give you a poem. This is probably the most famous poem. It's a great one to close off with. It's by John Gillespie McGee Jr. Oh, I have slipped the surely bonds of earth and danced the skies on laughter's silvered wings. Sunward I have climbed and joined the tumbling mirth of sun-split clouds and done 100 things you've never dreamed of. Wheeled and soared and swung high in the sunlit silence. Hovering there, I've chased the shouting wind along and flung my eager craft through footless halls of air. Up the long, delirious burning blue, I've topped the windswept heights with easy grace, where never lark or even eagle flew. And while with silent lifting mind I have trod the high untrespassed sanctity of space, put out my hand and touch the face of God. This is the passion that you're feeling here, and it comes down to safety. The FAA does not bluff. They do safe things. And when they say it's unsafe, it's unsafe. Red flags, when we hear, well, we don't know what the FAA means. We don't know. Well, you don't pay attention to the Airport Advisory Committee. These are red flags. It's like my wife when she said, the red light for oil is on my car, but I kept driving.
Thank you, Mike. Seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close this public hearing for Modern West. And, I'm sorry, what? Oh, yes. So, before we go on, we're going to take a quick break. I know it's late, but we need one.
Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. If council is going to deny, all that's in the packet is an ordinance approving. For legal reasons, I would recommend that council make a motion to direct staff to bring back a resolution that would incorporate what we heard tonight at the hearing. The code contemplates such an action by City Council, specifically provides we bring it back at the next meeting, at which consideration will be practicable. At such future meeting, no further public hearing shall be necessary, and the body may approve the final determination and finding of fact.
Okay. Withdraw your motion and make a new one?
I will withdraw my motion and make a new one. Is my second okay with that? Okay. So
I think you should just say what he said.
that's what I'm going to say. What Eugene said about making a guiding, asking staff to create a resolution.
So Councilor McCoy made the motion to direct staff to bring back a resolution denying the Modern West 2 concept plan. And that was seconded by Councilor Martin. Let's vote. That carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. All right. Oh, no clapping, no clapping. Not everybody agrees with you, so we need to keep.
Yeah, but we don't get to go.
I don't know, maybe we'll just keep you here.
Yeah. Lock the doors.
So now we, Councilor Christ, are you the one that made pulled the consent item?
No,
That was you.
So we have one more, F, ordinance 2024-15.
Oh, I knew we had another one. Okay, hang on. 59, yeah.
Yeah. Flood insurance.
Oh, this is Miss,
You already got it. You got the presentation.
Yeah.
Monica.
Oh, yeah. We just need to open the public hearing and vote.
it's not the same one. This is the McDonald's Ascend
No,
Still.
there was, if you look at the other.
Oh, consent agenda.
No.
No, it's still the ordinances. It's this one.
It isn't on my list.
It's not?
No,
Yeah, it is weird.
no, it's
No,
not
on here, on her script.
on my script. It's not. I don't have it. Okay. So ordinances on second reading, our last one is 2024-59. It is a bill for an ordinance adopting the 2024 flood insurance study and the flood insurance rate maps and models for Weld and Boulder. Are there any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I'll open up the public hearing on 2024-59. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this bill? Seeing none, I would close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I'll move ordinance 2024-59. Second.
It's been moved by Council Hidalgo Faring to move 2024-59, seconded by Councilor Christ. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. So the consent agenda, have you removed it?
So, I'm going to.
Mayor, on the items removed from consent agenda, we will just take that and place it on a future regular session for you all to consider.
Thank you. Okay, we are at mayor and council comments.
Oh, Mayor,
Oh, no, we have,
presentation of the 2025 proposed budget.
Oh, okay.
So, Mayor, really quick, in the past, we've presented the beginning of the budget. By charter, I have to provide you with a balanced budget prior to the 1st of September. Jim Golden has sent that budget link to you all. And so that is me meeting the charter obligation of presenting the budget to you before the 1st. We will do the overview that I normally do tonight, the first budget meeting in September.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm afraid to do that. All right, and we're at final call, public invited to be heard. Please. Oh, you do, there is one. Oh, this is the same gentleman that was here. What? We did that earlier.
Is now good?
Hello, yes, now is good. Turn on the microphone, please.
Right.
And state your name and address.
My name is Brent Gooch. I actually own a business at 215 Ken Pratt Boulevard. It's the Chick-fil-A there. We employ 99 people. And since I don't reside here, I wasn't able to stand up at the beginning. And so, unfortunately, it's now. I really just wanted to pose a couple of questions as well as make an invitation to have conversation with maybe my employees, since there a lot of them, maybe a third, would fall within the minimum wage stuff. But I would ask the question, what do y'all think is a good wage for a awesome cashier? Right. Agreed. Right. I don't know that many people can, but then I would also ask, what is the what would be the appropriate wage for someone that is kind of a sorry cashier, right? And I don't know that it would meet those minimum wage requirements as you continue to ratchet it up, but those people still need jobs, and I'm able to sometimes provide those jobs for those people. But as they were to go up in those higher wage brackets, it would no longer be feasible. I have a guy that's named Seth. He works for me. He's Down syndrome. Awesome young man, but unfortunately, he doesn't bring a lot of value to the business. He does bring some, but I don't think he brings $25 worth. And so, unfortunately, if wages were to increase that high, I don't know that he'd be able to continue to employ Seth and others maybe like him. And so, these are just some of the things I would like y'all to consider. Unfortunately, it's like almost 2:00 in the morning, but I would love to continue to have conversation in the future about that, but maybe not this hour. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's a great point. Seeing no one else, okay.
I'll be very quick. You heard my statement at the end of the last council meeting, and I just want to say that I am even more impressed by your stamina and your ability to have such a wide spectrum of topics, from flood control to airport safety. And I will volunteer myself and many of these people if the city wants to have conversations with planning or anybody else about airport safety. Thank you all so
John.
much.
Thank you. So now we're at mayor and council comments. Seeing none, city manager remarks.
Comments, Mayor, Council.
City attorney.
No comments, Mayor.
We are going to be adjourned. All right.
Second.
All right. Moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Faring to be adjourned. All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.